my soul in flames and go deeper, always deeper and yet deeper. And I'll try to stay true to what I find in the main, in the light of all of these stars moving above me. And ooh, tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. It makes me feel so good. It makes me feel so good. Run deep into the night, ignite my soul in flames and go deeper, always deeper and yet deeper. And now, ooh, tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. 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 I've waited a long time, waited behind the line, saw it changing right before my eyes. I met up with strangers, I tried to twist and turn. Always moving, always more to come, never changing, just a different view. But I'll try to learn from you if you let me in your life. Here I stood behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stood behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sunshine out on us. Caught in motion, swaying side to side, forward for hours, subtle change in scenes. I guess all is possible if you step across the line. Here I stood behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stood behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sunshine out on us. have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stood behind you. I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? Move a little closer, fall a little deeper, lean a little forward, talk a little slower. Shall we dance beyond the lines? I need someone to lean on. Spend a little time, I need someone to see me through. Move a little closer, so I can breathe a little lighter. Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? Move a little closer, stay a little longer, scream a little louder, grip a little tighter. Shall we dance beyond the lines? I need someone to lean on. Spend a little time, I need someone to see me through. Move a little closer, so I can breathe a little lighter. Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? Shall we dance beyond the lines? I need someone to lean on. Spend a little time, I need someone to see me through. Move a little closer, so I can breathe a little lighter. Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? I need a little medicine, and I need it to be you, and I need some kind of medicine, and I need it to be you. Yeah, literally, you got me feeling crazy, and I can't get my head around it. The way that you move and everything you do, you got me twisted over you. Little lady lover, you got me undercover, and I can't get my head around it. And all your silly smiles and staring in my eyes, you got me twisted over you. Let's lose our minds. Let's lose our minds. got me twisted over you. Little lady lover, you got me undercover, and I can't get my head around it. All these silly smiles and staring in my eyes, you got me twisted over you. Let's lose our minds. Let's lose our minds. Crazy and I can't get my head around it. The way that you move and everything you do, you got me twisted over you. Little lady lover, you caught me undercover, and I can't get my head around it. All these silly smiles and staring in my eyes, you got me twisted over you. Yeah, you little lady, you got me feeling crazy and I can't get my head around it. The way that you move and everything you do, you got me twisted over you. Little lady lover, you caught me undercover and I can't get my head around it. All these silly smiles and staring in my eyes, you got me twisted over you. Let's lose our minds. Please tell me trouble in all forms and structures, seduce and sedate me. Good night to New Orleans. In the morning we meet at the train track, squishing chords. Lady, let's move. Let's move. And I knew that one day you would dance for me. And I knew that one day you would dance for me. It's all that you nurture, our body like mirrors, things and their colors. Good night, my sweet desire. In a southern sweet soft voice, girl called me honey. And lady, let's move. Let's move. And I knew that one day you would dance for me. And I knew that one day you would dance for me. Now look at you go. Now look at you go. Hour after hour, we move like we're supposed to, seduced and sedated. Lady, let's move. Let's move. And I knew that one day you would dance for me. And I knew that one day.
Hello everybody, good morning and welcome to the Dutch Open Series. My name is Bas and this here is Brent.
Hi there.
And we are excited to bring you standard coverage for today. We have over 150 players in the room today, and about half of them are playing standard, the other half is playing legacy, and we're excited for the new format.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, I saw some coverage. I saw some spicy decks. I saw a brand new format. Aether Revolt, Kaladesh, all rotated out. All the broken cards, everything that's banned is now, banned for life.
Almost.
For standard.
We have Rampaging Ferocodon, the standard all-star that's never been played.
And it's so sad. It's why is that little guy still banned? Come on, let him out of this cage.
All these token strategies kind of, it's
okay.
not a good match.
Okay, sure. But we're excited to bring you standard coverage. I believe we have 7 rounds of Swiss and followed by a top 8. And there's a lot of new spicy brews going on. And I heard there are some blue and red Arclight Phoenix archetypes. Is it Drakes? Which I'm very excited to see.
Is it a thing?
All the. Are you going to start with that right now? Oh my God! We're not only 5 minutes in, and you're already making me jokes. All right, we have some nice feature matches lined up for you on table 1. We have our Anna Vervat, regular player at the Dutch Open Series. I saw her almost make top 8 at Dutch Nationals a few months ago.
She came 9th, right?
Yeah, came really close. So she's in the feature match to bring us some awesome magic. And on the other table we have Thijs van der Meer. He's already qualified for our Players' Championship. He played sealed yesterday and missed top 8 just by the tiebreakers, as usual for his case.
Well, he plays so many tournaments, you're bound to miss some.
Yeah.
I mean, he makes top 8 to most. Anyway.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Has there been an RPTQ where he's not been qualified?
A few in a row. Yeah, he's had
a dry spell.
Had a bad year, but he's qualified now, and he's, I believe, qualified for the last one, the next one, and the next one after that. So yeah, he's doing just fine. Just fine. So, what are we excited to see today?
Standard. I'm looking forward to standard.
You're looking forward to standard.
There's quite a bit of diversity. There's a lot of decks. If you look at the Pro Tour, our partners in crime for this weekend,
and I believe everything is brand new.
Yeah, there's the Boros aggro deck that's been showing up in the top 8. There's so many. I believe 6 from the top of my head.
Yeah, six of the 8.
And with a few different builds, but still, that deck was not on everybody's radar. Sure, we all know. It's possibly a deck, but most people were like, I don't think it's good enough. And then it just comes out in force here at the Pro Tour. And it's not like one team that discovered it. It was not like, okay, Team Channel Fireball, they figured out how it works and they're going to go Boros aggro.
No, everybody did.
Everybody knows it. But the week before, there was some. You see like Boros Angels.
Didn't see it,
but that's not the same, is it?
There was more of a mid-rangey build.
Yeah, but so it's really interesting to see that several teams came to the same conclusion and played this deck, and that it has performed so well. Of course, we have not looked at the complete. Normally, we get like the best performing standard decks.
Yeah, we didn't have that yet.
So normally it also depends on the draft, because like you have to go well in draft and in standard to be able to make top 8. So I know, for instance, a friend of the show, Pascal Vire.
Yeah.
He wants to visit the Dutch Open Series if he can, but sometimes we
sometimes
coincide with the Pro Tour
to play.
I mean, it's a tough choice. Dutch Open Series versus the Pro Tour. Well, I know my pick, but these guys, they pick the Pro Tour. That's fine. Yeah. Everybody's own choice. But he went 10-0 in standard.
Wow.
He played Izzet, so you can be proud of him.
Nice, yeah.
But his limited performance was a little bit less stellar, so he ended up in 11-5, which was not good enough to really make that mark and go top 8 again, because he just did this year as well. So that's something that you can't overlook. That it's not only standard performance that gets you to the top 8.
No, exactly.
If you go 6-0 in draft, and then you go 6-3 in, am I counting correctly? No, 7-3 in standard.
Yeah.
I mean, 7-3 is a good record.
Yeah, and
to be fair, but that's not like, okay, this deck is busted 7-3.
No.
So
that's a decent deck.
It's a great deck. I mean, going 7-3 in the Pro Tour, I mean, I'd sign up for that, and no problem. But I think it really depends, and we're going to see that later on. But for now, perhaps we should take a look at what the Dutch Open Series.
Oh yeah, because we are only about standard today, and the players are seated in the feature match area. They are drawing their opening hand, so we'll switch over to that in just a moment. And these players, they viewed at the same data that we did. They looked at the same deck list. They looked at the same tournaments to come to a conclusion of what they were going to play today. Boros Aggro wasn't one of the winning archetypes leading up to this tournament. So what I'm curious to see is, did the players already pick up on that and have like 2 days to bring that deck to this tournament? I mean, the deck, it's 80% commons and uncommons actually.
Everyone went through that draft chaff of the last 2 years, and they were like, I got 3 of those.
Let's check my Rivals of Excellent draft comments if I can find some Snuphorn sentries over here. So yeah, that's what I'm excited to see. Of course, I'm Team Izzet over here. I'm rooting for Izzet Drakes, and we saw that deck in Modern yesterday. Arclight Phoenix with Thing in the Ice and Bedlam Reveler. That was just a delight to watch. Seriously, that was very, very awesome, and I'm hoping to see more of that today, because that deck is just I love that. I love that deck. I can't decide if I want to go play Standard Izzet Drakes or I want to go play Modern Blue-Red Aggro. It's just amazing archetype. But the Golgari decks are, well, they're kind of missing in the top tier of the Pro Tour metagame as it stands right now.
Well, to be honest, it's not in the top 8. I cannot lie about it. But to say that Izzet has shown up in fourth, I mean, you have Yuya Watanabe, one of the all-time greats, one of the best Magic players ever to play the game. I mean, he can pick up a pile of poo,
anything,
let's call that, and he will still do great with it. So that's kind of what he did. He played a pile of poo and he went top 8 with it.
He did.
No, but so a great pilot with a great deck that makes for a recipe for top 8. But
so the players are ready in our feature match area, so let's head down. They have resolved their mulligans. We are about to start the first turn of the first match in the Dutch Open Series standard portion. And Anna Vervat already with a Sky March Aspirant opening it up with Red-White Aggro. I expected this from her.
Yeah, she has been known to play aggro. She's played vehicles, she played mono red, red black. She's just some people are just a fan of aggro, and I think it's really good. I think it's good to just, pick what you're good at. You can try to play everything, and that's fine if you enjoy it. But if you just enjoy jamming 2/1s on turn 1, I mean, Savannah lines with a little bit of upside, I'd say go for it. Yeah. You do you, man. Or woman in this case, let's be fair. But so that's great. But I have to pick a side here. I'm Ellicht. I mean, you're my man. You're my man. The man with the plan.
Ellicht direct on the other side of the table playing Golgari, opening up with a Overgrown Tomb, and it's really excited to see the Shocklands back in business in Standard, as Anna Vervat plays her own Sacred Foundry and follows up with a Dauntless Vanguard, probably giving that trigger to the Sky March Aspirant.
Yeah, this is a good start for her, because it's but I would hope something like a Boros Challenger here would just be over the top, because that would just make so much more difficult for Elliot to get into this game. Elliot has a decent start. He just needs to put up some roadblocks, because something like a Chupacabra, that's a great way to get back into this game. He just revealed it and left it on top. This is great, because what he wants to do is regain tempo. Because all Anna wants to do is make sure that Elliot doesn't get the chance to stop her.
To stabilize.
So the first thing that Elliot needs to do is make sure that the least amount of damage comes in, and that his board position stays relatively equal. That's difficult against an
equal. You don't have to keep the board clear as long as it's equal and you're stopping her attacks. And you see this Murfolk Branchwalker, which explored and is a 3/2. It still trades with her 1-drops, and that's okay. I mean, it was a roadblock. He got some information out of it, but you really want to get that little bit of card advantage grinding going, and this is a smaller threat from Anna, which he can easily deal with one of his other creatures, because just a simple 1/1's not going to cut it versus Golgari unless she can back it up with something like Heroic Reinforcements.
That does help. I think I saw some, it's either a little bit behind on the art, because it looked like it could be a Wild Growth Walker, but I don't think so, because then I would have preferred to play the 1/3.
The 1/3, sure.
So that's great, but it looks like to be a Carnage Star, which is not the same against Boros Aggro.
It's not the same mana cost or power and toughness remotely close. So a Jade Light Ranger revealing 1 land and a cast down with 1 counter.
But that's good, because that means he certainly can cast the Chupacabra next turn, and just go 2 for 1, because the 2/2 will conveniently block.
Anna has something to say about that, because she is going to make 2 1/1 tokens and give her entire team +1/+1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 4 lands. Now that's not quite City's Blessing territory just yet, so that Skymarch Aspirant is going to stay on the ground for a little bit longer. But this is a immense attack force for Anna.
Without blocks, this is 11 damage.
Yeah.
Turn 4. After she already he killed
Traded
one of the
a creature,
creatures, so
yeah.
I mean it's not like he didn't do anything.
No, exactly.
And I think I will make the block here to block the 2/1 here, because all the creatures are 2/2. Then it's better to block the 3/2 with upside rather than all the other creatures.
Yeah.
So that seems like a pretty obvious block.
So you want to trade with the possible flyer later on as well.
And a 3 damage versus 2 damage. I mean, if your creature is going to die, you might as well get some.
Take the biggest one with you. Yeah.
But this is bad for Alec, but. This is what you expect. If you play against Boros Aggro, you don't expect them not come out of the gates.
And now she has a board of 2 of 1/1s.
Yeah, a 2/2 works out perfectly there.
Yeah, just a simple 2/2 or a 1/3, which are probably all in his deck. Yeah, that's an easy roadblock to make. And if you can now land the Chupacabra, take out one of the creatures, and make it operate as a blocker for more creatures even, but he chooses to go for the. He probably meant to go for the Chupacabra, tapping 4 lands.
Yep.
And then showed the cast down and decided, well, yeah, that's okay. That's okay too.
Whoops. That's
Whoopsie.
a little bit of a misser.
Yeah, because now he needs to cast a Find and get those 2 creatures back from his graveyard to his hand, and that's not really the turn that I would have chosen if I were him.
But can I just say, I mean, he made a mistake and he noticed it, and he's not like, okay,
But
can I take this back? And he just goes, well, sure, let's go with this.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I will cast this, and not missing a beat. Like obviously, when
The universe wanted me to cast this one.
We'll go with
Yeah.
it. I mean. Perhaps if Anna had something like destroy target creature, then he was just thinking ahead. Now it can it was just a mistake. It happens.
Okay.
Sometimes you just snap a card to the front and then you shuffle your hand again because we're obsessive compulsive like that. And then you play the wrong card.
Sure, roll with it. Yeah, I like it. And now it might be a little bit too late for Anna to get back into this game, because Anna puts another copy of Dauntless Vanguard onto the battlefield, and I saw a copy of Adanto Vanguard also in her hand, which she is now going to cast. And that's the 3-powered attacker, and can even gain indestructible, 5 times in a row, because she's still at a comfortable 20 life here.
Are you sure about 5 times? It can technically, sure.
Yeah.
No, it cannot. It can only gain 4. The 5th time you die before the trigger resolves.
Okay,
the
fair
ability
enough.
resolves, sorry.
Fair enough. So Jade Light Ranger coming back again, revealing 2 lands. So that's only a mere 2/1. And the Merfolk Branchwalker is going to try to do the same. Land number 3. So that's 3 lands off the top for Alad, which is fine because you don't want to draw those in the even regular draw step. But that means he only has 2 2/1s to show for after this board state, and Anna is going to run him over.
Yeah. If Anna wouldn't play anything, she would still win, I think. Because the only way Allard can survive is if he blocks the Vanguard.
Yeah.
And if he does that, then the Vanguard doesn't die because Anna will easily pay for it, pay for it with life for it. Which means that there will still be 3 creatures surviving plus the Vanguard.
Yeah.
That's just too much. He cannot come back from it unless he has a sweeper in his deck and he's going to draw it.
And for sure she is going to pay that indestructible clause on the Adanto Vanguard. And all the meanwhile she casts a Legion's Landing, immediately flipping it, and have 3 mana left to activate it to create another 1/1 with lifelink, helping that Adanto Vanguard keep its indestructible up. I mean, this is just a really, really great start from Anna's side of the table.
It's a bit unfair, to be honest.
Unfair?
Yeah.
I mean, Golgari's getting crushed. What's unfair about that?
What did Golgari ever do to you, sir?
Not to me. What did it do to Ravnica?
They're
no,
the good guys.
I didn't catch
You
up
have
on the
no
lore.
idea. Oh, nice. I like it. Well, they are kind of bad. They're the baddies.
I would assume so.
Oh, no, only the last. Before that, they're more like, okay, we just want to live and let live, and mostly don't when it dies, let it live again. They're not about killing. They're more about making sure things live again.
Live and let live again. Yeah. Okay.
So
I like it.
Yeah, it's not staying alive, but live and let live. Yeah, I like it.
Fair enough. All
right, but I think it's just. This was how I expect this to go.
Yeah.
With Boros on the play against Golgari, green board, That just spells disaster. If you look at this and you would go, okay, Golgari would be on the play, this would have been a completely different story, because then it becomes so much easier to stop it. Then the heroic reinforcement has one less creature. Then everything spirals out of control when you're on the draw in this type of matchup.
You're on the back foot, and Anna is trying to keep that pressure on to have you stay on the back foot. But in the meantime, I see that our backup match is still going on, and our table spotter went over there to see what's the update on that match. So there we see Tristan Vos on IZ Phoenix versus Thijs van der Meer on IZ Phoenix. Well, this is a matchup to my heart, as we see a Lava Coil. Ooh, very interesting, exiling the Arclight Phoenix. That exile class on Lava Coil is so important in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Lava Coil is a really just a solid, good card. I mean, that like 2 mana to deal 4 damage to a creature, like that's fine. It's sorcery, so that's a little bit meh. But then having it exile is so often so relevant. As you see here.
To see these trade-offs, I mean, a negate taking care of the Charter Course, then the Lava Coil from Thijs' side taking care of the Enigma Drake. It's a back and forth of trading resources here.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that negate. I think it's very aggressive to get a Charter Course out of, unless he knows something, like he has a gut feeling. I think the negate is one of your premium cards.
To protect your creatures.
Yes, so I would have liked here to cast, just to have the Drake again, and then next turn he has an Enigma Drake in hand as well. So if he now has 5 lands and he can just cast the Drake and have negate backup, that's just, Thijs is in such a pickle.
Yeah.
And well, he's already down a game, so I'm pretty sure that it's not looking good for Thijs.
No, it's not.
But I like keeping my negate for the big spells, the big turns, when everything comes together and you're like, okay, now I need everything to line up, and then negate is just such a powerful card for that.
Another nice addition of Guilds of Ravnica is Goblin Electromancer, keeping your spells nice and cheap, as Thijs is probably going to... he's going to cast a Goblin Electromancer of his own.
They don't call it a mirror for nothing.
No, exactly, and I must assume that he really doesn't have much going on. Maybe a copy of Negate of his own, and Tristan hasn't given him a target just yet, because he is just, well, keeping cards in hand and doing nothing, and, well, losing actually.
Yeah, it's not looking good. With this Charter Course, it's quite possible that this is already 8 damage. I can't completely see the graveyard, but I assume, because he was on 14, I believe, before the turn before, 14 minus 6 is 8.
Exactly.
8 and 6 plus 2 is 8.
Quick math.
Yeah, so this it's not looking good. This Beacon Bolt.
Right.
Draft All-Star.
Beacon Bolt, foil Beacon Bolt even. He already pimped out a small portion of his deck, and the Tormenting Voice, discarding an extra copy of Enigma Drake for 2 fresh new cards. He's looking to seal it up this turn right now, by the looks of it. And that is 3 spells, an Arclight Phoenix returning from the graveyard to the battlefield at the beginning of combat, and this should be bye-bye Thijs. Only drawing lands, alright. So, I love this deck. I mean, did you just see what Tristan did in just 1 turn?
Yeah, but did you see what Thijs did in 1 turn cycle?
He did nothing.
No, exactly. My point.
Yeah, but he had lands. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's his own fault, not mine. I cannot help that he has lands.
He put lands in his deck.
The only thing I can say is it just lost the match? Golgari is only down a game.
Okay, so...
Is it also won a match? But let's just... Yeah.
Is it also won a match? But we for your sake, we'll ignore that for now, as we head down back to our main feature match, and maybe have a look at the sideboards for these 2 players to have a quick peek of what this post-board matchup is going to be like. So Golgari is down a game, and Elliot is really going to try to stabilize a bit more, and I see cards like Moment of Craving that really help his game plan here, taking care of a creature, even indestructible creatures, and gaining him 2 life in the process is just a perfect card for this matchup. Is there anything else that stands out to you in his sideboard? Yeah,
definitely. But I want to say that the Moment of Craving, that it doesn't destroy, but rather gives -2. As you just said. I think that's incredibly relevant. Yeah. Also, the life gain. Obviously, the card is just well-rounded, good against Borsago. It has so many upsides. It's just It's cheap. It kills things that are hard to kill, and it gains your life. So it's just a great way to get back into the game. Yeah. The Ritual of Suit is just a great way to sweep that board away and say, try again.
Kills everything with CMC 3 or less, right?
Oh, that's like Anna's deck, so that's good.
Yeah, perfect.
So that helps a lot. I like the Deadeye Tracker.
Okay.
if you have enough cards to take out, it's just a 1/1 for one. But
Yeah.
that is perfectly suitable to block
cheap interaction.
a Savannah Lions. And depending on what you expect from Boros Aggro, I'd like the Vraska's Contempt,
Yeah.
and I would bring them in because I'm.
You expect her to go a little bit bigger as well?
Yeah, well, there's a Lyra, for instance, that you need to get rid of. I'm not sure if she would bring it in. It really depends on her build, because there are so many builds of Boros Aggro. It's a if you look at the six decks that are in the top 8 of the Pro Tour,
6 different decks.
he doesn't know what he's up against,
No.
so he's gonna have to make a choice. And if there are enough cards you can take out, you can put something like a Contempt in. But if you're like, okay, I want to stay low to the ground and I don't have enough cards that I'm unhappy about, I can see Vraska's Contempt not coming in. It really depends on your build.
Yeah.
And as far as Assassin Trophy, I can see that going as well, because it takes care of the Experiment of Frenzy.
Yeah.
So I think that's very relevant, and it can also get rid of something like a Lyra or something like that.
Yeah.
That you need.
Yeah, because that Experimental Frenzy, that's in Anna's sideboard. Do you expect that to come in from her side of the table?
Yes, because this is usually also a bit of a grindy deck, and if an Experimental Frenzy is on the board,
Yeah.
and you're not behind, there's a very small chance you're not going to win.
Yeah.
Because lances are the only thing they're stopping you, because you can just slam her entire deck. If everything costs 1 or 2, you're just going, okay, I'll play a 2/1, I'll play a 2/1, I'll play 2/1/1s, I'll play a 2/3, I will play Heroic Reinforcements. Oh, you're dead, and I had nothing on the board.
Yeah, exactly.
What a shame.
Yeah.
I mean, so it has such a high upside that I see that, but it really depends. I like it on the draw as well, more than on the play. On the play, perhaps you want to say, okay, I want to go all in aggro.
Yeah.
And where on the draw, you're more like, okay, I'm going to take my time, and I know that.
Yeah.
We talked about it, that you get more momentum on the play.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
That matters, but it really depends on the deck, the actual list she has. But I think that bringing in the frenzy is definitely something I would consider.
Because if Ellard is the first one to get, he's probably not the first one to get a creature on the board, because Anna plays so many 1-drops. But if he's on the play, plays a land, she plays a creature, and then he immediately plays a creature before her creatures can attack, yeah, that's a big difference in how the tempo of the match is going to be.
Yeah, because now, we saw it last turn, last game actually. Anna already had 2 points of damage in before Ellard even had a creature down.
Exactly.
And then when Ellard wanted to block for the first time, there were already 2 creatures attacking, which meant that it was without anything. He was already on 16, and that was without Anna playing anything.
Yeah.
And she had already a bigger board. So
Exactly.
But if you translate that to being on the draw, then it would be, okay, you're 2-1 attacks into my 3/2. Okay, that in limited that seems like a bad deal. But here in standard, we're fine with that, because my Chupacabras will definitely overtake your 2/1s and your 1/1s.
Yeah.
So Eller's all about getting to that mid game, because that's where he rocks, as long as there's no frenzy on the board. And Anna is all about making sure that he doesn't reach the mid game, or at least not in a healthy fashion.
Like I said, that where he rocks, because I mean he is playing Golgari, and a traditional nickname of the green-black value archetype decks is actually the Rock.
The Rock.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Yeah.
All right, so Anna is already mulliganing to 6 here with her Boros aggro, and being down a card on the draw. Well, that is important for her, because Ellard, he is all about gaining incremental value from each and every card, and gaining 2-for-1s, and she is already mulliganing down to 5. But Anna, her creatures are plain and simple, just attacking bodies. Nothing more, nothing less. So she needs a clear density of cards to be able to push damage through, and every card that she is going to shuffle back into her library right now is damage points less to get her to the road to victory. So yeah, I'm
Definitely. But
curious to see if she can salvage a win out of mulligan to 5 on the draw.
But what I do like is, if you're an aggro deck and you curve out, there's still the possibility that your opponent just loses. If you just go 1-drop, 1-drop, 1-drop into Banished Marshal.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, I'm not sure how many she's playing, because she's playing white-red, so that's sometimes a little bit tricky. But that can be a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I mean, if Ellard has a little bit of a rough start and only has 1 creature, or he has 1 cast down for a 2/1, you're like, okay,
stumbles,
bam.
misses his 4th land drop, or anything like that, then
I mean, never count someone out. And certainly not before the game has started. But I agree with you. Starting on 5 is not less than ideal. Let's go with that.
Less than ideal.
But as you can see, the players are laughing and talking and chatting. So she's not down in the dumps.
Oh yeah, sure. No, and this is a perfect example of the spirit of the Dutch Open Series. I mean, it's a competitive tournament. It's about a lot of prize money. It's about qualifying for a Players Championship. But the atmosphere here is just fun, and everybody's chatting around, and everybody knows everybody, and it's a really fun setting, and players are even happy to be here with us in the feature match area. Players who never played each other before are just having a chat. It's a great vibe, and that's what we especially love about the Dutch Open Series. Not only the competitiveness, but also the fun of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely, but also I feel very inclusive. Like the people that know each other, obviously you're going to talk with each other.
Yeah.
But it's not like he's a stranger. Let's not talk to him or something. It's like, and sometimes
everybody mingles.
Yeah, cars of people come in and are like, hey, where are you from? This is your first time here? Oh, amazing!
Yeah.
And just you hear these conversations all through the day, and it's just. You think it's like just a small part of magic, but for me it matters so much that I'm having fun, because having fun when you're winning is really easy. It's like, hey, I beat this guy, and I
having
won
fun
this,
when you're
and
losing.
That's the tough part.
Yeah.
So,
and this is interesting because Elliot. Oh, too bad. I was going to say he didn't do anything on turn 2, and she had a turn 1 play. But there's the moment of craving we were talking about. Came in from the sideboard, gaining him 2 life while taking care of that Sky March Aspire, and then that is huge. I mean that swings. Uh-oh.
You called it.
Uh-oh.
You called it.
Uh-oh. He's missing his 3rd land drop. Now let's see if Anna has some more threats to deploy to the battlefield. There's a 2nd copy of Sky March Aspirant and a passing of the turn. So that's they both are having a little bit of a rough start, but Elliot's start is rougher.
Yeah, he does have a cast down, so he will be safe for another turn, but yeah, it's not great. The upside, however, is once he starts drawing lands, the floodgates open. I mean, then Anna will be in trouble.
And what's that card in front of? Is that a Planeswalker?
It could be a Johnny.
Is that a Johnny?
I like a Johnny. A Johnny's a good card.
Oh no, it was Takar the Honor Guard. Okay.
This is going to get cast down very quickly.
Oh yeah, because it shuts down the Merfolk Branch Rocker, it shuts down the Jade Light Ranger, it shuts down Ravenous Chupacabra for one of the important ones. So yeah, shutting down all enter the battlefield abilities for his creatures. He found his 3rd land drop, but he's still passing the turn.
I thought I saw a Reclamation Sage in the hand of Elliot.
Okay, so he came prepared for that Experimental Frenzy.
Yeah, but also for Legion's Letting in the pinch can also be the case.
Oh yeah, of course.
So there's something to say about him keeping it.
Okay.
There's also something for him to say about just casting it.
Yeah,
he's down
as a blocker.
Tempo. Yeah, just this is a 3-mana 2/1. That is very, very bad value.
Yeah, and now he didn't do anything, and here's 2, 4, 7 power of damage coming through on the back of a Heroic Reinforcement. So if this all comes through, that is a big swing for Anna, and he just spent his turn doing nothing.
And if he now doesn't draw a land, that's just like if he needs to draw a land because of the line he chose, he needs to draw a land and cast that Chupacabra here.
Yeah.
Oh,
and he did draw that land, and fortunately for him, it was 2 black and 2 green sources.
Ritual of Suit, away with your creatures.
And this is the board wipe of choice. Ritual of Shoot, 4 mana to destroy every creature with converted mana cost 3 or less. And luckily for him, that's all of Anna's creatures.
Definitely. This is a history of Benalia. So once again, the Reclamation Stage stopped paying off. So there's something to say about it, and drawing that 4th land makes it look really good, not casting that Reclamation Stage. I'm not sure whether or not it's better to cast it. I'm not saying it's a mistake.
Didn't?
But yeah, that's for me. It's always like, okay, the upside of not casting this and then drawing my 4th land is amazing, sure.
Yeah.
But if I don't draw it, man, am I screwed.
Oh yeah.
So, but now this is just an amazing sequence. This is just History of Benalia, one of the pillars of Boros Saga, why it's so great, and it's just 1-for-1.
Yep.
Because that Reclamation Stage will block that token gladly.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's something really important, even though, you know, it's just trades off, because it looks like a 1-for-1. Why is that so great? But because Elf, the only thing he needs to do is stabilize. Doing 1-for-1s is great, and History is one of the premium cards.
Yeah, and now he has 4 mana, and his whole hand opens up to just answer everything that Anna is going to produce from now on, or just simply develop his own board state and starts putting the pressure on Anna for a change.
Definitely. One thing that's interesting is this block is even better for Elch than usual, because he has this Graveyard Recurrence, the Golgari theme.
Oh yeah.
So
if you can find that Reclamation Stage later on in the game and reuse it on a different target,
with the Chupacabra included, because let's be honest, I want to get 2 creatures back. I don't want to stay with 1. So I just snap block this. Let's go for it, and then Chupacabra something else, and you know that now. I will get my engine going.
Yeah, my Golgari going.
Yeah.
As a Goblin Instigator creates a body of his own, but these are all just 1/1 bodies, and she doesn't even. Did she attack now?
No, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
I think she values the knight being a 2/2 higher than the reclamation stage, which is fine. I mean, she notices that she's not gonna out-tempo Ellard in 2 turns.
Exactly.
So sometimes it's better to conserve your better creatures, knowing, however, that Ellard still didn't play Ravenous Chupacabra. There's a good chance that your knight was gonna hit the bin anyway.
Probably one along the way, because. Just as you said, you want to savor those creatures. If you're not going to put on the pressure, you might as well save him. Hope that he doesn't have a second copy of Ritual of Shoot, and then create a wide board state for especially this card to take over the game again. And now she has 4 2-powered attackers again, and now she decides to turn them all sideways and trade off with his entire board, and hoping to ride these 2 tokens to victory, or lean on the top of her deck. But is that a 3rd copy of Heroic?
No, it's a Boros Challenger.
Ah, okay, a Boros Challenger.
An amazing card, by the way. I really like that card. But let's go back to the game. I think it really makes sense for Anna not to attack with the token if she has the reinforcement in hand. Because if your knight is a 3/3, but your opponent only has 2-powered creatures, then that knight becomes so much stronger.
Yeah.
That it really makes sense. And talking about Golgari.
Oh yeah, I mean this is exactly where Ellard wants to be. His Golgari Findbroker finds a Ravenous Chupacabra in the graveyard and says, "You are not done yet. Come again."
Can I just say, this is not only what Ellard wants to do. This is what people want to do. This is what you want to do, right? Just
this is the embodiment of people.
Yeah, no, the wishes of the people, of the mass. This is just, I mean, getting stuff back from the grave. Like, I use this, I killed a creature, I blocked something, I killed another creature. Now I get a creature to get the creature back that's going to destroy another creature and kill a creature.
I understand. Personally, I have never had the desire to get anything back from the graveyard.
Yeah, that, you're weird like that. But for me,
I mean, in real life.
Yeah, I know what you said.
Alright, so 2 Boros Challengers came into the battlefield for Anna, but that finality part from Ellard is insane here. He puts 2 +1/+1 counters on his Golgari Findbroker and just destroys her entire board again, creating it. Well, was that like a 2.5 for 1 or something?
Maybe even more. I like it. I think this card is just so great.
Yeah.
I mean, one side is just pure value, and the other side is just stabilizing. It makes the combination of card makes it good in every matchup.
Yeah.
Which makes it a main deck card, and I love to see it.
Wow.
And he's putting on the afterburners here. He's going for it, and I think it's really great because this had been 1 attack for was a 5/4. It's a 3/4 from its own, so it dealt 1 damage
5,
because it got -4/-4.
Yeah.
Now +5. Then now I would have liked to cast a Chupacabra, just make that Vanguard Indestructible, pay your 4 life, go ahead, I'll contempt it next turn, but I'm gonna just deal your Ravenous Chupacabra. No, this is a Flame Tongue Kavu to the face, thank you very much. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's either way, the line is I mean, it's his game to win, because I mean, Fresca's Contempt on the Adentor Vanguard, exiling it so she doesn't really even have the option, and this is just putting the nail in the coffin. He's casting a Seeker Squire, revealing a Vivian Reed.
Yeah, and he has a Chupacabra in his hand. I mean,
so
I
he gets
2 even.
Yeah, keep the card flow going, and cast another. Yeah, sure, another Golgari Findbroker. Yeah, get my Reclamation Stage back. Yeah, sure.
It's quite a hefty mid-range deck, yes.
Sure.
The most decks that I see, they play 1 Findbroker usually,
Okay.
and it's not a card I necessarily would want to bring in against Boros Aggro. So, and he didn't have it in the sideboard actually. So he plays at least 2 main. That's quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I like it. I'm a fan of just grinding. And if you expect a lot of control matchups or mirror matchups, and that card is just absolutely
that card is
bonkers.
insane. Yeah, it's one of the better cards in the Golgari list. Even if you're only playing 1, you're just always hoping to draw it, because it's a hefty mana cost, and that's something to consider as well, because you don't always have double green and double black. Even in a 2-color deck, that's not a guarantee.
No, definitely. And he's playing 2 indeed, so that makes sense. But
So
what
we
I
found
like
them
about it, he can just, they can recur each other. It just makes me happy.
Oh yeah, that's insane. Well, our production team is that good that they already selected a new backup feature match for us, which has started their game right now. And here we see An old favorite, Jeskai Control, well, splashing red for some new cards versus Boros Angels. And this is the mid-range Boros deck that I was expecting to be seeing here this weekend before the Pro Tour deck lists were spoiled.
Yeah, this is the old version, the more mid-range version.
But now you have the more mid-range version versus a control deck. If I'm on Wouter's side of the table, I would have loved to be the aggressive version versus a deck like Jeskai Control. Or don't you?
Yes and no. I mean, let's start with yes. But I definitely Clarion. It hurts every time the card is cast. It's like
it hurts your ears.
This joke did too. Okay, that was a good joke. No, I like it. But no, that card is just so amazingly good against you. Like, you have so many X1s and X2s, and there's no way for you to get them out of range. The only thing you can do is try to play around it, and that's quite difficult because it only costs 3 mana, and they can fire it whenever they want.
Oh yeah.
However, I believe Kalian missed his fourth
land drop. Yeah, if he was on the play, then yes, he missed his 4th land drop, and Wouter is already getting a 2nd night token of that History of Benalia, and that is a very important card, a very difficult card for Jeskai Control to deal with. And there is Aurelia.
Yeah, and this is a really big deal. Kalian last turn decided not to cast a removal spell for the night because he felt that his Deafening Clarion would gain more value if he waited 1 turn for the History of Benalia to get his 2nd night token into play. And that would pay off if this would have been a random 3/3 that Wouter cast. But Wouter says, no, I'm going to have none of that. I'm not going to walk into that trap. Here's my Aurelia. And this card is just amazing.
Oh yeah, this card does everything. I mean, we'll see if we can get Aurelia up on the screen for you so you can read along. But it's a 4-mana 2/5 flyer. It has Mentor, very important. You people playing in the Pro Tour, it has Mentor. I saw a lot of people missing that. But what it does, at the beginning of your combat step, you give something +2/+0. And these are white knights, so they gain Vigilance. And if it's red, it gains Trample. So those knights, well, the Vigilance kind of redundant, but that was a swing for 6 damage, and that's insane.
And that Deafening Clarion, sure, it looks good, but Aurelia is going to attack for 4 next turn again. And that's already being on 10.
For 4?
Yes.
That History of Benalia is coming off its triggers. Oh, that only gives knights. That only gives knights +2/+1.
That would be a good card.
Alright, so yeah, if she was a Night Angel, that would have been insane.
I like that.
But now she only hits for 4 Vigilance, Trample, and Flying.
Yep, and if Wouter, for instance, has something like a haste creature that he can play along with it, something like the War Leader's Boss, I believe it's called, the new Goblin Rebel Master. That's not exactly Rebel Master. You know which one I mean.
We'll call it the new Rebel Master, even though we know it's not actually the same.
That would be even better because that would be another 2 damage because of the Mentor trigger.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff like that is just insane.
Okay.
I don't think he necessarily plays it, although I would like to have it perhaps in my sideboard, depending on this list and a matchup. But it's definitely looking grim for Kalian. He's going to need to hit some land drops here.
Yeah, because I mean, what is he going to need to do to actually turn this game around in his favor? I mean, if he hits his 5th land drop, he is in Teferi territory.
Yeah, and our production team noticed the mistake. We didn't catch it at that moment, but now we talk about it, it's obvious. The History of Benalia had a trigger for the 2nd saga.
Oh, so that one didn't have haste?
No, so he couldn't attack.
Oh, okay.
So it was only an attack for 4, which leaves, depending on how early they caught it, because this is a judge thingy. Like, everyone knows what's happened, but we cannot go back 10 turns and change.
No, it was just last turn.
Yeah, so that's kind of, it depends, but I think this is still close enough that we can just rewind it, because not a lot of decision were hanging on this. The 2 damage that was.
No, I mean the Deafening Clarion was cast, but I mean probably Kalian can confirm that he was going to cast that anyway. If that knight had attacked or not, he probably is just happy to gain back 2 life. So
yeah, it's just good. And I want to thank Twitch chat because they're the people that spotted it.
Well, thank you very much to our viewers spotting that mistake, because this means that we get to rectify with our judges, and we have an amazing judge staff here on site, a regular judge staff, a lot of known faces that are with us with every Dutch Open series, and they are handling this as we speak.
and they're just making sure that they're checking. Did Wouter do this intentionally?
Yes.
Because that's very important. You need to make sure that it was a mistake and it was not something that you did on purpose.
Yeah. So this is going to take a little bit longer since the judges are in consideration on how to fix this. So we'll switch back to our main table to watch some more of Anna versus Ellert. Anna is now on the play again with her Boros aggro deck. Mulliganing again, but this time around, hopefully only to 6, and she is on the play, which is a very important piece of the puzzle for her to keep that pressure going. We've mentioned before she wants to get Ellert on the back foot and keep him on his back foot. So a 1-drop into another 1-drop or another 2-drop would be an amazing start, and if Ellert stumbles again, it kind of looked like he was going to, well, not lose, but he was in a bad spot that last game. He completely turned it around. But what does Ellert need to do on the draw to keep himself in this game, except for just simply casting a creature every single turn?
Casting a creature every single turn? No, he needs to make sure that he's very proactive, that he every turn he spends as much mana as possible.
Yes.
Because each mana that he spends is almost as powerful as Anna. Her early turns are more important, but his 2-drop is just as good as Anna's 2-drop. Well, not necessarily, because the board chances are a little bit better, but they're very competitive. So it's very important that he does that he plays something on 2, on 3, and on 4. And if he does that, then he has a chance to get there. But if Anna just goes 1-drop, 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 kill your blocker, attack you for a bunch, I mean, that just... It's nice that you spend all your mana, but you're still in big trouble.
Yeah.
So, can I just say that we kind of forget it, but I like the mulligan rule of scrying.
Oh yeah.
Like everybody, it's ingrained for me now.
I'm
not
so
even
normal
thinking about
now.
it. Yeah, but it's just amazing. It makes these games so much better because you lose so many percentage points by mulliganing.
Yeah.
Like mulliganing to 6, that reduces your win chance like 20% or something. Like really depends
that
on the
much?
deck
Yeah.
and the match.
Wow.
Yeah, it used to be really big. It's a little bit smaller now.
Yeah.
But keeping a bad end is even worse, obviously. So you still have to mulligan. Please don't stop mulliganing because I say you lose 20%. Now keeping a good 7 versus a good 6, that win percentage has changed quite a bit.
Yeah, okay. So she doesn't have a 1-drop to start with, but they both have a 2-drop, and I saw her having that Ajani in hand, so she did bring that in from the sideboard, and that is a powerhouse. I mean, I played against that card in M19 Limited a few times. That wasn't very much fun. It hasn't seen any standard play up until now, but we're going to see it right here in Anna's hand.
And this is interesting because that Tocatli Honor Guard is really good. With the Ajani you can buy it back and without pressure from Ellert, Ajani's not going anywhere, so that's amazing. However, there is no pressure. There's nothing to speak of from Anna because she cannot profitably attack. But look at this. This is a 3-mana 2/1. This is a Wreck Sage without an unwrecking Sage. This is
just
vanilla
2/1. Yeah.
There's not even a name for how
bad this is.
It's not like this is Hill Giant. No, this is no, it's not.
This is worse. But that Seeker Squire is doing work though, because that is a vanilla 1/2, and that is keeping those goblins in check here.
Yeah, definitely. And the Honor Guard would also, well, you can attack with it, but I wouldn't risk it.
And notably, Anna missed her 4th land drop. Now, for her deck, I guess that's normal to miss your 4th land drop. I don't know how many lands she is playing, but that means that she cannot cast Ajani on curve, and that is kind of an issue, because that would be an amazing play to just keep her currently active board state growing and growing and growing and overpowering Ellert here in the long run.
Yeah, and I really like Ellert. I think he had the cast down last turn as well, but he was mana efficient.
Yeah.
He went for I'm gonna play this random 2/1, and it sucks. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But that means the next turn I can double spell. Because otherwise he would have only cast 2 spells with 3 + 4, 7 mana available, and now he passed 3 spells. Yes. His cards are less powerful, so he's giving up card equity, but he's gaining tempo, and that's all that he needs for now.
Yeah.
And incidentally, he's very good against the Ajani that's still not on the battlefield, because sorry,
you interrupted yourself here.
Yes,
I mean,
did.
Vivian Reed entering the battlefield, and she comes in with 5 loyalty counters. Immediately goes up to +1, looking at the top 4 cards, and he can choose whatever creature he would like.
or land.
or land, but I mean,
No,
if I'm Ellard, I'm choosing a creature here.
I mean, if you have finality in hand, that 6 land is looking awfully interesting.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
it is. He does go for the Merfolk Branchwalker here. So,
but this is really good because Vivian Reed is not like the greatest card on this board.
no.
But what it does is it creates a roadblock or a life buffer, if you will.
Yeah.
While also providing some card advantage, because apparently he doesn't have one of his big spells. He doesn't have a Ritual of Suit. He doesn't, although it would not be great
No, it
against
wouldn't
2
be-
Vanguards.
yeah.
But he doesn't have a fine finality just yet. He's waiting to get those big spells. But
Yeah.
it's good to make sure that you are proactive, even if your Planeswalker dies now. I mean, that he's going to soak at least 6 damage.
Oh yeah.
I'm a fan.
That's draw a guard, gain 5 life, 6 life. So yeah.
Yeah,
That's okay.
And it's very difficult to kill the Vivian Reed here because of the 2 blockers. It's very
Yeah.
easy to you have to really commit to killing the Vivian, and if you overcommit to the Vivian, then you're like, okay, fine, you try to deal 12 damage to my Vivian Reed.
Yeah,
sure, it dies.
And then what?
And if you commit too few, then he will just make sure that he goes to 1, get another card going,
Yep.
make sure that you get some more value.
Play 2 new creatures on the board.
Planeswalkers are such an intricate detail. Oh boy.
And she decides to go for the aggro plan here because, as mentioned, she also does have that Planeswalker of her own, which is well more built for the long run. But she decides to go for heroic reinforcements, and that creates 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 power of attackers here.
Quick
2
math.
of which, well, it wasn't that quick, but 2 of which
I'm trying
can
to
be
give you a
can be
compliment.
indestructible.
Yeah, no, indeed, and it's a lot of damage.
And importantly, that Seeker Squire is now a jump blocker and is not the same roadblock it was for the Ardento Vanguards before, because if he blocks with the Seeker Squire, she has to pay 4 life to make it indestructible, and now she doesn't. Now it's just jump blocking.
That was all on you. That was, I don't care about your Vivian Reed. That was face.
Yes.
Ins Gesicht, as
Yes,
they
well,
call it here.
If you're going for this plan, I wouldn't expect her to go after Vivian Reed. I mean, this looks like an aggressive, a woman that knows what she wants, and she wants to get Golgari dead.
Kill him dead.
And
That's the
and
plan.
this time, dead. Not getting back from the graveyard dead.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I think it's a good play. And looking at Ellard, it looks like this is going to be a board wipe or bust situation.
Yeah, I mean, how much? The least amount of damage that is coming through is 8. And then he's throwing away 2 creatures. I mean, she will happily pay 8 life to save him. And with this block, she doesn't even have to.
Yeah. But I can see this in a form where you just say, okay, I'm gonna go for a board wipe. I might as well prevent the most damage, and then do this. And what's interesting, if that Seeker Squire, if that would have been a 2/3, then they would both block the Vanguards. Then she would have to pay 8 life to keep him alive.
Yes.
If you then cast a Ritual of Suit, she cannot pay 2 again because that's
No,
just a-
exactly.
so-
Then they die definitely. Yeah.
But that's not the case here, and I don't think Ellard has a Ritual of Suit.
But
anyway,
do you? Yeah, he's giving up both creatures, but wouldn't you? No, you wouldn't switch him around because the Jadelight Ranger now kills the Goblin Instigator. So yeah, I guess this makes perfect sense. But yeah, it's a shame that you can't have her pay 4 life in the process, while the results would be the same. So.
but usually this is not a race.
No.
It's not like, well, Anna really needs to be aware of her life total. She will happily go to 1 as long as it's not 0.
Yeah.
Because there's very little damage that Ellard can do from this board
Yeah.
position. It's not like he can Flame Tongue Cafu her face. Well,
No.
There's always an optional choice at least.
Yes.
So now this means that Ellard needs something here. He's gonna need something big because his life total is dwindling fast.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this was an attack for 4, 6, 8, 10. So it was for 8, I guess, because his life total says 12 right now. I'm not sure that's correct. One of the Ardento Vanguards was blocked. The Goblin Instigator was blocked, so that's 2, 4, 6. Yeah, 8, 10. I'm counting 10 damage.
Yeah, I think we're missing something, but I also count to 10.
Yeah.
So that's interesting to see if there's a...
This is huge. Now he commits a Wild Growth Walker onto the battlefield, and then a Merfolk Branchwalker, which explores. Oh, and another Merfolk Branchwalker, gaining 6 life in the process.
I like these
Holy
cards.
smokes!
I like Wild Growth Walker. That card
Wow.
is such a beating. Oh,
Yeah, but that is also one of your best cards versus Boros aggro, isn't
Absolutely,
it? I mean,
absolutely.
being a 1/3, stopping all the 2-1s and 1-1s, even the 2-2s for some amount of time, and then growing incrementally while gaining you life. That is just an insane value to have versus something like Boros Aggro.
I think Anna has another heroic reinforcement in hand. I mean, Wild Growth Walker and all is nice, but this is a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, but he's back on 18.
18 is a lot.
That's a lot.
Did he gain life from the... It didn't cost a Moment of Craving, right? That was last game that he did.
Yeah, that was last game. We haven't seen a Moment of Craving yet.
So then, are we certain that his life total is correct? I'm pretty sure that our table spotters can look into that just to make sure that we're not missing something.
Yeah.
But I think I'm not missing something, but it often happens to be the case that I do miss something. But we'll get into that just to make sure that everything is fine, because that's priority number one, making sure
exactly.
that the game is exactly as it's supposed to.
Representation of the board state is very, very important.
And perhaps only our life total here is incorrect and the players have it correct. That's also possible.
That's also possible.
It sometimes happens.
Yeah.
But they're getting into it.
But you mentioned she has another copy of Heroic Reinforcement, but now Ella has created a board state of a 3/5 creature, a 2/1 and a 3/2. Now the 2/1 and the 3/2 don't do all that much, but that 3/5 is a great blocker. She's going to cast Heroic Reinforcements, representing 2 more tokens, being 2/2 for this turn. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and then 2 times 4. So that's 18 damage. So she is presenting a lethal attack force. And by the looks of it, she's doubting between Ajani and the Heroic Reinforcement, but this looks like an Ajani to me.
Yeah, you can't get there with reinforcements, because best case, if Ella just decides to block the Vanguards to prevent the most damage, and then one of the tokens, that would be only 8 damage. Ella would go to 10. He would explore again, because that's what his deck does.
Yeah.
Gain some life back, and you're not creating momentum, so it doesn't pay off. The downside here, however, is he just showed a Vraska's Contempt. Anna knows that's on top.
Yes.
So casting Ajani into that Contempt, I kind of like going for the reinforcement. Ellard perhaps goes for the Vanguard to exile that, and then you could then cast Ajani. But
so what she's actually doing here, she's casting that Ajani, -2ing, getting back the Goblin Instigator, creating 2 more bodies for that heroic. The Cuddly Honor Guard, also fine. Creating another body for the Heroic Reinforcements, knowing that Ellard is going to spend his Vraska's Contempt and probably the bigger part of his turn to get rid of that Ajani.
Yeah, but
setting up a bigger turn. Yeah.
That Honor Guard kind of shuts off the Wild Growth Walker, because Explorers enter the battle trigger, so it directly cancels that out, and that makes it so that this makes sense as a play, because that Honor Guard is a premium target for Ella to kill, as well as the Ajani, because that card is just going to create so much value.
Yeah.
And next turn, if you just Heroic Reinforcements plus your Ajani, there's so much coming in there. So yeah, there's going to be a whole lot of Ella to chew through.
Yeah.
However, he's more than equipped with his board, and he just goes, okay, you're going to pay 8 life.
Yep, she is.
Let's see if you want to go Ritual of Suit on me.
So she's paying 8 life to get rid of a 2/1. That's rough.
Yeah, that's.
She just wants to keep that board state clear for that Heroic Reinforcements to take over the game in the next turn.
Yeah, but it makes sense. Her life total, she would pay another 7 to kill another creature.
Yeah.
And if she could, she would pay 8, but then that's a little bit of a problem. But like the only life point that matters is the last one.
But what I'm concerned with is if he can produce another 2 creatures here, then Vivian Reed is also in ultimate territory, and that means his creatures all gain indestructible and +2/+2.
And Trample, and Vigilance.
And some more,
No, but the Trample is actually really relevant.
Trample and Vigilance, the combination of those, that means that he can push on the attacks, pushing guaranteed damage through, while still keeping back his creatures. And now we see a Vraska's Contempt only to Cuddly Honor Guard, following it up with a 2-drop.
Yeah, I think this is going to Seek Aspire. Yeah.
Oh,
that's why he did it. He just wants to get this, gains him 5 life.
Yeah.
Like that Ajani is fine, but that Vivian Reed needs to get off the table, because if Vigilance, Trample, and Indestructible +2/+2, I mean that Wild Growth Walker is now a 4/6 with +2/+2. That's a 6/8. That means that Anna will have to. She cannot no longer freely attack with the Vanguards, because she only has 8 life, and then with the ultimate looming, I mean that can be game over in 1 attack.
Now she's really in trouble, because she has to get rid of that Vivian Reed, but then again, she's probably throwing away some creatures in the process, and that's exactly what Elad wants her to do.
Yeah, and his life totals matters here. Because if you were on 13, or let's say something like 7, then we're talking. Because then that heroic reinforcements is going to be heroic, and they're going to be reinforcement.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, now what I have to do is deal you as much damage as possible, and make sure to deal 1 damage to Vivian Reed, so she cannot ultimate. And then next turn hope to draw another reinforcement, and then the turn after draw another one, something like that. I mean, it's going to be. Oh, this is.
That was a
that would be a good plus.
A slight misstep. A plus to get a Goblin Instigator back would be insane indeed, but it's a +1 to get 2 +1/+1 counters on different creatures, and I mean. He's at a comfortable 23, so what you were saying is when he's on a lower life total, she can just ignore the Vivian Reed, ignore the emblem, because, well, yeah, sure, your creatures gain indestructible, but I have more of them, and I just walk around them, and yeah, sure, some die in the process, but you are too. Yeah,
so you're not indestructible, your creatures are.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, definitely, and you can always like make sure that you send 1 creature at Vivian Reed, and even if it's just a pesky 1/1, are you gonna block that 1/1 to make sure you get the ultimate? Then you're gonna take another Vanguard to the face. Well, he has 3 creatures, so in this case it's okay. But yeah, this is very troublesome. And Anna wisely puts the counters on the Vanguards. I think I like that.
Yeah.
Because now Elad has to block. Well, actually, it's all relatively fine.
She's going for not the full attack.
No, because if Elad would choose to decide to keep 2 creatures alive, then she would just die on the backswing.
Okay.
So this is a tactical choice, because he cannot keep 3 creatures alive.
Yeah, and here we see it. That was all aimed at Vivian Reed, and Elad's like, yeah, sure, I got my value out of her, and I'm willing to sacrifice her now to save me. Well, how many damage was that? That was insane. That was 2, 4, 6, 8, and then something rather more.
And 10. There's 10 from the Vanguards and 8 from the tokens.
Yeah, so that's 18 damage that Vivian Reed just prevented right there.
Yeah, perhaps only the tokens attacked. Elad. I could see something like a split, and looking at being Elad, I would go, yeah, sure, I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna kill your token and slam you back. Like, let's see who the aggro decker here is. Let's not take any risk. But
did I see correctly that he has a second copy of Vivian Reed in his hand, or am I mistaken?
That's a Ritual of Suit. Don't need that. I have more creatures than you.
Yeah. Yeah, and this one gets a counter, and I gain 3 life, and
everybody gets a counter.
And that's a fine finality. I would like to keep that one.
That's a fine card. That's a fine card.
That can stay on top, because now he has a Jade Light Ranger on 3 toughness and a Wild Growth Walker on, well, infinite toughness. Oh, this is insane.
Hey. You liking Golgari now?
No, I'm okay, yeah, sure.
You liking Golgari now? He doesn't want to say it, but he does. He does.
Sure.
Whew. See?
Yeah,
Golgari is fun.
The only downside is that you have to put the 2 +1/+1 counter creature +1/+1 counters from finality onto the same creature, so he can only keep one of them if he chooses to go for the finality.
Oh, what a shame! Now I only kill you with my Wild Growth Walker.
But I can see him just casting Find and getting 2 Explore creatures back
for fun. I mean, he's at 35. I mean, sometimes you just have to go for it.
If you do that, he's at 41. And she's on 3 already.
If he gets back to like 2 Jade Light Rangers, that's 47.
Yeah, that's
I'm just going to go to 100 and just say, yeah. I'm taking my time here in the coverage booth.
Well,
I'm just going.
Taking time isn't really the option they have, because turns are being called. So this is Anna's first turn in extra turn. So Elad will get 2 more attack steps to finish her off. So he will be putting up the pressure. And I mean, the only thing she can do is maybe salvage a draw out of this.
Yeah, that fine finality. It's just gonna sweep the board.
Yeah, that's lethal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's lethal already. Yeah.
Again, we can call it nice and like, oh, maybe we can do this. But I don't think Elad will miss that he has lethal.
No, I was all in the plan of I'm going to find 2 explore creatures, gain some more life, progress my board state even further, and run over that way. But yeah, that's just lethal.
Yeah,
so
killing stuff is pretty good.
If he's wise, he'll just kill her dead.
And if you switch it around a bit, if you target one of the rangers, then you spread it out in case she has like a removal spell for your Wild Growth Walker.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have another attack step after that, so.
And Anna, I mean, she isn't. she's putting up a real fight, because there's a third copy of heroic reinforcements in her hands. She just got back a goblin instigator from the graveyard, so that means that she's going to produce 2 more bodies and have a full swing available to her. But I mean, it's not enough. She's going to die on the next turn. She knows that
24 damage. 24 damage.
Yeah.
And Ellett can take it on the chin and say, sure, now it's my turn.
Yeah, exactly. Now she follows it up with the history of Benadia, but she knows the writing's on the wall, and maybe she's hoping that he will find 2 more creatures and then play 2 more creatures and then attack again, and she can jump block a little bit and then swing back for the full amount. But no, I mean, he knows what's up. He knows what's up. Bam! Slam it onto the table. Put 2 counters here. You are dead. I don't really like putting the 2 counters here, though. I mean, I don't know what she has in hand for the last card, but that was a small risk to take, to be that confident to say, these 2 counters go here, and then I'm going to kill you with this, because the Wild Growth Walker was the key card that won him this match.
Yes. That card, if it can go unanswered, is just backbreaking.
If it would have been just a regular body, if you didn't tack on the life gain, this game probably would have been over already. But tacking on that 3 life gain for every creature he played since, that is an insane amount of value he gained.
And can I just say, I like this so much. I mean,
you like Golgari, I know.
Yeah, I do like Golgari. But what I really like, Wild Growth Walker, standard staple, right? You saw that card being spoiled and you're like, okay, this card is busted. This card aggro cannot beat at all. No, I was like, man, this could, if there's enough explore, this could be a good pick. I mean, it's a 2 mana 1/3. That's acceptable.
You look at that card, and the funny thing is, it wasn't even a high draft pick.
No, because there wasn't enough explore in the format.
There wasn't really an archetype around it, so yeah.
It was fine, and if you get the deck together, it would be good. Because it's a 2 mana 1/3. If it gains you if you have 1 trigger, then it's already a value. But yeah, you couldn't get 3. It was not like, okay, this card is busted. We're gonna draft Explore today, boys.
No.
So this, but I like it so much that at first it wasn't really a card. Sometimes you saw it in the sideboards in some like before. But now with the rotation, new cards come in the spotlights. Cards that you didn't expect. And I like the cards.
I love that about Standard. I mean, it's true. Sometimes your cards lose value because of the Standard rotation. But I really love that how Standard makes it that every year we get a brand new format. Established archetypes just go out of the window. New cards come in. Cards that weren't even a thing before are now just staples. So yeah, that's the amazing part about Standard that I really love.
Yeah, definitely something like Chainwhirl last.
Oh yeah, Chainwhirl.
And we're like, Chainwhirl, Tokers are unbeatable. Yeah. And then now like Chainwhirl goes, okay, Tokers are back, Chainwhirls are out.
I hear the pairings are being posted for round number 2, so we're going to take a 5-minute break to get some new feature matches into the feature match area. Don't go anywhere, and we're back after these messages.
All the time. All the time. I need to spend some time by myself checking these lights, flickering closer and closer, and go and give me something real, something that I can relate to, like branches breaking beneath my feet, and run deep into the night, ignite my soul in flames, and go deeper, always deeper, and yet deeper, and I'll try to stay true to what I find and remain in the light of all of these stars moving above me. And ooh, tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. This wave is pushing me up high. I'm in for the free ride, picking up its pace even more, and go look up at me now and where these tunes have brought me, considering where I came from, and run deep into the night, ignite my soul in flames, and go deeper, always deeper, and yet deeper, and I'll try to stay true to what I find in the main, in the light of all of these stars moving above me. And ooh, tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. Makes me feel so good. Makes me feel so good. Run deep into the night, ignite my soul in flames and go deeper, always deeper and yet deeper. And now, ooh, tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. 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 I've waited a long time, waited behind the line, saw it changing right before my eyes. I met up with strangers, I tried to twist and turn. Always moving, always more to come, never changing, just a different view. But I'll try to learn from you if you let me in your life.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dutch Open series. My name is Bas and this here is Brent. And we are almost ready for round number 2 in our standard Open. We've seen some amazing magic already. Anna Vervat on Boros Aggro. Unfortunately she wasn't victorious over Golgari. So everybody rooting at home for Golgari, well, congratulations. You got one.
One down, 6, 7, 10 to go with the top
10
8.
to go.
Easy.
So, of course, everybody today that participates in our main event is receiving, as you are accustomed from us, a playmat. And we are sponsored by Ultra Pro, and we'd like to thank Ultra Pro very, very much for this opportunity. And this time around, even better, because we have Titus Lunter and Susanne Helmich, two of Magic the Gathering's artists who collaborated as husband and wife to create this awesome new playmat for us. The Dutch Roar the Lion from Suzanne with the background from Titus. It's just an amazing piece, and everybody playing in our main event is receiving one of these playmats. So thank you very much to Titus and Susanne for that one.
And they're here all weekend long as well.
Yep.
Just to talk with people, to sign stuff, to make altars.
Oh man, I've seen some amazing altars.
I submitted one yesterday.
Oh yeah.
It's actually ready right now, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm stuck here with you guys, which is not a bad place to be. But God, I want to see my altar.
Yeah.
I'm just dying, but I'm gonna have to need some patience.
Yeah. So that is our main event, but of course the Dutch Open Series doesn't just stop with our main events. We also host qualifier tournaments throughout the entire country with our Dutch Open Series partners. You see For Your Games, Magicers and Magic United hosting Modern, Sealed, Standard and Legacy qualifiers every single weekend. except for when we host our main events, of course, because then everybody should be here. But every Saturday or Sunday you can pick your format and just play in your local game store and earn buys and free entry to one of our main events. So all the while you gain Dutch Open Series points for our leaderboard.
And that's very important.
And that's very important. We'll get back to we'll have a quick look at the leaderboard for this year. Jelko Bodues, currently not here, but at the Pro Tour, as well as Leon van der Linden. But I saw Terence Serrarens and Lawrence van der Beek both yesterday. And with every tournament that you play, you gain Dutch Open Series points, qualifying you for our Players' Championship at the end of the year. So we'll get into the details later on, but for now we have selected a new feature match, and these players have already drawn their opening hands and are pretty much ready to start. So let's head down to the feature match area and see what's up over there. We have René van Hoorn on Mono Blue. Yes, I like this. Versus Nigel Verstegen on IZ Phoenix. And our table spotter is commenting on his sleeves. I guess he likes them, or not.
He's petting the dragon, I think.
He's petting the dragon, as it were. So, IZ Phoenix. Of course, I am rooting for IZ Phoenix. But this Mono Blue list, this is something spicy. Gabriel Nassif, he won a Grand Prix with it.
And it's just an amazing deck. I mean, there was Mono Blue versus Mono Red in the finals of a Grand Prix.
Yeah.
That's flashbacks.
Oh yeah, I mean that's just flashbacks to the Theros side of things. But this deck is all about, again, Ixalan Rivals of Ixalan draft commons. I mean that draft format has made an incredible constructed format here.
Yeah, but look at it. Is it Phoenix? The Cackling Drakes and Enigma Drakes. Those are commons and unks. Those are not mythic. Those are not Glory Bringers and Rekindling Phoenixes. No, we're talking about 0/4s that you need to enable to do something. We're looking at a 1/1 for 1, which is unblockable. Well, good for you. My Chain Whirler will eat that up. But there are no Chain Whirlers.
No.
This is just... And now, if there's a Curious Obsession on this card, Nigel is going to be in a world of hurt.
So I'm going to ask you a interesting question. I hope it's an interesting question. What if you decided to sleeve up Goblin Chain Whirler? What would happen?
That depends on what your matchup is.
Because versus IZ Drakes, it doesn't do anything, right?
No, it's a 3-mana 3/3 which deals 1 damage, which is fine, but not amazing.
Yeah.
But it's great against some decks, and it's not so good against other decks. And it really depends on what you face. If you play against the Boros aggro or Mono White or Green White tokens, it can be great.
Insane, yeah.
But if you play against Izzet Drake, Golgari and Jeskai Control, it's a 3-mana 3/3.
Yeah,
so that's why it's not as great as it was, because not every deck suffers from it, and that matters a lot.
Right, so basic islands all the way for René as he opens up with his unblockable little 1/1, and he's going to try to protect that one and ride it to victory. And you can usually see a Mono Blue deck slapping some enchantments onto it, some Curious Obsessions or some of some sorts. But this looks like a little bit of a slow start for
it can be a trickster.
René. Oh, it can be a Merfolk Trickster. Yeah, sure.
Like
they
card.
also play flash creatures, and they give another wizard hexproof. But funnily enough, a lot of these Merfolks are wizards.
The trickster is that you tap a creature and then it loses all
Oh,
abilities.
I'm sorry. Yes, exactly.
That's alright.
Yeah,
but it is very interesting card because it can sometimes take out if you have something like a flyer, you can make sure that something else doesn't have flying.
Yeah.
Maybe we should put it up to get some to get it as well, to make sure that everybody knows what we're talking about. Also the viewers at home, because I can imagine that this draft common is not exactly your staple.
Yes, the Dominaria uncommon, a 2/2 flash, and when it enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls and it loses all abilities indeed. So you can do this also mid-combat to have a creature, just like you said, lose flying or lose first strike or lose any relevant ability that would do something in combat. And I know it's already tapped in combat, but that part doesn't really matter. So you can either stop it from attacking, stop it from blocking, or have it lose all abilities in the midst of combat.
And I like it for something like Enigma Drake or something.
Oh,
it
yeah.
becomes a 0/4.
Yeah.
Tarmogoyf is a 0/1.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not always relevant because it taps oftentimes.
Yeah.
But I just like the fact that it says lose all abilities. the shenanigans in me just go, what can we come up with?
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I'm thinking about.
And this is the funny thing about that mono blue deck. It's all about protecting your smaller little threats, deploying them early and then riding them to victory throughout the rest of the game. And you see multiple cards doing this. You see Dive Down in these deck lists. You see this little Siren Pirate Wizard, because they also play Wizard's Retort, the Wizard counterspell.
Almost counterspell.
Yeah, the Wizard's counterspell. So a lot of creature types that you wouldn't expect to be on there. I mean, this is a pirate card from Ixalan, and it's a wizard, and it can also protect another creature. While sacrificing itself, but I mean, sacrificing yourself for the greater good. That should be something that Golgari aficionado would be happy to hear.
As long as there's a Curious Obsession on my card, I will sacrifice the rest of my board for that. Because that's really the bread and butter, and that's what René's missing here. I mean, sure, he has something, and he has a Spell Pierce in hand, so he can get rid of this shock, and yes, sure, you get something, but what is your return? This is like a Delver deck with an unflipped Delver.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he decides not to go for the spell. Did you see a Spell Pierce in his hand?
I think that.
That's in front. Yeah, a spell. So he had the opportunity to go for the Spell Pierce here, or sacrifice the Siren Storm Tamer, but he chose to just let it go. Why did he do that? Because
it's Elsa.
Okay.
That's why he let it go.
Okay.
But
oh my god.
That was bad.
Yes, but he did have the Essence Scatter for the upcoming Drake, so maybe he decided to keep his flyer around. Because that is also, against the Izzet Phoenix deck, that's not practically indestructible, because Nigel's creatures, except for Goblin Electromancer, which is, actually an enchantment, I guess, is just as important, but yeah.
No, I like not using the Spell Pierce, because your plan is not to win with a 1/1. Your plan is to win with
a 4/3. 4/4.
That's already better than a 1/1 at least. But what is important is that you want, if there was a Curious Obsession on that 1/1, I can guarantee you that it was going to be protected.
Oh yeah.
But without the Obsession, it's just a 1/1, and this is just a shock against a 1/1. That's something you can take. Certainly, if you have another creature which you can still equip.
Yeah, and seeing now that he committed a Tempest Djinn to the board, that is a more important creature to protect in the long run than the Merfolk Mistbind. No.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Merfolk.
I think you're right.
Oh, man.
Mistbinder.
No, that's the Merfolk Lord. I'm mistaken.
Darn.
All right. I'll get to it.
No, also not Herald. Right?
I'll get to it.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Oh,
and now people at home are like, "Geez, how do these guys not know even the simplest?"
Why are they in the booth?
Yeah, we don't know either. But
it's not even called Merfolk. Okay.
Type in Bringer. We're gonna get to this.
We're gonna get to this. Okay, so the Siren Storm Tamer and the Tempest Djinn opposing an attacking force, but an Enigma Drake which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power already.
There's an opt.
There is an Arclight Phoenix in his graveyard and an Enigma.
I don't think there's Arclight Phoenix.
He discarded it to the Charter Course, so
I think there is.
Yeah,
good choice with me, right?
Yeah.
Now, so that would mean that there are 4 instances. So this is a 4/4, and the Tempest Djinn is a 5/4. So
yeah,
it's way better.
But he did decide not to attack with it because I believe he's going to find a different answer to that Enigma Drake before he starts swinging in his creatures.
This would be nice if you would get 3, because he's going to discard the Phoenix.
Yeah.
And then
if you can chain 3 spells together here, this would be an insane turn. But those Arclight Phoenixes can't really attack into that Tempest Djinn.
So with the Lava Coil, they can.
Yeah, he does need to find... Oh, he already has the Lava Coil in hand. Okay.
Quick math.
Yes.
No, but the problem, or the challenge that Nigel is facing is that René is still holding that Spell Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
And if you try to Lava Coil something without the mana open, then at least that makes the Arclight Phoenix... Oh, I like...
Oh.
I'm not... I like the idea, at least.
Okay, but as an additional cost, he already discarded, so it's kind of neat to try and spell piece that, because if they go for it, they discarded an extra card, so that's practically a 2-for-1. But you know they're discarding a card that they really don't need in their hand, something like an Arclight Phoenix. But yeah,
looking at this with the Tormenting Voice for this late in the game, discarding a Phoenix, that feels like a setup.
Yeah,
that feels like somebody went, all right, I'm gonna go for a Phoenix turn here.
Yeah.
And then if you're gonna try and stop that, the third spell you cannot. If you try to stop the third spell, you're screwed because then they're gonna come back. Yeah. You can stop the second spell, but why not try to stop the first spell? Which has an extra cost. Because if they decide not to pay, then that's very costly.
Yeah. Just don't take care of the final answer, but just stop the plan before it even happens.
Yeah, and it's a plan. I think it's a very intricate decision to make. But he thought about it and he made an active decision, and I can see the reasoning why. And then if whether or not it's the right choice is always very difficult.
Oh yeah, sure.
But I like that he's thinking further and like, okay, this spell pierce, it's going to lose value over time. Yeah. Because at some point he's going to have so much mana that it's less relevant. And it's just very important to pick a battle which you think you can win.
Yeah, exactly.
Just now with 2 Siren Storm Tamers up, he can protect stop almost any spell. And if his 2 creatures can connect another turn, then Nigel is very close to that.
Yeah, exactly. And now Nigel doesn't even have 3 spells to play anymore. So he goes for a second copy of Enigma Drake, which catches a Wizard's Retort for only 2 mana, because I have 2 Wizards in play.
And this is amazing, because he still has the Siren Storm Tamers up to protect his creatures.
Yep.
The Enigma Drake can't really block because of that Warcry Marauder, so he's going to have to attack with it. Now that's actually fine. I like to attack with Enigma Drake. But you do your thing, you go attack. But I'm going to swing back, and you're going to be at a very, very low life total.
Yeah, so here we go. Goblin Electromancer joins the party, setting up a bigger turn for later. He's keeping on through that Lava Call and that Shock. Probably setting up a later turn where he can chain together 3 spells to get both those Arclight Phoenixes back from his graveyard. Choosing not to go for the Lava Call.
On board.
Okay. I wasn't counting, but yeah.
Nigel wasn't as well, I think, because otherwise he would at least try to Shock or Lava Coil.
Yeah.
But he had 9 power in the air, and the Enigma Drake would be tapped and lose flying, so it couldn't block, and the Electromancer still doesn't have flying. Yeah. So that's the end for Nigel for this.
So mono blue in the hands of Rene van Horn, our sealed champion from yesterday.
Yes.
I mean, this guy's here to battle. He came into sealed yesterday, took down the Swiss portion with a sealed deck, then drafted a Guilds of Ravnica deck and rode that one all the way to the finals and was victorious. So congratulations, Rene, on taking the entire tournament down yesterday, and good luck with Mono Blue today. So our backup table is also shuffling for their second game rather. So let's have a look at the sideboards for these 2 players and see how this fares in the post-board matchup. So Rene is really keen on having that threat in play and protecting it, and preferably a unblockable threat, because Izzet Phoenix also plays flyers of their own. Yeah. So just having flying is not enough. So how is he going to progress that game plan in the post-board matchup?
Well, I want to start with, there are no rares in his. Warcry Marauder is a rare, right?
Warcry Marauder is a rare, yes.
So he's playing 1 rare in his sideboard.
Yes.
That's pretty rare.
And that's also a very large appeal to the mono blue deck.
It's cheap.
Yeah.
It's like 10
€10
for the entire deck.
Yeah.
I like it. But But for this, something like an Exclusion Mage could be very interesting, because getting Izzet Phoenix has a few key creatures, and stopping that's pretty good. I can see things like Negate, because there's going to be some fights going on with trying to protect your spells, and there are some cards in your deck that are less good post board, so it's good to take those out. I think Surge Mare seems like a pretty good card to bring in.
It's protection from red, right?
I'm 90% sure. The other 10 always has me second guessing. I always do this. Like I know this from I know this from the bottom of my mouth. I know it. But what if I'm wrong? Now, it's the same with the Mistcloaked Herald that we just talked about. The one can't be blocked. I knew it was called Herald, and I said like Mistcloaked Merfolk, Mistweaver Merfolk. I was close, but I was incorrect at the end.
Herald.
Mistcloaked Herald.
Not Steve, not Peter. Herald.
Oh jeez, it's gonna be a long day.
Okay, so Surge Mare's coming in. Any more counter magic coming in from Rene's side of the table?
I like the negates. The Disdainful Stroke are a little bit narrow, because the only thing that we've seen so far is the Cackling Drake.
And the Arclight Phoenix, but you really don't want to counter that one. It's rarely being hardcasted anyway.
That's not what you want to do. You want to be the proactive player, and you want to protect your threats. You don't want to wait on a card for 8 turns and then finally counter and break with it. So, but looking at the other side, there's some spicy things.
Oh yeah, we've got the big daddy himself, Niv Mizzet.
Oh, I like him.
Oh, that's such an amazing card. He also has Disdainful Strokes. I guess those aren't coming in from his side of the table. He does have Negate. Beacon Bolt might be a nice answer to something. But 3 more copies of Lava Coil. That's some hefty stuff. But also a Fiery Cannonade. Now we know the Silent Storm Tamer is a pirate. The rest isn't.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's actually a pirate. You never know when it's going to matter, but sometimes it just does, and you go, oh right, it's a pirate.
Yeah.
Oh man, did I screw myself over here? But yeah, I really like the lava coils. Just have some more removal. Yeah, it's cheap and it's efficient, and it's important. But for the Niv Mizzet, it's a little bit slow. You already are the late game deck. You are the one that if you survive the pressure from Mono Blue, you're doing quite alright. And there's not a lot Renee can bring in that will change that, except Surge Mag. But that's also not a late game card. That's just a hard to beat card.
Usually the smaller deck tries to go a little bit bigger in post-board matchups, but the already bigger deck doesn't really have to go even bigger, and that's what those cards are for. And then things like Firemind's Research, Search for Escanta, those are really for control matchups. Too slow for something like Mono Blue to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. And what you try to do is take out cards that are less interesting or less relevant in that matchup, and then bring in against the smaller deck. You bring in efficient, cheap cards.
Yeah.
Usually that is removal because that makes it more sense. But it can also be something like we talked about last round, a Deadeye Tracker, just a 1-mana 1/1, just to be a roadblock. It doesn't need to be great, it just needs to do its job. For 1 mana, you can't expect a lot more than a 1/1.
So what you're saying is every card needs to have a little interaction tacked onto it, and if it doesn't interact with my opponent's board, then it's out of the deck.
Yeah, because you can have like a Carnage Tyrant against red-white, and sure, late game that's going to be great. I mean, if I have a Carnage Tyrant and you have 2/1s, sure, that's going to look
Carnage
good.
Tyrant, of course it's going to be good.
Yeah, but you don't. If you have a Carnage Tyrant and you're looking at them, they're just swarming with 2/1s and 1/1s, and you go like, oh, this looks awfully bad if I now play
one
this.
dinosaur versus 6 vampires is still just one dinosaur.
It's not like they can swarm the dino and kill it. Nah, that's
No,
going
that's
into
not
much
how it
fantasy here. No, they're just gonna pass right by that dinosaur. He's gonna kill one vampire, and that's just not how it works.
What if you get a vampire dinosaur going?
That's possible.
Is it?
I'm not sure if it's in standard, but definitely there are quite a few. If you look at Olivia
type alterations.
Olivia Voldaren, I believe she makes vampires, and then
Yeah,
takes
she
it
makes
over.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
there, and there are more.
So if you want, and this is getting a little bit into Simic territory, and we're not quite there yet, but if you want, you can create a vampire dinosaur.
Just build your own, board.
Build your own nightmare horror. I mean,
this sounds like Simic.
A vampire dinosaur is something you just see in bad horror movies.
Yeah,
this is
definitely.
some Sharknado territory.
Oh jeez, alright. And we're just talking nonsense because they're shuffling up. Is there not a lot more interesting to go on than this? You're just going to have to suffer through it.
Well, Nigel is on the play right now, and he will be the first one to get some interaction going. And this is again that more mid-range. I mean, isn't really a mid-range
compared to Mono Blue.
Yeah. Compared to Mono Blue, it is exactly. Yeah.
It's not about what your deck is or what you sleeved up. It's about in the matchup. What is my role
you're playing?
Yeah, and that differs per game. That differs per turn. That differs per sequence. That it can one turn you can say, okay, I'm the aggressor, and then the next turn you decide, okay, I'm not.
Yeah.
Sometimes that was a misjudgment earlier that you should have noticed it before, and sometimes it is just that case. If you go all out aggressive and they have a Wrath of God, you can then things change.
Yeah,
you cannot just say, okay, I'm just going to keep on going aggressive. Sometimes that just doesn't work.
Yeah. So we see a turn 1 Siren Storm Tamer being answered by a Lava Coil interaction, just like we said. I believe I see a second copy of Lava Coil, as well as a Shock and a Charter Course in Nigel's hand.
This is an interesting decision for Nigel, because he had a Shock, which is a more
efficient one.
Yeah.
But he's trying to be mana efficient, right?
Exactly. This is again that point, because the Shock would be a better answer in the terms of the Lava Coil is more powerful.
It's just a 1/1, and here's my 1 mana, 2 damage, so that matches up perfectly well. I don't need 4 damage and exile it, but
because that 4 damage becomes relevant if it costs a big creature.
Yeah,
and
like
the
a Tempest Djinn.
Yeah, exactly, and which is in hand of René, of course. So that works out perfectly. But Nigel also has another Lava Coil.
And would you have made the same choice if that was your only Lava Coil?
That's interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, that really depends on the situation. I think yes, I would. just because it's so important to be able to be mana efficient. But since he didn't cast the Charter Course, that would already be my plan for next turn. I would then go, okay, am I going to cast this Shock? Only if next turn I'm going to use all my mana, because after that I don't have enough cards because I took a mulligan.
Yeah.
You have to be less. You can be less mana efficient. You have to improve your card quality if you mulligan, because you have less to work with.
And what's he thinking not casting that Charter Course here? Because now he spent his entire turn doing nothing with the rest of his mana, while he could have cast a Charter Course.
And perhaps he thinks that there are some cards in his deck which he would prefer to discard.
That he didn't want to discard anything in his hand because he needs that 4th land drop for the Cackling deck, and now he has he still has a Shock, I guess, to throw away. But
he felt that at this point he needs more information on what he needs before he can decide what to throw away.
Yeah, and so even now he decides not to go for it and just try and keep the card flow going and decide later on in the process, what do I need to draw and discard then?
I now need my 4th land, but I perhaps don't need my 5th land, so I can decide if now I draw 2 good spells, I'm going to have to discard one of them. There's no rush, I'm in no immediate danger. I say that, and then next turn he's going to be in immediate danger.
Of course.
That's always what happens. Yeah. But he decides to wait just to make sure that he gets more value out of it.
This is a risky one. Does he have something to back it up with? Because I don't really see any. Is that a dive down in his hand?
No, but it's...
No, that's a Wizard's Retort. Right, nice. So he has the protection for the Shock, and putting that Curious Obsession onto his Siren Storm Tamer, coming in for 2 damage and drawing him a card. Don't forget to draw your card. Yep.
Oh,
I like drawing cards.
That's the reason why you play that card. It's amazing.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, what is interesting is now he does not have a counterspell anymore. So Nigel's first priority here is getting rid of that. Thank you, Nigel, for just empowering my words here.
Yes.
Well, if he would have waited a turn with the Curious Obsession, he perhaps could have used it on the Warcard Marauder, which isn't amazing in this matchup. It's a expendable creature.
2 pieces of protection for it.
With the Storm Tamer and the counterspell.
Yeah.
And now this is just a 2/1.
Yeah.
That is a good card.
This is also a nice play, because while doing this, having the risk of losing that Siren Storm Tamer opens up 5 mana for this turn to deploy 2 new threats, knowing that Nigel had to spend some mana in his own turn to get rid of that previous problem. So it's all about mana efficiency here in this matchup.
Yeah. That is the case with if one of the decks is in tempo deck.
Yeah.
Normally we talk aggro, we talk mid range, and we talk control.
Yeah.
But there's more in Magic. Luckily, we have combo and we have tempo, and that kind of rounds it up. And then you have a whole assortment of in the middle decks where you are aggro, tempo, mid range, control-y. Post board I go control, post board I go aggro. Oh yeah.
Aggro control even. That's a thing.
That is a thing. Not a standard, luckily.
No.
But is it Phoenix? Is a little bit the aggro control?
That's a little bit of a tempo deck, aggro control deck.
Yeah.
But
okay.
There's a 3rd copy of Lava Coil taking care of the Tempest Djinn, so that's already 3 copies down. So if he didn't have one in the main deck already, he at least brought 3 in from the sideboard, and following it up with a Cackling Drake, drawing a new card, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 4-flyer with a cantrip attached.
I like it.
Wow.
It was a bit of a risk to jam that into 5 open mana with your opponent in the previous game.
Sure,
cast the Essence Scanner.
What am I going to do? I have more card draw in hand, so... Well, if you answer this one, you only have a 2/1 flyer, so I'm not really in trouble, because I'm still at a comfortable 16, now dropping down to 14. So yeah, sure, if there was any opportunity, slam it.
Yeah, I can see that. I just go... Your heart kind of skips a beat the second you cast it. You go, well, I'm going to cast this, and there's a good chance, hope it works out, I'm going to regret it. Not my decision, because it was a good decision, but I'm just going to regret it anyway, because I was like, oh man.
This is a nice one. Look at this. He casts an Opt, he scries to the top, looking at an Arclight Phoenix, then discards it to the Tormenting Voice, now has a 2nd land in hand to deploy to cast a Charter Course, getting back that Arclight Phoenix.
Radical idea.
Radical idea, indeed. But he does also have the Charter Course in hand, but a Radical Idea is the better card to cast right now.
Yeah, because he wants to attack with that Arclight Phoenix.
There we go.
In there.
Do I have a second one? No, you don't.
What
but
a shame.
You need to check.
All the other cards, I believe, are... there's maybe 1 land, but all the other cards are instant and sorcery, so that's not really trouble.
Exactly.
How big is that?
Well, my entire graveyard big.
Big. Big with a capital B.
Yes.
And this is a miss it in his hand, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, he's shuffling it.
Is it?
Magic players always shuffle. I do it too. I cannot blame anyone.
Is it?
But I think so. Is
No,
it a Fire
that's a
Minds
Fire
research?
Minds research.
Yes, Nif Miss It is also very much in that card.
Oh, and Nithvisit.
Oh, yes.
Both.
I was double right.
We were both right. It's both, yeah.
We are a good team.
Yeah, I mean, he is missing his 6th land drop to deploy the Nithvisit, but once it comes down, it just completely shuts down this game.
Yeah, the ping is so relevant.
And a red source wouldn't cut it.
Yeah. But he doesn't need it. He just...
No, I mean, he already has his attack force going. He has shock, he has charge, of course. Yeah, I don't know how big that Cackling Drake is, but yeah, it could be lethal. A shock to the face could also do it.
I don't think he's at 70, right? He attacked with the Cackling Drake last turn, or did I...
Yeah, but there was a Siren Storm Tape.
That's
Siren Storm Tape chum blocked, yeah.
And it's not lethal.
So this is a shock and a scoop.
Indirectly it was lethal.
A shock and a scoop, alright. So we have our backup match at the ready. These players are ready to start. They have resolved their mulligans, so let's head over there and have our table spotter start that match for you guys. This is Stefan Berends on Dimir Control versus Pim Rutgers on Mono Red. Both down again, unfortunately. But in these are two decks we haven't seen yet. Mono Red is kind of an underdog, just like Mono Blue in the format. People were talking about it, but Dimir Control, now that's a deck I can get behind as well.
I really like the matchup because we have the privilege to have two screens in front of us.
Oh yeah.
So while we were talking about the previous match, we were talking about Chain Whirler and would it be good? And then the second you said that, on my second screen, the Chain Whirler got slammed down from Pim Rutgers.
Doing practically
not
nothing.
so much because Stefan is on Dimir Control. If this was against Mono Blue or Mono White or Tokens, it would be great. Now, not so much. And Stefan is the winner of our last Standard Open.
Yes. Yes, he is.
And today he's come back.
Won the finals over Thijs van der Meer, who we saw in round number 1.
Definitely, so that's interesting. But Thijs was also 0-1, and Stefan also lost his first match.
Yeah,
but
he's
I
still
like
going
Stefan's
strong.
deck. This is a value deck.
Oh yeah, this is pure value, and you see already a couple of sideboard cards came in from his deck box. Moment of Craving. I also see Golden Demise. I mean, even Dimir Control is playing so many Ixalan and Rivals of Ixalan commons and uncommons. This is a pure. It's almost block constructed sealed deck.
It's like everybody forgot their wares at home and just went to our draft chat.
It almost looks like Standard.
Oh yeah, that too.
Because we keep forgetting we came from these insane, rare, mythic rare, heavy sets. But of course, Standard is also about just key uncommons. And I mean, we all remember the days where Jace Prince Prodigy was legal and Standard decks were like 400 euros and you had fetches and everything. But yeah, I mean, this is also Standard, and I'm happy to be back here with a little bit of a toned down, easier version of Standard.
Definitely, I think it's good. I think Bim also took a mulligan, which makes sense. He doesn't have a lot of cards. He has 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 cards, and this is turn 4.
Yeah, and already see 11 cards on Stefan's side of the table. Yeah, now he was on draw, so he has an extra card, but that's 2 more cards than his opponent. So yeah
that's pretty rough for Pim.
Yeah.
So, but you know, he's making do with what he's got.
Talking about pretty rough for Pim, here goes down his Viashino Pyromancer to another Moment of Craving, gaining Stefan 2 more life, going back up to 18. A very comfortable life total to be in on turn 4-5 of this. Experimental Frenzy. Now this is a spicy one.
This is interesting. I really like. Pim has a Banefire as the last card in his hand. So Experimental Frenzy is a real tough one to beat.
Oh yeah, let's see if we can put that one up on the screen for you, because it's a new card from Guilds of Ravnica. It's an enchantment and it says you can play cards from your hand. I know I'm starting at the 3rd line, but that's interesting. You can play cards from your hand. You can, however, play cards from the top of your library, and well, it's easy if you may play them that you get to look at them. And for 4 mana, you can destroy the Experimental Frenzy. So if you're stuck with all these playable cards in your hand and the top of your library isn't doing really much for you, you can change it around again.
I like this. That was just a lava coil to your Doom Whisperer.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't find this. I didn't find this shock to accompany it with.
Nope.
But I just like it. I just
Oh,
go
yeah.
jam it. Let's go.
Oh yeah,
I want to see
just
the top
try
of
it. Yeah, just try it.
Yeah, I want to jam my entire deck into my graveyard.
In any case, you're going to draw it the next turn, and then it's stuck in your hand, which you can't play it from. So you might as well try.
Yeah, definitely. And you just want to get more cards, see more cards, and get more going.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it's very difficult for Stefan to beat. And the only reason why Pim didn't play the second card is because it would cost more than 3 mana. Because
Yeah.
otherwise, almost whatever card it was, it would have been played.
Oh yeah, for sure. So that Doom Whisperer, 5 mana, 6/6 Flample, as we like to call it.
Do we? Who
I
is
do-
we?
I do.
Okay.
The royal we.
Oh yeah, we. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure.
As I see, also a copy of Cast Down, a nice FNM promo Cast Down from Stefan, along with a copy of Golden Demise and a Vraska's Contempt. So he's got this game pretty much locked up, hasn't
No.
he? No?
Well, yes and no. That Whisper, the Flampo creature,
The Flample.
that helps a lot because
Yeah.
that is a way to close out the game and
Yes.
get high card quality. But that experimental frenzy
Sorry, you were saying?
is
He's spending 4 mana to unlock
oh Stefan, what you doing?
Oh my
You just
god.
no, you're not gonna do
a
anything to me
1/1.
anymore.
A
I'm
1/1.
done with this.
Oh my god.
Alright, I like just no, sir. You
Yeah.
will not. Oh, Sinister Sabotage I see there. I
Yeah.
like both of those cards.
So Arch from Maraska down, that one on top, draw it, and yeah, I mean the writing's on the wall for this game. He's
With the
he's going
counterspell.
down to 8 with the count. He drew a counterspell.
Yeah, so with the counter spell,
yeah.
like if the Doom Whisperer would be off the table, then Stefan, I mean, sure he has good cards
Yeah,
in it.
this game
but
goes long-
This
a
game
long
could
run,
go
yeah.
long, but with a counter spell, there's almost no way for Pim to get rid of that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and there's a new copy of Experimental Frenzy which catches that counterspell from Stefan.
I wouldn't even have countered it. Sure,
And this
you take a look.
This is such an insane card. Counter target spell, better than Scry 1. So dissolve. Nope, no longer the one of the better counter spells in recent formats. This one is rising to the top.
Yep. Yeah, putting it into your graveyard instead of on the bottom of
Oh,
your
yeah.
deck is so relevant.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to put it on the bottom, so it's not strictly better.
Yeah.
It's not always better, but I would go for 90% better.
Oh yeah,
That's quite a lot better.
yeah, quite a lot better.
All right, you got me for 2. Stefan
That's-
just puts a thumbs up
Oh
and goes,
yeah,
"You
sure.
got it, sir.
Sure, you have your 2/1.
I want to get my 2 life back."
Oh, spending a 4 mana exile premium removal spell on a pesky 2/1, while he even has lethal on the board nonetheless. So
Stefan just wants that
that's
fun.
just- yeah, that's just putting the nail in the coffin.
Oh.
Banefire and the 3rd copy of Experimental Frenzy he's showing. Wow. Okay, so that was our backup match concluding. Congratulations to Stefan. Backup 1-1. So he's still in this to get himself into another top 8 and maybe even back to back. We've seen Bernard Baum yesterday getting really close, all the way to the semifinals, I believe.
Yeah, I believe.
So yeah, let's see someone do it at least. As René starts not with a 1-drop but with an opt on his 3rd game of this match.
We should make it a challenge. Like there's so many people viewing now. You should come and finally do the back-to-back because we've been waiting for it for
Yeah.
quite a while.
Oh,
We
yeah.
want to see someone go back-to-back. You could be that person.
You certainly could.
You should.
But today,
That's gonna be hard.
that's going to be a bit hard. Yeah.
Yeah,
But in January and in May, we have new tournaments lined up, and you're more than welcome to have us being proven wrong that someone cannot go back to back on the Dutch Open Series.
Please show us wrong.
The Mist-Cloaked Herald, now we know the name, is being cast, and one of them has been taken down by a shock from Nigel as he's trying to sculpt a nice hand with at least a Cackling Drake in hand.
So he's holding it exactly the angle that is a little bit difficult to
Yeah.
see, but at least the charter course.
And I always love it how we try and lean over to have a better luck. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
It feels like Mario Kart.
Yeah.
When you were young and you were playing Mario Kart.
That's exactly what Ren said yesterday, yeah.
Oh really? Oh yeah. Well, we're in sync in this booth, man.
Yeah.
But I still do it, by the way. I
Yeah.
still lean. Do you?
Oh yeah,
Lean?
and when you really need to make a jump, you go bounce up in
Yes.
your chair. Oh, this is nuts. I mean, I'm guessing there's a big chance that one of those 2 cards in René's hand is a dive down, because this is some risky business. Although he gets 2 cards out of this deal.
Yeah, but with the Spell Pierce I would as well, because the shock no longer kills that Mist-Cloaked Herald.
Exactly,
So only
yeah.
a Lava Coil would do that,
Yeah.
and that costs 2, and the Spell Pierce that
Yeah,
would
and
work
the
out.
Spell Piece would take care of it. So yes, either Spell Pierce or Dive Down. two cards for Rene to have, and I see a dive down at least in hand. Shuffles it to the front for us to see.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is that even if they would kill it, they would already return their card value because they gave another card.
Yeah.
So as long as you're not scared of losing it before before drawing the card, then it's already a fine exchange. But if you can keep it alive for one turn, that game is just.
Yeah. If it did 3 damage and recycled 2 cards for you, actually those Curious Obsessions already cantripped, like is the way to say it.
Yeah.
And the shock is a 1-for-1 for the Mistcloaked Herald, so that's a perfectly fine interaction. But here we see dive down.
About perfectly fine.
Protecting the Mistcloaked Herald from a lava coil, giving it +0/+3, but more importantly also hexproof.
And Nigel knew it. He's like, okay, I should cast it Charter Course because if I try to kill that, it's gonna get countered.
You know this is coming.
But I still need to do it because if I don't, I'm in trouble. And yeah, he is in trouble. And it's interesting. Oh yes, we're going for the full 4. If you have 4 in play, you win, right? That's how it works.
Yeah, quartet.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god, this must feel so great.
Is that no? That's a counter
That's
spell.
a Wizard's Retort. Yeah,
That's also fine. There's a little bit of the same blue background.
Oh yeah, sure.
But this game is going to be very difficult for Nigel to come back to. And I would dare to say that the advantage bar would be as far left as possible.
Oh yes,
There's
yes indeed.
Almost no way to get back.
3 open mana, I have my Unblockable Threat in play, I have a grip full of counterspells and interaction, I see an opt, so we can even start to filter to more counterspells or protection spells. Yeah, there's not much that Nigel can do to
You know what the worst part is for Rene?
What?
You might have to discard the hand size.
Ah, such a shame.
Yeah, we feel for you, man. It's tough.
Although he does have a Merfolk Trickster in hand, so he can just deploy another threat in the end of turn if he wants to. And Nigel is stepping out with 2 copies of Charter Course, so yeah, most certainly he's going to put up the pressure even more and add that Merfolk Trickster to the battlefield.
Yeah, and like normally I'd always try to find like a line how can you win, and it's possible. You're gonna need like lava coil and then another lava coil, and Rene needs to break for eternity. But with double counterspell open, I mean, this is going to be difficult. But what Nigel needs to do is do several things per turn that need to be answered by Rene. You need to get those counterspells out, and you need Rene to start bricking. But I already see a dive down, I see a spell pierce and 2 counterspells. So he has 3 interactions this turn and another one lined up for next turn. Oh, if he has a land to play, not sure about that, perhaps. I had 4 last turn, that's why I believe.
Okay.
Just Obsession, Trickster, and they had an Opt-Open. Yeah, so so he already played a land, I think. But yeah, so that's only 3 counter spells open.
Exactly. Only 3 counter spells.
Only
3.
Not 4.
Such a shame. Such a shame.
Yeah, but I like that he's counting just to make sure, did I play my land or not?
Yeah.
We saw it on the Pro Tour. I forgot who it was, but he played his lands upside down. Upside down? Yeah, he played 1 land upside down. The land he played for the turn.
The land you play for the turn, play it upside down.
Yeah, and at the end of turn you switch it back to 2. And it's very interesting for decks that have very long turns, like KCI in Modern, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, you see these slip-ups go where they play a land at the beginning of their turn and then go through all this cycling and card draw and graveyard interactions and then have an extra land in hand and like, damn, it's been 5 minutes and have I played a land this turn?
And then you kind of go look awkwardly at the judge, at your opponent, and they're like, do you know? And they're like, not sure enough. And then you go, judge. And then the judge comes over and looks at you and goes,
what is a judge going to do? I mean, there's
a 15-minute long investigation.
Yeah, I mean, for playing a land? Come on.
Yeah, but it needs to happen.
It needs to happen. As you see, Nigel. Oh man, he's really in a pickle here. Casting a Firemind's Research, even catching a Spell Pierce from Rene. He just wants to get those counter spells out of his hand because he knows he has lethal. Not just yet lethal on board.
No, this is better than lethal because this gets you to draw you 3 extra cards. I mean, this is Ancestral Recall every turn. Yeah. I don't want you to die. I would not even have played that Merfolk Trickster and just go, I want to attack again and again. Yeah. You play your things, you silly boy. You play your things. Let me play with my things. all the things.
Yeah, would you even go so far if it were lethal, you just only attack with the Mistcloak Herald, so you can draw 3 more cards and just savor this one more turn?
It depends on my opponent. If I knew my opponent, like if it's a friend of mine, he would definitely have to wait it out, and they would concede the moment they were on to me.
Yes,
and if I played against someone, who was rather friendly, who is looking miserable and just wants to get out of there, I usually put them out of their misery. Such a nice guy I am, right?
Yeah, such a nice guy.
But yeah, it really depends. Sometimes I just want to have fun, and sometimes I just want to win, and I need to eat something because I haven't all day. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. So, a Siren Storm Tamer, even another form of interaction to protect that Mistcloak Herald, and Nigel's at 1, and any threat that Renee has right now is lethal. It should be a card I can't even imagine in blue-red to take care of this problem. So there's a shock. You might as well just pull the trigger and protect the Mistcloak Herald, but he says no, just Wizard's Retort. I like my 1/1 flyer.
Otherwise he needs to discard next turn. Oh wait.
No, there's only 5 or 6 cards in there, but that is it. Renee tying it up 2 games versus 1 versus Nigel Verstegen on Izzet Phoenix. I'm sorry, Nigel, I was actually rooting for you, but yeah, I mean, Izzet is... well, at least we got to see one Izzet deck be victorious by now. So.
Every round Izzet lost, just saying.
Yes.
It's nice.
Yes, it has. Yes, it
Can
has.
we just put up mirrors all day long? Like every
So
round,
every round
is it mirrors? So I can say every round is it lost.
Yeah,
You can just
100% true.
perhaps
100%
8 people will make it into top 8 with this. I don't
exactly.
care. Every round they lost.
So mono blue, it kind of looked pretty insane, but we haven't seen it really rise further in the metagame numbers leading up to this weekend. So how do we see mono blue going forward as a deck archetype? Because I know you're actually not a big fan of the deck.
Yeah, I really like to compare it with Delver in Modern.
Yeah.
Or Delver when it was legal.
Yeah.
Quite a while ago. We're getting old.
Uh-huh.
But then without Delver.
Yeah.
And Delver is the thing in Legacy, but it's not in Standard and it's not in Modern.
Not so much.
What makes Delver so good is that you have a 1-mana threat that on its own needs to be answered, and you can just make sure, as long as you have your threat, you can sit back and make sure that your opponent cannot do anything.
And in Standard, you don't really have a 1-mana threat that is good enough on its own.
Yes, the Curious Obsession makes it good, but
Sure.
that is not the same as having a Delver.
No.
I must say, if you have a Curious Obsession, it's a really easy way to win, because if you connect
Oh,
once,
I mean,
you will find new ones, you will find more
Power
interactions
flow
than your
going,
opponent. Definitely. So if the train gets rolling, you're winning. If you have any 1/1 with a Curious Obsession and you're attacking, you get to untap with it, there's a good chance you're going to win, because you have counter spells, you have interaction, you're going to do well.
Exactly.
If you don't have a Curious Obsession, life's going to be tough. And if you are behind on board, even if you have a 1/1 and you get to attack with a Curious Obsession, you have a 2/2, fine. But if your opponent is just attacking with 3 2/1s, I mean, life's going to be tough, because if your opponent is quick enough to make your tempo game less relevant,
exactly.
then sometimes they say, okay, sure, you draw a card per turn, I hit you for 8 per turn. Let's see if we can keep this up longer.
I mean, this the opening hands with Curious Obsession and the opening hands without Curious Obsession. If you could pick and choose to have a Curious Obsession every single game, the deck would be nuts. But since you don't really have that, well, it's kind of a gamble, and that's not really what we like in our standard decks.
It's so good that similarly to History of Benalia is in a mono white of our Boros deck, that you can say that mulliganing to 6 and having that card guaranteed in your hand perhaps is better than a 7.
Exactly.
Not entirely sure. But
we're going to have a little chat with Renee, since he is our sealed winner from yesterday, and now already, he's 2. Is he
2-0?
2-0. Yeah, he's 2-0 with his mono blue deck, and let's see why he picked that deck and how he won his sealed tournament yesterday. We're going to take a 2-minute intermission to get Renee into the booth and have a little chat with him. We'll see you right back.
All the time, I'm working real hard, baby, day and night. I've been thinking about you with all my mind. I've been looking for you for over half my life. I've been traveling around the world, searching for that girl. real hard, baby, day and night. I've been thinking about you with all my mind. I've been looking for you for over half my life. Good morning, my sunshine. Your body wrapped in mine. It's time for us to leave, to provide for what we need all the time. We're working real hard, baby, day and night. I've been thinking about you with all my mind. I've been looking for you for over half my life.
Hello and welcome back to the booth here at the Dutch Open Series. With me is René van Hoorn, the winner of the last round and the winner of the yesterday of the
Yes.
Seal tournament.
Yes.
Amazing, congratulations on both days so far.
Yesterday was ridiculous.
Yeah, I heard a rumor that you didn't lose a game yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, in the standings, it doesn't reflect that, the game win percentage, because the last 2 rounds I took an ID, which is way easier on you mentally, but then they fill in like 003, and well, it doesn't say 100% there, but I didn't lose a game.
You should have just kept on playing just for that for the status.
Yes, I could have, but well,
Bit dangerous.
yeah, it in the end, a weekend like this can be very exhausting. So
Certainly playing both days, because
Yes.
yesterday was great, but
Yeah.
today still doing great. The 2-0 now.
yeah,
2-0 now with Mono Blue. I really like it. Actually, it's such
I really love playing a tempo deck, and I usually play Modern and Legacy, and there I play Infect. And, I wouldn't say it's the same as Infect. More people would compare this to a Delver list, but it's got the same feel. It's got a small creature, got some protection spells, got some big finisher as well in form of Jin in this case. Yeah, I really like playing it.
Yeah, it looks like so innocuous, like a Mistcloaked Herald or a Siren Storm Tamer, and now all of a sudden it's 4/4 and it accessor recalls every turn.
The third game you're referring to, I
Yes.
feel, oh well. That was, well, I'm not sure, did you see my opener?
I don't have it in the top
No,
of my list.
it was 1 island, 1 herald, opt, 3 obsessions and a dive down. So
That's a keep.
yeah, that's it. If you don't want to keep those hands, you shouldn't play the deck.
Exactly.
So I didn't play the Herald turn 1 because if it gets shocked, I'm nowhere. Well,
Yeah, out of the water.
I opt into an island and I draw another Herald. So well, and the rest is history. So,
Yeah, that was just great to see.
Yeah.
What makes you say you like I like tempo?
Yeah.
But normally you play Legacy. Now you're playing Standard.
Yes.
You like Standard that much?
I like the current standard format. I also like the current limited format. And one of the reasons for me to play standard now is I already have a modern top 8 this year, and I already have a legacy top 8 this year. So I wanted to see if I could get all 4. Well, the third happened yesterday, and well, so far so good on the fourth one.
I want to say that there are 5 to get in a year. You're forgetting the Players Championship, right?
Yes,
So
but I've never been qualified.
You
This
just
is
did?
the first time I'm qualified for the Players Championship, so we'll see. At least I've got experience in all 4 formats, which should give me a slight edge in the
in the broad sense of the tournament.
Yeah, in the broad sense of the tournament. What I am thinking is, well, it's a way smaller tournament than what I've played so far, but with very good players. So, what shall I play? How will others metagame? How will I metagame to what I think other people will play? So that's I think that's a really interesting process. I've got a couple of friends who are in contention to qualify. I know Alexander Tollenaar is he's currently playing Legacy, but he's way up there in the points anyway. So I'm not sure if he's qualified for sure, but
he has a good shot.
Yeah, he has a very good shot. Some others, Dave Weigerts, who ended up like 10th yesterday in Modern. So
good result.
Yeah,
with over 150 people here, that's not a small feat.
Yes, very well. So a small team of people, and I really like to start testing with them as soon as the Players' Championships comes a bit closer.
Yeah, and it's only less than 2 months now. So it is getting close. So you better start sleeving them up and getting ready because it's going to go down.
I think after this weekend I'll take it easy for 1 or 2 weekends.
Pretend you have an actual life outside of Magic.
I know my girlfriend would like me to be home a couple of weekends from now because I went to Grand Prix Lille as well. So
and then Grand Prix Liverpool next month? Or
no, I'm not going there.
That's so nice of you to see your girlfriend once in a while.
Yeah, and also the December month, it's always a really busy month. There's also work and other things to think of, but I'm really enjoying myself so far playing Magic.
Oh, that's the best. And you're a regular in the Dutch Open Series. We'd love to see you, as long as you don't steal all the slots away from all our other competitors, because we need all the people there.
I won't steal them all.
That's so nice. You can't, because there's actually 2 tournaments at the same time.
Yes,
you can only win one.
And from Laurens van der Beek, I understood he's not allowed to double queue anymore. So I think that goes for all of us.
Yeah.
So I won't even try.
Like you should not steal all the fun from everyone. Just steal all the fun in one tournament. That's more than enough. Don't do it in 2.
Well, I want to make top 8. That's my goal for today, and I would be very satisfied if that happens.
That's perfect. Let's hope to see you do that. We're gonna root for you here at least.
Yeah.
Because
thank you very much.
We love seeing the deck and seeing you Ancestral Recall. I mean that just my inner Magic player becomes
Ancestral
so happy.
Recall and Standard. Who doesn't want that?
Yeah, perfect. So we're gonna go for it. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you in the top 8 then.
Yeah. See you there.
See you.
If you step across the line, here I stood behind you. I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stood behind you. I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stood behind you. I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? Move a little closer, fall a little deeper, lean a little forward, talk a little slower. Shall we dance beyond the lines? I need someone to lean on. Spend a little
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dutch Open series. My name is Bas and this here is Brent.
Hi there.
And we are excited to bring you round 3 of our standard open. We've seen a wide variety of different decks already, some interesting matches going on. And I've heard that Izzet is amazing.
Who told you that? I don't.
Nobody has to tell me. It's just a given.
Ah, right. Well, I heard a different story. I heard a story.
Impossible.
That's what you say. But there were no shocks involved in that game, and something went wrong. Because on turn 1, someone played a Llanowar Elves, and on turn 2, they played 2 more Llanowar Elves.
I know where this is going.
And by turn 7, there were 3 attacking Carnage Tyrants.
Okay. Izzet has one problem. It cannot deal with the Carnage Tyrants.
Let alone 3 Carnage Tyrants, thank you very much.
And that's interesting because Carnage Tyrant previously was a sideboard card, sometimes versus control. Now it's just bam, 3 copies in the main deck.
Well, not in every list, and certainly not always, but it's definitely a card which you come to expect even in the main deck.
Exactly.
Round 1 we had a player, green-black player, Golgari player, sorry,
Golgari player,
that played 2 main, so it really is a thing because it's so good against the mirror, it's so good against all these blue decks that try to, I don't know, do other things than resolve Carnage Tyrants.
Do awesome stuff, yeah.
And even if they can get rid of one or if they can block it, you can just find it back, you can find broker it back, bring it back.
Insane.
It's
a value deck. It's really a value deck. Well, we have some new decks lined up for round number 3. We've selected a feature match featuring Terence Serrarens, who is our current reigning Players Champion, and I believe he brought a different archetype than that we have seen just yet. So the players are ready to start, so let's head down to the feature match area to watch Terence Serrarens versus Mario Bijn, and he is on a archetype to your heart, Golgari. And we've seen a little bit of Jeskai control, but there was a brief moment with the judge call, so we had to jump back to our main feature match. So we're happy to feature Terence on Jeskai control here. And this is an archetype that has a little spin on the previous blue-white control lists we've seen in the previous standard format.
Yeah, the red cards really, and then mostly, personally I think Deafening Clarion is such a card which makes all the difference.
Yeah.
Because the White Sweeper now costs 5 mana. They always do now.
Oh yeah, Cleansing Nova, yeah.
Cleansing Nova, but before that Fumigate, they all cost 5 mana, and the difference between 4 and 5 is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there's a difference.
Oh yeah,
but,
of course.
But 4 and 5 is just a world of difference.
Well, Settle the Wreckage is of course still a thing.
Yeah,
and
but you can play around that. They can decide what to attack or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Like against a Wrath of God, the only thing you can do is not play it, but if you're not playing it, at least the draw player knows when he casts the Wrath of God, and after that, the board is empty, or almost always.
So here we see Mario already putting the metal to the pedal to the metal. How do you call that? Pedal to the metal. With a turn 1 Llanowar Elves, turn 2 Wild Growth Walker, following it up with a turn 3 Jadelight Ranger, trying to get that value. While the life totals not so important as we saw previously against Boros aggro, but still getting some card advantage going would be nice. Except Terence answered that with a nice old version of Syncopate.
Yeah, but letting that Jadelight Ranger resolve is potentially 7 power or 8 with the Llanowar Elves, but that's a lot of power and 3 already attacking. So it's quite relevant to stop that before it happens.
Interestingly, the card you mentioned previously, which is an important part of the Jeskai control list as it stands now, Deafening Clarion, which deals 3 damage to everything. Now that does get rid of a Jadelight Ranger no matter what, but that Wild Growth Walker could grow up to be a 3/5, surviving the Deafening Clarion. So it's very important to stop this one from happening.
Definitely. If you look at Terence's hand, it was 1 card and one spell and a lot of lands. The Chemisters inside is the card he had, and that's pretty good because that is a way to refill your hand.
Yeah, so Glimmer of Genius out of the format, Chemisters inside. Well, draw 2 cards, instant speed with Jumpstart. That's the important part, of course, since we don't have Hieroglyphic Illumination or Glimmer of Genius anymore. This is the draw 2 spell of choice for the Jeskai control decks.
Yeah, but this is actually a really, really good card. I think obviously they're not in the same standard format, so we don't have to make a choice.
We don't have to compare.
But if you would, there's a good chance that this would end on top.
Yeah.
Because having that flashback, I mean, yes, discarding usually a land or a spell that you don't need, it is a cost. It's not exactly free, but it draws 4 cards in late game scenarios, and that's just a great card.
Let's call it 3.5 cards, because you still have to discard 1, but that's usually a card you didn't really need anyway, since you just drew 4 cards. So yeah.
And then the only thing you need to do is make sure that the board is empty, and then with those, draw those cards, counter spells, which he's playing a lot of. He's playing 4 Sinister Sabotage, 2 Syncopates, 1 Negate main deck even. So that's quite a bit of answers.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he also has a few removal spells. He's not playing the red package, so he's playing blue-white with splash red for 1 Niv Mizzet.
Oh, well, that's not a splash.
but yes, he's only playing 7 red cards, 4 Deafening Clarions, 2 Crackling Drakes, and 1 Niv Mizzet. Okay. So yes and no. Oh, and there's also an expansion explosion, so that's blue-reddish.
That's the front half is blue and the back half is clearly red. But here we see a important piece of the puzzle for the Jeskai control list, as we saw previously on the blue-white control lists in the previous standard format. The Fairy Hero of Dominaria, still a hero, still dominating. This board state.
3 out of 10.
3 out of 10.
No, Teferi is a 9 out of 10, but this pun was a 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
And
okay.
I'm only not saying 10 out of 10 is because Karn is just better than Teferi. So, but otherwise it would.
We've established that earlier. Yeah. We don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah, we do. We definitely do talk about that often, and I do. I do. No, but this is a moment, and this is interesting because last turn Mario tried to commit a Vivian Reed into open mana and got a counter spell. Yeah. Now the shields are relatively down.
Yes. To resolve something at least.
So, and he does have the Vraska's command. That is good because it's very important that the fairy you cannot untap with it. If you do, there's just big problems.
Yeah. So in the meantime, he's chipping away with 2 damage a turn, trying to keep clear of any pesky planeswalkers on Terrance's side of the table, while he tries and develop a little bit of a board state. And Terrance is probably just happy playing land drops, gaining some card advantage. We see the expansion explosion in his hand already, so that's another source of big card advantage in his hand already. And there we see the Deafening Clarion taking care of those 2 cards, and that's the reason why it was so important for that Wildgrowth Walker not to have explored.
Definitely. Oh, well, receive the trigger from the Explorer. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely. And this search is this is very problematic for Mario because he has no pressure, and with the search for Stanza and the expansion expulsion, Terrance really needs time. If he has time, he's going to win this. Yeah. Unless our little friend shows up.
Carnage Tyrant. Who is that little friend?
Carnage Tyrant.
The vampire dinosaur.
2 in the main deck for Mayo.
Alright, so not the best find you can cast. I mean, finding a Llanowar Elves and a Wildgrowth Walker is not really the best target he has in his deck, but I mean, you gotta do something. So here's the Wildgrowth Walker back, and this signals to me that he really doesn't have any better threat going on than these 2. I see a Ravenous Chupacabra lurking in his hand right there, but yeah, that really is only a 4 mana vanilla 2/2. So.
And the other one looked like a cast down, and then the Llanowar. I'm not sure about the cast down. The card is a little bit black, and that usually indicates that it's the cast down, the alt promo. You know?
Exactly, yeah. Terrance deciding to keep a Syncopate on top. He kind of likes to have that in his hand. Just making a land drop and passing the turn, and that is exactly the game he wants to play, facing down only a 1-powered attacker. So he has like 12 more turns to easily set up a win for himself.
Yeah, and like Terrance can decide what kind of game he wants to play. He can already pull the trigger on his expansion explosion just to make sure that I get that velocity going, that surge can flip soon. But he can also say, well, I'm just gonna wait, and I'm gonna be patient, make sure I hit my land drops, and only when there's a relevant threat, then I will pull the trigger. Because not only does it draw a card, it does more than that. Perhaps we can pull the card up, expansion and explosion, to see.
I will do that for you in a minute. Perfect. Because it's a split card. The expansion part is a 2 mana instant, and this is comes up sometime, but I think you're really playing this for the explosion part, because copying an instant of sorcery, that's not really an effect that control decks like to include.
Something like getting like a fresh.
Sure, it happens, but it's not really the main reason why you play it.
No,
I mean, the explosion part, that's the better half of it.
I like this.
Wow, thank you very much to our producer who rotated the card 90 degrees for us so we can actually read it. I see you all sitting at home with your heads tilted reading the card.
I really like that. Everybody does that. But the same happens if you draw this card. Certainly in the pre-release or something.
you
go.
over.
Or you flip the card and your opponent goes, okay, it's a split card. I'm not sure which one because there are several, but you, sir, have a split card.
Oh, and this is interesting. He is also having Cackling Drakes in his deck, so the red splash goes even further. He's actually full on 3 colors by the looks of it, because the Cackling Drake is one of the finishers he has in his deck, alongside, of course, the fairy himself.
Yeah, he's playing Settle the Wreckage, so that's double white.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing Nifmizzet, so that's triple blue and triple red.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say his mana base is greedy at all.
No, sure not.
With Jeskai has a really good mana base because of the cycle of lands that was introduced.
Yeah, you have Sulphur Falls and Steam Vents, and on the other side you have Clifftop Retreat and Sacred Foundry, and you can even smash in some Guild Gates if you please.
If you want to go ham on it, but yeah, so that really helps. Like Nifmizzet, you don't need to cast that turn 6.
No,
it's not in your deck to be cast turn 6. And that's why this Cackling Drake also died. Terrence doesn't care about the Cackling
no,
Drake.
I mean, I got my card out of it, you played your vanilla 2/2, sure. I mean, let me just draw 3 more cards this turn, and then sculpt a hand where I can just easily answer all the threats you're going to throw at me. I mean, he still has 2 copies of Seal Away in his hand. He didn't even bother playing them.
No, what is interesting though is at some point he needs to make sure that, like, a healthy life total is a good idea.
Yes.
Like, sure, Settle can deal with Carnage Tyrant as soon as you have it, but until he has that, there's still a good chance that he can just out of the blue lose if he's on 6 or lower.
Yeah.
So yeah, sure, there's a good chance you're gonna win this turn, but stay above 6, will you?
Yes.
Well, actually, go below 6 because Mario kind of needs to win. But that really matters, and something like the fairy can close out the game as well. He doesn't need a Cackling Drake to win it or an Nifmizzet. He just wants to make sure that everything keeps going.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see if Mario can develop his board state a little bit further, preferably with something like a Vampire Dinosaur.
Or 2.
Or 2.
And then find them back if necessary.
I guess he found another copy of Find Finality, or maybe a Golgari Find Broker, because he's having a look at his graveyard, putting some relevant creatures on top, which signals to me that he found a find.
Yeah, this is a Find Broker, I think.
Oh no, of course, Memorial to Folly, also able to get back a creature from your graveyard.
Wild Growth Walker, man, it's really... You're going to have to do work for your money here.
Yeah, it's grasping at straws here, because producing another 1-powered creature with a relevant but only late game relevant ability, not the greatest deal. And now Terrence has the opportunity to get rid of the relevant Chupacabra, changing the clock from 3 turns to 9 turns.
Yep, and he recognizes, okay, 6 is a life total which I need to be careful of. Without this Seal Away, I would go to 6.
And this is what you were saying. I mean, now he has the opportunity to just ditch a land, get that Chemist's Insight running again, get 2 fresh new cards off the top, drawing a Settle the Wreckage in the process, and now he can commit a new Teferi onto the board, untap 2 lands, and he can even activate Search for Escanta if he wants so, but I guess he's going to keep up as much mana as possible, since he has also a second copy of Syncopate in hand, alongside a copy of Negate, so
yeah,
mana...
otherwise you would need to discard to hand size.
Aha, also an important reason.
Yeah, you don't want to,
Yeah,
it feels bad.
It's
It feels good and bad at the same time. It's
you kind of don't want to, but you're happy to be in the position to do so.
Yeah, it's better than recurring Wild Growth Walkers against the control
Exactly.
deck. So you can't really complain. But to be honest,
No, exactly.
it's a Midnight Reaper. It's a really good card, but a little bit late to the party because Terrence is like, okay, sure, you got it, sir.
It is a good card, especially versus a control deck like this, because if we can commit this one early, and we'll see if we can put it up on screen for you, because this was also a new card from Guilds of Ravnica. The Midnight Reaper is a 3-mana 3/2, and it says whenever a non-token creature you control dies, Midnight Reaper deals 1 damage to you and draw a card. Now that 1 damage part, especially versus Jeskai control, not all that relevant, but drawing a card for every single creature that Terrence is going to answer, that's a big deal.
And here, Deafening Clarion is nice and not nice at the same time.
Yes.
That's looking like a 4-for-1. 4-for-1s I like, but him drawing 4 cards and a little bit less happy about that.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure if I would want to cast it, just because of I'm scared of, well, not scared, but I just don't want him to draw cards. I mean, the current state of the board I can deal with.
No, exactly.
It's more scary what's on top of his deck than what's in play.
Yeah.
So let's just keep it in play.
And Terrence also has that Settle the Wreckage and that Seal Away still in hand, and I can imagine that Mario is, well, yeah, probably inclined to attack with the Midnight Reaper, since it presents such a bigger clock than the rest of this his creature base as it stands right now.
And perhaps with this you can seal away the Midnight Reaper and then deal with the other creatures, something like that.
Yeah.
Just, bide your time, make sure that that you don't bite yourself by accidentally letting him draw 2 current starters, for instance.
Or have Terrence draw 2 more cards with Chemist's Insight.
This was a search first.
Yeah, but I mean he took the Chemist's Insight over a second copy of the Fairy, obviously.
It's a Sinister Sabotage.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it kind of has the same art, but yeah, it's Sinister Sabotage. You counterspell with Seville, of course.
I see what you mean.
Sorry
it
to
does
have missed
look
that.
Discarding to hand size, sure. Now you'll do it.
A shame, but very comfortable to do.
Yeah, I have 7. I had 1 on the table. That's why I can 6 plus 1 is 7.
Exactly. Quick maths.
Yeah. We're students of fun.
So let's see if Mario can draw himself a Carnage Tyrant. Is that going to be good enough on this board? Ooh,
playing around Settle, but this is the absolute worst thing that could happen.
Yes, this is very, very nice for Terrence. He's attacking the Fairy nonetheless with his Midnight Reaper. I think he signaled that one. Yeah. And then Terrence can just simply answer it with a Seal Away and draw probably 3 cards this turn.
That's another Sinister Sabotage.
That's exactly another counterspell, and then not tap 4 more for a counter. Oh no, I still have that Chemist's Insight in my hand.
And it's still not in his hand.
No.
No, but I think I would have liked Mario's all-out attack here. I mean, yeah, it feels bad to get into a Settle, but are you really expecting to win this game unless your opponent has the absolute nothing?
Oh wow, and he doesn't have the absolute nothing, because
there's
another
everything.
copy of Explosion, and I mean, it's not Sphinx's Revelation, but that is going to make quick work of Mario, counting the number of lands he has in play. I mean,
he discarded the Sinister Sabotage. He discarded Sinister Sabotage.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Then it's not a Chemistry Insight, right? I'm right about that, alright?
Yes.
Now I'm doubting myself. Jeez,
Yes.
That's a good card. But yeah, sure, you got it, bro.
Oh yeah, sure. Fairy down to 4.
Yeah.
Of course. What is he keeping that is this purely Settle the Wreckage territory? Or what is he keeping that Llanowar else around for?
I'm a little bit unsure, to be honest.
If you keep it around for the mana, I mean, you might as well run into
it's not
Settle the
mana, so
Wreckage.
he's scared of Settle, but did he see it from the Skanta, I think, and so he knows it's there, but
yeah, exactly.
yeah, I don't see stuff get better.
Is that a 5 Minds Research in the main deck?
No, it is not.
Must be mistaken.
It's also not in a sideboard, so I don't think it's a 5 months research. Maybe
I hope not.
It's a Visit, I think. Then.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's
that's
Visit himself. Yeah.
And there he goes, Big Daddy.
Right. So splashing, nah. We're just full on Jeskai control.
Mario didn't even want to see it. It's like, get out of here.
Exactly. So on our backup table, we also have a similar matchup going with Jeskai control versus Celestia tokens. But Celestia tokens we haven't seen before, and this is also a big archetype in the current metagame. We haven't seen it just yet, and we've seen it put up some results in the GP and SCG circuit. But tell us a little bit about how this Celestia tokens deck is going to take down someone like Jeskai control.
Dodging Deafening Clarion is a very, very good start.
Yes.
Now, it floods the board. And there are a lot of decks with a lot of 1-for-1s with like Syncopate, Sinister Sabotage, Lava Coil, Shock. Everything is just 1-for-1.
Yeah.
But if you have an Amara which attack 2 times, you get 2 tokens, as you
yeah.
can see here. If you have a Separate Migration that gives you 2 tokens or even more if you kick it. I mean, can you kick it?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. So it really makes sure that if you don't answer it immediately, it gets out of hand. With the Legion's Landing, that gets flipped in
Adanto's Vanguard?
No, that's the flip
sorry.
land.
The flip Legion's Landing. Adanto
something
rather.
That thing. I mean, that's just every turn that's a 1/1, and you think like, well, 1/1s I can take those. At some point they get so pesky.
You get flooded. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and if you look at Kalian, he has a Teferi on play. That's a good situation. He has a Teferi in his hand, which is good. I think his Surge. All these cards are good, but they're 1-for-1s.
Yeah.
Like this is a 1-for-1. Like
this is a temporary.
So you get it to the bottom, but I still have lethal on board.
Yeah.
You have 5 tokens, and even if you shock one, I mean, it's not really gaining you any traction.
I think that's a Shivan Fire in his hand to get rid of one of the tokens. But yeah, that's about it. What he can do here.
That's the beat. You said it. Oof. Staying alive. That's all he can do right now.
Yeah, and he's just bouncing a token. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm a fan of having like that Arno gets his opponent to do this. Like that he has the honor to see him use it to ferry minus on a token just to stay alive. I mean, for me, that makes me happy.
Yeah, and then Adanto, the first fort, that's what it's called, is going to make a token in the end step because he also has. Or he untapped.
That's a 50-50.
Too bad. So.
You first need to draw a card.
Don't forget to draw a card, Arno. That's the best part about playing Magic, drawing cards.
And René just showed us that it is.
Yeah.
Accessory recall every turn.
Oh yeah.
Arno has none of that.
Nope.
He just wants to smash face.
No, I have my creatures in play for the win. So yeah, let's go. So here's 4 damage to Kaloyan. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, Kaloyan.
He's trying. We try.
Yeah.
He's a Eindhoven regular actually. He is. So he's living there. I believe he's studying at the university there.
All right.
And he's been playing for quite a while. He's also attended a few Dutch Open Series actually.
Yes.
And he, I believe he won a PBTQ as well.
Okay.
But, so far the Dutch Open Series.
Accomplished grinder.
Yeah. He's plays a lot in the area, definitely.
Well, Arno commits a History of Benalia to the board, and this gives Kaloyan an opportunity to draw him out of this pickle. But he only draws lands.
And a pickle he is in because he is already down a game and it's not looking good this game.
And what's he going to do? 7 mana. That is a Shivan. Oh, that's Star of Extinction. Ooh. Okay, I missed that one. I was mistaken. This is Star of Extinction. Dealing, what is that? 20 damage to everything? And destroying a land?
Two would have been enough, but sometimes you just need to do more than 2, you know?
Okay, well, this is a card you haven't seen very much on played in Standard or any format because it was too big for Limited as well. So we can put it up on the screen for you. This is a 7 mana sorcery and it says destroy target land. Well, unfortunately he had a very good target for that one and deals 20 damage to each creature and each planeswalker, so this is nuts. Well, still that History of Benalia is going to be a problem in the longer run because this one is going to attack for 2. It doesn't need to be tapped. This is the fresh one. This
and
is
it
the fresh
doesn't
one.
have haste.
No,
so.
But he convokes it for the venerated Loxodon. Yes,
definitely.
So
and
that gets a +1/+1 counter from the enter the battlefield ability.
Yeah, definitely. And he actually killed his own Teferi with the Star of Extinction. After using twice the -3 on random stuff, he now had to shoot his own Teferi. I mean, these Teferis cannot catch a break for now.
Nope.
Like Terrence is doing fine. These Teferis of Kalian, they're a little bit less employed. Let's just say that there's more phasing out to be done for them.
Indeed. Well, interesting interaction from Arno's side of the table. If he had 1 mana more to spare, but I mean, he just lost his Adanto. He could have played that Amara that was sent back to the top of his library, which he has drawn by now, I believe. So if he had got to deploy the Amara and use her to convoke the venerated Loxodon, she creates an extra token, and then they all get +1/+1.
But couldn't he do that? Because the casting Amara costs 2, but it gives you 1 mana because you can use it for convoke.
Yeah.
So I think it actually could have cast Amara and then the Vanguard and then use the Amara to cast the Loxodon, the venerated Loxodon.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And then put counters on the token and everything.
a small misstep there from
That's
Arno, but
alright, it does not matter.
it has vigilance, but it doesn't really matter because
Cameron
there's a
was at 1.
handshake.
He was at 1, not at 5, but the screen was not updated.
So he was at 1 indeed. So let's switch back over to our main feature match as Arno tied it up with 2 versus 0 in that backup feature match. And here we have Terence Surrounds and Mario. Let's have a quick look at the sideboards for these two because they're already shuffling up for their game number 2. On Terence's side, he's up a game, and we saw him just out-grinding the Golgari matchup. Nif Mizzet, an extra copy of the Big Daddy in his sideboard, but I see
An even bigger daddy.
an even bigger daddy in the form
That's
of
Granddaddy.
Nezahal. Yeah, that's a dinosaur. Dinosaurs beat dragons apparently. What do we like out of the sideboard for Terence? I see some more creatures to go a little bit lower, but I also see Star of Extinction and things like Nezahal to go even bigger. So what is he going to decide in this matchup?
Yeah, what he needs to, what Mario brings in depends on what Terence brings in. Cards that are good against what Mario brings in. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense.
Good.
So you
And that's
sideboard for the sideboard game.
Yeah, because you need to make sure that whatever Mario can bring in, for instance, extra Carnage turns, you need to be able to answer.
Yes.
So you can bring in something that seems good on paper, but if it doesn't answer the vital threats,
Yes.
then it becomes a problem, because the less good creatures, things that matter less, like a Seeker Squire, which is a fine cantrip, but it doesn't do too much, or the removal spells like Cast Down, which Mario will take out probably.
Okay.
You don't need to worry about those. They are no longer in the deck, which makes cards like Lyra and Legion's War's Boss better, because if there's less interaction,
Yeah.
your creatures become better. But also the heavy hitters from Golgari, you need to make sure that you have all your answers ready.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
can see a Star of Extinction. I can see cards like those be brought in to
Okay.
make sure that you can kill a Vivian Reed, you can kill a variety of creatures on the board,
Yeah.
but also the Carnage Tyrant. But I can also see bringing in some bigger cards to make sure that if you would go to okay, I used all my cards to answer your cards, now we're both without a cards. Here's a Big Daddy Nif Mizzet.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a card. That is a way to get ahead again.
And looking at Mario's side of the table, he has a full package of anti-control cards. I mean, I see the Juresses, the Death Gorge Scavengers, which are also pretty decent in a little bit of card advantage. The Vraska's Contempt, I can imagine those coming in to deal with opposing Teferis or Nif Mizzets. Assassin's Trophy do the same, and we see an extra copy of Doom Whisperer in his sideboard, and that's the Flample one, right?
The Flample.
Yeah.
The Flample Whisperer.
And of course also the Thrashing Brontodons, maybe to get rid of things like Search for Ascanta, things like Seal Away, so answers to Terence's answers.
Yeah, definitely. So all those cards can be brought in, and the advantage is that he can choose what he can take out. How many cards he can take out,
Yeah.
that matters on what cards he can bring in, because the Thrashing Brontodon is not the most exciting card.
No.
But it can be an upgrade over something like another 3-drop, which is more relevant against aggro decks, or a more well-rounded card.
Yeah.
But now you can go a little bit, okay, I can upgrade my card just marginally. I can, because I have the card in my sideboard.
Yeah, exactly. So he opens up with the Seeker Squire, not revealing a non-land spell, so he just draws an extra land from the top of his library and has no turn 3 play to show for, as Terence develops his mana base as well, and he's fine with a draw-go game for the first few turns. So Murphy Branchwalker is trying to resolve, and that catches a Sinister Sabotage from Terence's side of the table.
And here I'm also always in a little bit of a dubious position. I'm thinking 3 things here. If my opponent uses a Sinister Sabotage, which I feel is one of the key cards, is
On a 2-1?
Yeah, 1 or 2-1. One, you go, okay, how many of those does he have in hand? Because if he's jamming them on my first thread, does he have 3, maybe 4? At least 2, right?
He has more.
So this is why I'm scared of. 2, I'm really happy. You can use this all day. Do that, baby.
Sure,
Come on,
sure.
go at it. And then 3, I go, all right. This is problematic, isn't it? I mean, if he counters this, does he not have spot removal? Does that mean that?
Yeah, it poses so many questions.
Is
and
he looking
ideas.
for
I mean,
a land, and is he surveilling?
Yeah,
I mean,
should I be happy? Should I be sad? Should I be worried? I mean, yeah,
I don't know what to feel.
it's really difficult. Yeah, it's really difficult. Now we do have a little judge call going on because a card was knocked from the top of the library, I presume, and maybe the Merfolk Branchwalker did try to explore before the counterspell actually resolved. So we have our judge, our head judge, actually Dustin, on top of it. And we'll be updated if this is a longer or a shorter judge call as we bring you back to the booth for just a moment and have our judges resolve this. You must be happy, right, seeing Golgari so much on camera?
Yes, I know, because it's not looking really great, is it? I mean, is it?
That's the answer that I was hoping for.
No, but so far Golgari has not lost.
Nope.
Is it has?
Yep.
I count that as a win already.
Okay.
But it's the matchup is really difficult to navigate, and Terrence is a great player.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not envying
champion of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not envying Marius' position at all. Although I kind of missed not. I cannot play any Golgari cards today. I'm sad about that. I'm very happy to be in the booth.
Oh yeah.
But a little bit less happy to not
be playing.
I want some fine brokers. I want to find broker Chupacabra and just see my opponent despair where I go, I still have 7 cards. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
So I'm missing that. But I am representing my guild here. I'm representing my guild. And I'm sure Golgari will prove victorious without my help.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we can have a look at our players to watch list, because Terrence is not the only name we have on site today. We also have René van Horen, who we covered previous round, 2-0, and he won the Seal tournament yesterday. We see Terrence Rarens, our winning players champion from last year. Roald Smet, he got to the semi-finals yesterday of the Modern tournament playing Green Tron. We have Glenn Meyer, he is a regular standard player. He always brings his own brews, and he always plays 61 cards.
Well, he's not afraid to play anything else than 60. That's the card thing. When in Band Company, he always played 61.
Oh yeah.
In Red Green Monsters, he's known for playing that. He always played 61, and we try to talk him out of it every chance I get, but he never listens.
No, exactly, and it's actually a pain for me personally, because I always post the deck lists after after the tournament, and his decks never fit in the picture. But the judge call has resolved, so let's head back down to the feature match area for you. I saw a deck being shuffled, a card being shuffled back into the library, so our judge resolved the issue, and we are back online. The Merfolk Branchwalker was countered, a land was played on Mario's side of the table, and Terrence is happily again playing a land and passing the turn.
And he has 2 Sphinx Revelation or Dragon's Revelation.
Dragon's Revelation.
Should we nickname that?
Yes.
We should.
Yes, we call it Dragon's Revelation.
Alright, but is it better than Sphinx Revelation?
In different situations. I really like how this card is good in both control and in more aggressive or tempo-based decks, because this also can find a home in other blue-red archetypes that like to draw cards and have early threats. But Sphinx's Revelation was the pure better control card.
So you're a traitor, saying pure better. That clinks pure better. No? Or
control card.
You should have just said Dragon's Revelation, because it's an Is it card? Thank you.
Okay.
But no. But as you can see, the second Sinister Sabotage, we call it.
Oh yeah.
If you have one, you have more. I don't know what is in his hand, but it's always the same.
Yeah, exactly. And he also has that Star of Extinction that you called from out of the sideboard. And
Definitely.
a copy of Syncopate to go along with it. So
and a Disdainful Stroke, is that the second to last card, I believe?
It could be a Disdainful Stroke, I'm not quite sure.
I got some information from our from the tables, what they brought in. And Terrence, he took out an If Miss It.
Mm-hmm.
So he's feeling that he doesn't need that in this matchup. And he took out 3 Revitalize. They are always a little bit flex loss, he doesn't need the life gain. Makes sense.
Alright.
He took out 1 Seal Away to make room for 2 Star of Extinction, 2 Disdainful Stroke and 1 Negate. Which makes sense. He wants to make sure that he can stop the heavy hitters with the counter spells and the Star of Extinction for the Scarring Star, because it cannot be stopped by counter spells.
Yeah, exactly.
On Mario's side, he took out 2 Chupacabras. They're not too useful in this matchup.
Exactly.
2 cast downs, again not too useful.
No.
1 Midnight Reaper and 1 Frasque he took out.
Okay.
And he's doing the Glen special. He took out 7 cards, but he brought in 8.
Okay, so he goes up to 61 post-board.
Which used to be illegal.
Oh yeah, it used to be, yeah.
You used to, if you registered 60 cards main and 15 side.
Yeah, but that was also back in the day when you either had to have 0 or 15 cards in your sideboard.
You could play with 0. You could not play with 3, but you have to play 0 or 15.
Yeah.
You could choose. You could fill it up with basic lands, but if you were playing 14, you had a problem.
Exactly. All the while, Jadeline Ranger resolved looking at a Thrashing Brontodon, which was explored into the graveyard for 1/1/1/1 counter for the Jadeline Ranger. While Terrence is now resolving a Teferi, probably why Mario boarded those Frescott's Contempts in for.
Definitely. I mean, this is just, this card. This is such a beating.
Oh yeah.
This card is almost busted. Almost.
Almost. I mean, we
it's not Karn level, but it's pretty busted.
Well, we've seen Teferi dominate in Modern as well, and although the blue-white archetype is on a little bit of a resurgence, it's still a heavily played card, and I like to see how Teferi fares in the upcoming evolving of the metagame, because I mean it's still a powerhouse.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a multi-format all-star even, you could say.
Yeah.
And it's a very interesting card, because if you looked at it when it started, the people were a little bit like, okay, is this card good enough? Is it not? And it quickly turned out to be great.
Oh yeah.
And you can see it here. It's just such an annoying roadblock.
Yes.
You can you don't have to tap out for a 5-mana Planeswalker, and that's such a big deal.
Exactly, and he gained 4 life because Mario was inclined to send 2 creatures into the Teferi, trying to get that off the table, because we all know how annoying Teferi can be in the long run.
Definitely. The annoying thing about the Stars of Extinction is that you have to kill your own Teferi.
Yep.
And I really don't like to kill my own Teferi.
No, but there's a board state developing for Mario where that Teferi isn't long for this world anymore, so you might as well just cash it in and then try and clear up Mario's entire board state, because a 4/1, a 5/1, I'm sorry, because you also get to destroy that Memorial to Folly. Oh, that's just insane. So let's draw an extra card. If he finds a Deafening Clarion, that's maybe a consideration to just fire off that one and just leave the Walker for now.
But that would kill the Teferi, because it's a 2-power.
That would kill the Teferi as well.
But I would... Like, Duress will screw you up, yes, but I would wait a turn, because he's going to send a lot into the Teferi, but he's going to be scared of Settle, he's going to be scared of so much.
Oh yeah.
That this attack from Mario is just, you're already just look at him and you go, boy, you think of something, I'll let you know how screwed you are.
Because Terrence decided not to play the Star of Extinction, which signals so many things to Mario. You don't know what to play around anymore.
Look at this, and if he now has a seal away, then the Teferi doesn't die.
Oh, is he just going to kill the Jadelight Ranger?
With the explosion.
With the explosion part? Oh, that is nuts. So he's going to draw 3 more cards and just simply kill this one. And now, I mean, shields are down, but that's fine, because if Mario decides to resolve a Planeswalker, resolve a Carnage Tyrant even, sure, go ahead. I have this Star of Extinction backup, and that is going to screw you over big time.
Life's unfair.
Especially if he's going to play this one. So he brokes his Jadelight Ranger back, exploring. Sure, explore 2, gain 6 life. We don't care.
Oh, Mario, don't.
Graveyard, and that one, graveyard. Come on, graveyard.
No, I'd keep it on top.
I would too, but I am hoping for Terrence he goes graveyard, and he does. So that's
you
2
want to
triggers,
find your big
2
hitter, so
counters.
I can understand keeping it.
Are we now in Star of Extinction territory? Or still not?
Well, he drew 2 sealaways from the explosion.
Oh, so he can do the same trick, representing Settle the Wreckage, and if Mario decides he's feeling frisky to send more creatures into the red zone.
Yeah, but he has to discard so many cards, what a shame. Look at it, that's just a handful. What do you discard? Oh, discard
You're gonna have to discard 2.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
Right, that Memorial to Folly. Yes, bam!
Also that's unfair.
Yep, there we go. Everything to the graveyard, including that Memorial to Folly.
You know what would have been funny?
Bam!
If he didn't cast that Jadelight Ranger, and Terrence surely would not have made this mistake, but let's say if he did, and he would target the Memorial to Folly, and then in response he would sacrifice the Memorial to Folly to the Star of Extinction. Can you tell me what happened just then?
Yes, I can tell you. Nothing happens.
Absolutely
What? Nothing.
7 mana,
do nothing.
This meteor just passed Earth, or passed Ixalan in this case.
This is great for Terrence. I mean, he just blew up Mario's entire board, and what does Mario? Play a Lancet gun.
Yeah. Mario decided, okay, I cannot play around the Wrath of God anymore. If he has it, he has it. Oh, he did. He got called, and now it's his Carnage Tyrant territory.
Oh yeah.
We need to find some.
Search for Scanta.
Because this game is going to get out of hand.
Yeah.
Really
and the
quick.
Carnage Town is going to resolve, and by the looks of Terrence's hand, it is going to stay on the battlefield for a long, long time. So that is probably one of the only cards that Mario can draw to get him back into this game, ignoring Teferi completely, because 2 hits in with the Carnage Tyrant should seal the deal. But yeah, I mean, now Search for Scanta is flipping in Scanta the Sunken Ruin. You're going to draw more and more and more cards, finding answers like Settle the Wreckage to the Carnage Tyrant, so it's already over, done.
Yeah, there's this. Yep.
And
My
there we see
Mario
the
sees the
handshake
writing on the
by
wall.
Mario. Alright, so let's bring you back to the booth as we congratulate Terrence Serrarens on a 2-1 record as it stands, because he came into this round with a 1-1. But since he is our players champion, we'd love to feature him some more during this day, and we would we really wanted him in the booth while he was still in the run for top 8. So Jeskai,
He will stay in the run.
yes, and he will stay in the run. So Jeskai Control victorious over Golgari. I mean, Jeskai is a little bit of Izzet as well, isn't it? You gotta give me this one. You gotta give. I mean, it has Niv Mizzet in the main deck.
Yeah,
I mean, come on, you can't deny it's Izzet.
Just because I'm so friendly, I will give it to you. Just because you need to win once in a while.
Thank you.
I know
very
you
much.
do.
Thank you. So, interestingly, let's see who's on top of the metagame.
Who's on top of
Golgari,
it?
or is it? Because our crew has worked out the entire metagame and has scouted every single deck list from every single player in the room. And there we see Jeskai Control on top, but Izzet Phoenix on second place, Boros Aggro on third, and Golgari on 11.11% of this metagame.
It's not about the size of the meta, it's about the quality. Right?
Such a shame.
Right?
But it's an it's an interesting meta nonetheless, because we've seen Boros Aggro reign victorious in the Pro Tour. We've seen Golgari be a heavy part of the metagame coming into this tournament, and now it's down to like 10%. What does that say about the format? Putting Jeskai Control on top. Does it say about something about us Dutch, Belgium, German players that we have in the room and our preferences for deck archetypes, or does it say something about the metagame that people are viewing right now?
I think it's very difficult to metagame in 2 days after the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
I think I would not be comfortable making such a call on such a short notice to switch deck. If I would be playing Golgari and I had that deck, and then I saw a lot of Boros Aggro hitting the top tables at the Pro Tour, I'm like, okay, I will find these cards and I will play them the next day without having ever played Jeskai Control.
Yeah.
And on top of that, there are a lot of control players in the Netherlands. We have so many greats as well.
We love our control.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we like to be in control. We try to be, at least. We control the water, we control the board game, we do it all. Now, I expected more control than on the Pro Tour, just because of preference.
Mm-hmm.
But this is quite extreme, way more than I expected, to be honest. So, but it's interesting because that means we will have a completely different top 8 than the Pro Tour as well, because the metagame is completely different.
Yeah.
So the end result will also be completely different.
Oh yeah, most probably, because we see Boros Aggro on third place, even being bigger than Golgari in the current metagame, and Boros Aggro, specifically Boros Aggro, wasn't really a thing going into this weekend. It was, well, did we even see it? Did we even see Boros Aggro?
It was there
a little bit.
but it was not.
It was
tried
as,
the deck
as much
and I was
there
like-
as Mono Red and stuff. So
Yeah, it's like, okay, it exists and perhaps it's good enough, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
That was my point of view.
Yeah.
I didn't practice for the Pro Tour, so I didn't have to play as much as those guys did.
Yeah.
And they figured out, okay, it is that good.
Yeah.
But it also depends on what metagame you expect. If you expect
of course.
that the decks Boros Aggro is good against will show up in force, then Boros Aggro all of a sudden becomes better. If you expect the enemy of Boros aggro to be good, well, then perhaps it's not the best
takes
deck.
a decline,
That's very difficult to decide.
That's the ebb and flow of a metagame. As in standard it happens faster than in older formats, because you see the same thing with modern and legacy, and ebbing and flowing of the metagame, which deck is good in which month. But with standard this changes on almost a weekly basis, and that's why keeping on tuning and adapting to that metagame shift is so important to be victorious in a tournament this big.
So much fun.
Yes.
I mean, it's nice to play the same affinity list for 4 years. Hi Frank, how are you doing?
Yeah.
But it's also nice to be able to do that, not do that, you know?
Yeah.
To be able to, okay, this week I'm gonna play green-white, and this week red-white is just a little bit better. And, well, okay, Golgari's looking overpowered. I need to get me some Golgari going, you know?
It's also very overwhelming, because you have to keep adapting, and I can assume that people are more comfortable with staying with their trusted archetype and staying with their trusted deck, but that's something that also most of the times fits into standard, because it's not that Boros aggro is going to be bad next week. It's just going to be a little bit unfavored in the metagame. But if you pilot your deck and your archetype the right way, you can rise to the top in any tournament. So being an adapter is kind of a plus, but being a specialist also can be a plus. Being somewhere in the middle, most of the time not so much, but we see someone like, let's show the Ahsoka. I mean, he's playing Grixis Control. And he's always playing Grixis Control. And he's always doing well with it. If I pick up his deck list, I'm going to fail miserably.
Yeah, I mean, and that's such a huge difference. We have Bas Melis here from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
It's his birthday actually today.
Yeah.
So congratulations to him. But he's a very famous Dutch player, very famous in the national circles definitely.
Mm-hmm.
But he played some Pro Tour, played nationals a few times.
Yeah.
So he's a very competitive player, and he always plays control. And if I sleeve up the same 75 as him, I feel miserable. I do it too often. It's my own fault. But then I go like, okay, he's performing well with it. I can do too. And then I go sit there and I look at my opening and I go, well, he would keep this. I know that. But if I look at this is just a pile of garbage, and then I feel terrible, and then I flunk out another GP because of it. That happens. But he does well, so I cannot. You know, being a specialist really helps, because you can you see lines that other people don't.
Yeah, sure. Well, this round has concluded. We don't have any more backup matches. The timer is ticking down, but we'll be sure to bring you more round 4 action after a short 5-minute break. Stay with us, don't go anywhere, and we'll see some more standard action here at the Dutch Open Series.
Sunshine out on us. Caught in motion, swaying side to side, forward for hours. Subtle change in scenes. I guess all is possible if you step across the line. Behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stood behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stood behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stood behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sunshine out on us. Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? Move a little closer, fall a little deeper, lean a little forward, talk a little slower. Shall we dance beyond the lines? I need someone to lean on. Spend a little time, I need someone to see me through. Move a little closer, so I can breathe a little lighter. Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? Move a little closer, stay a little longer, scream a little louder, grip a little tighter. Shall we dance beyond the lines? I need someone to lean on. Spend a little time, I need someone to see me through. Move a little closer, so I can breathe a little lighter. Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? Shall we dance beyond the lines? I need someone to lean on. Spend a little time, I need someone to see me through. Move a little closer, so I can breathe a little lighter. Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dutch Open series. My name is Bas and I have my buddy Brent here. Well, buddy, friendly rival Brent here.
I like that sound.
Friendly rival, let's call him that.
I'm the Gary to your Ash.
A Pokemon reference, seriously?
Yes, I did.
And did I just get a Pokemon reference, seriously?
I think that's worse.
Alright, so Team Izet versus Team Golgari here in the booth for round number 4 of the Standard Open. We have lined up for you René van Horen, who we saw previously, and he is on Mono Blue Tempo, just Mono Blue Aggro, and he is up against a deck after both our hearts then.
Yes.
He is up against Mono Red Goblins, and that's a deck we haven't seen before. I've heard some rumors. I've seen Mono Red aggro lists with that new card Runaway Steamkin and stuff like that, but what is this Mono Red deck all about?
Yeah, Goblins.
Goblins!
I mean, he's playing 3 Vanquishers banner main. I mean, he is all about the Goblins. Oh, sorry, 2. Sorry. I just got the deck list shoved under my nose, so I thought I saw it correctly, but I didn't. Now, if I'm looking at this 4 volley veteran, you know, the Flame Tongue Kavu in a can. He's playing Squee, which you can get back, you know, if it dies. You can I love that card. Just Goblin Crater Makers, the War Chief, the Legion War Boss. That's the Rebel Master.
Oh yeah, the new Rebel Master.
I mean, he's just going for Goblins. He's also playing Advanced Blasting Cannon main.
That's that's a 4-mana enchantment. The red one. Oh right, spicy.
I mean, we're seeing Legion Landing, we're seeing Search for Skanta, but now we're seeing the red one.
Yeah.
We have the green one left. That's the
Growing Rights of Itlamok.
Yes. The Gaius Cradle, but then not exactly.
Yeah.
And then we have the
black one, Argyll's Bloodfast, and we might see that come out of the sideboard for Demir, but that's more more of a.
Alright, we should find our producer and see if they can find a deck with playing Itlamok. We should ask see if Glenn's playing that, because there's a
Growing rights, yeah.
yeah, there's a more than 50% chance that
want-
he's playing. I don't know
but-
which colors he's playing.
We still have to get the black one on camera then as well.
Yeah, but
so
that's doable. That's doable.
That's doable. Okay, so our players are ready in the feature match area, so let's head down there for Renee versus
Kim
Beekman, and she is playing goblins, and Renee Van Horn is on mono blue, and they're about to start as they have already drawn their opening hands, and we are ready for some round 4 action. Both these, round 3 action, round 4
Four?
action. This is round 4, right?
No, there are 2. Oh, yeah, it's just round 4, right?
Yeah, this is round 4.
Jeez, this day is going fast.
Yeah, this day is really going fast, so we should update our round number and the scores for these players, because I believe this is round number 4. Well, Kim has an opening of, okay, I'm going to say up front, I'm going to miss on some card names in Kim's deck.
Do you know this one?
I know it, and it says sacrifice, destroy an artifact or something like that.
No, my friend.
Oh,
This is an
man.
oldie. This was in, I believe, Onslaught.
Oh,
Look,
man.
But I prefer the old art with the old flavor text. Let's we'll inform you about that later.
So you're gonna have to help me here. Which card is
Skirk
that?
Prospector.
Skirk Prospector. Okay.
And if I believe correctly, I need to be 100% sure about it. But the flavor text of the old one, that's just an amazing one. But we're seeing a lot of goblins already with the Goblin Crater Maker. That's the new one. And the Skirk Prospector,
Yeah,
also the
exactly.
new one. I do like the old art. Let's see if we can find their old ones.
And here is where Goblin Chain Whirler shines, which is her turn 3 play as it tries to take out that Herald. But it is protected by a dive down. It's not targeted, so the hexproof clause doesn't really matter, but it also gives +0/+3 to protect it from the Chain Whirler effect as she attacks with her Warboss to get some damage.
No, that's a Crater Maker.
Oh, sorry, Crater Maker to get some damage.
Yeah,
Oh
these
man,
goblins,
I'm
these goblins.
going to blank on some card names in this match. I'm very, very sorry.
Yeah, it's weird that we're not used to these goblin names popping
Oh,
up.
and
right?
this one does say sacrifice a goblin, destroy target artifact,
No,
right?
you can, for one, you can destroy him to sacrifice him,
Or do
to
two
do
damage, right?
or destroy target non-land colorless permanent.
Okay, a non-land colorless permanent.
Yes,
Alright,
they're
so
oddly
it's the
specific.
Eldrazi Slayer.
Yeah, and Karn Slayer, for instance, also.
Yeah? Oh, yeah, the Karn
But
Slayer,
it can
yeah.
also kill a Batter Skull. It can, it can go wild.
So this is going great for Renee as well, because he is equipping 2 copies of Curious Obsession onto his Mist something rather
Mist-cloaked Herald.
Mist-cloaked Herald, thank you very much. And still has 1 mana up to protect it with something like Spell Pierce or a dive down if he needs to.
That's a Legion
Alright,
War
this
Boss.
is the Legion War Boss.
Let's,
And this is the
Rebel
the
Master
Rebel Master Light.
wannabe.
Rebel Master wannabe.
Let's
So
get that up on the screen so we can see
we'll
what
see.
that's all about.
This is just like Rebel Master, a 3 mana 2/2. This one is a Mentor. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token. That token gains haste and until end of turn and attacks this combat if able. So it doesn't say that all goblins must attack.
That's a huge difference.
A huge difference.
It seemed minor at first with Rebel Master, but more than often it was very annoying.
Oh yes, indeed, especially when you had 2. But the mentor part on this one is quite nice actually, because that makes it create 2 red goblin tokens actually.
Yeah. Sort indeed. What is? I think Rebel Master is a stronger card.
Okay.
Because he got so much power from those goblins. Because this will attack first for 1, and then for 2 +2/+1, because you get it 1 token you can pump, and so that's for 5. That's nice. Rebel Master would attack for 6 already on that turn.
Okay.
And I mean the tokens become a little bit stronger with the Legion's Warboss, but
Yeah.
the Rebel Master has a little bit more of that power.
Yeah, that goes exponentially bigger.
Yeah. So, but this one is also very, very good.
Oh yeah.
And not having to attack is great. But what I really like is the combination of the Skirk Prospector with this Legion Warboss. Because let's say that she has a Vanquisher's banner now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 lands, I play it, my opponent doesn't counter it.
Okay.
Then I can just chain my stuff. If I now sack a token, ooh boy.
Oh yeah, you
boy.
can sack a token to create a mana.
Yeah, then you get like a Skirk Prospector, draw an extra card, sacrifice
Yeah.
2 things, get a, you can start chaining, and you have so much goblins that you can cast in one turn. And then if you get to the big ones, because we also have cards like Siege Gang Commander, you're not in the main deck sadly, but yeah, there's so much to be had.
Yeah, okay, and Goblin does what goblins do, because here's a second copy of Legion Warboss, creating 2 tokens, and in her excitement, Kim tried to attack with that second copy of Legion Warboss as well, which doesn't have haste.
Yeah, sadly, but she was just overly enthusiastic. She was
Yes.
like, yes, let's go.
Yes, exactly.
I want to, obviously this will get turned back. She will get a game rule violation because
Yeah.
it's not allowed to do
Yeah.
that. But we can live with that.
Yeah.
You can have 3 of those during a tournament, and even after that, you get a game loss.
Of course.
But please don't try it at home.
Nope.
But what I really see is this is Mono Blue's problem. I mean, yes, he's almost he's not accessory recalling just yet, but he's doing great things.
But he cannot do anything about this board state.
This is too much damage. This is 3 plus 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 because there's a counter to be divided.
Wow. Okay, I didn't
3
follow
plus 2
that one.
plus 3 plus 2.
Uh huh.
You got this. You got this.
3 plus 2 plus 3. No,
11.
no, sorry, I'm blanking.
11.
But 11. So a quick.
Will you look at the life total of René?
Oh wow, yeah.
It was
yeah.
11. Oh,
yeah,
that-
he was forced to chump block here, coming through a lot of damage from Kim's side of the table as the judge call was resolved quickly, and just like you said, yeah, a quick rewind, untapping that Legion Warboss and just proceeding the game.
Yeah, but it's good. Make sure that you talk that these things are being handled correctly.
Oh, yeah.
Because René knew how this would be dealt with.
Of
And
course he
Kim,
would.
Kim would also, and everyone does. But
Yeah.
it's important to make sure that we all stay on top of our game and not let these things
Exactly.
slip.
Yes.
Because if both would miss it at the same time, then it could have huge implications for the rest of the game.
Yeah, if this goes on and goes on for multiple turn cycles, that would become a problem. But this is what a judge's office for, and this is why it's always important to just immediately call a judge, have it rewinded, have it officially settled, and then go on.
It's good to keep them busy as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we don't have them here for nothing. Not only for scorekeeping and picking up result slips.
Looking good.
And they love handling judge calls.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
that's
saw them
what they're
run
here
yesterday. There was a judge being called, and I saw multiple judges running towards the scene because they wanted
To be the first one.
Yes, and then they didn't push each other out of the way, but it was close. I loved it.
Alright, so our backup feature match is also shuffling up for game number 2. So let's have a look at the sideboards for René and Kim. Starting with René because he is down again. How is he going to stem the bleeding versus Kim Beekman? And I see a full playset of a very, very nice card which is able to block indefinitely versus a mono red deck.
Oh, yes and no. It's not protection versus red. This is the new thing.
Oh,
Yes. Maybe we can put it up on the screen just because you and me both. We everybody thinks like, okay, this is like a protection from red because it's one of the old hosers. It used to have every so many.
no, we're
corsets.
nowhere near correct because
Oh,
it's
it's green. All right.
So okay, we're
Which
both
is the red one then?
heavily mistaken.
Oh, dress.
I don't know.
Black.
I don't know the white one because it's opposing colors in the color pie, and the white one has protection from sort of can't be blocked by red then. So, but never mind. Scratch the entire thing unless you want an 05 versus the Goblins list. But Surge Mare.
I think it's actually fine.
Yeah, come to think of it, while we are recovering from our mistake here.
No, I think it depends
still-
on how many you can take out, but the sleeps are really good. Getting rid of, making sure that there are less combat steps and you can attack more.
Yeah.
Exclusion Mage, make sure that you have some more tempo. The War Card Modder you can bring in because there's quite a few cards you can take out, I imagine. Because you need to be quicker. You need to be on your feet.
Sure, yeah.
Because this Goblins deck is just quicker than you are.
Yeah.
Because it just floods the board with creatures, and an Essence Scatter is not going to do a lot if you're being attacked for 5. So that's a bit of a thing. I do like the Merfolk Trickster. Certainly, if something is like a goblin, you can turn off the Lord and then
that's some interesting stuff.
I love thinking about that stuff. It doesn't come up often, but if it does, it just makes me happy.
Yeah.
On the other side, this game is not going to go long. So Immortal Sun, Treasure Map, not so much.
No.
Spyglass, don't see a use.
No,
Lava
doesn't
Coil,
do
I very much like.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because I want to get rid of that one Curious Obsession.
Do you even want to go so far as to put on the heat and get something like Flame of Keldin?
Nah, I don't know. I don't think so. I'm a little bit scared that it's going to be a little bit too slow because you have quite a you don't have as much burn as the deck before, like the red black or the mono red Wizards Flame of Keld deck from the standards past. that was so much quicker than this Goblins deck, because this is playing so many 3-drops and 4-drops and Vanquisher banners. I assume those are going to be taken out, but still the deck is just way more expensive converted mana cost wise than the old deck. So the Flame of Kelt isn't as good against mono blue, I think, but the third Saga is pretty nice.
Oh yeah. I mean,
attacking with 5 tokens and
that's insane. So the Lava Coils, you say, are coming in. The Fight with Fires, those are a little bit slower, but do you need the extra removal then?
Removal is good, but 4 mana removal is a little bit. I mean, it's 4, right?
3 mana for 5 damage.
With the insane kicker, I think I like him. For 3, I like him.
Okay.
For 4, I think it's a little bit hefty.
Okay.
And something like a Phoenix is a good blocker. So I like that. The Demanding Dragon is 5 mana, so 1 mana more. I think it's a little bit too expensive.
Okay.
The Phoenix also blocks really profitably against the entire blue deck.
Yeah, it does.
Except for the Warcard Marauder, but nothing blocks well against the
No,
Warcard
exactly,
Marauder.
and there's no way for Renee to deal with the elemental token that it leaves behind, so it's a recurring blocker.
Exclusion Mage from the sideboard.
Oh yeah, exclusion. Okay,
Boom.
exclusion.
Got
Mage.
there.
Yeah, sure.
No, but there's not a whole lot.
Sure, but that's also a sorcery speed way. I don't really see that going on. So okay, we like Rekindling Phoenix, we like Lava Coil, we like Fight with Fires, and on Renee's side we like Sleep,
Exclusion Mage.
Exclusion Mage, and the Warkite
possibly.
Warkite Marauder.
It really depends on what is going to be taken out. That's always I always say that, and it makes my job really easy to say. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but it really depends on what cards do you evaluate as good or not good against the aggro deck, and it's way easier for someone who has played the deck often to make that decision than for me.
All right. Well, let's see. Renee is on the play. As he opens up with the basic island and passes the turn back. No turn 1 play, but he does have a turn 2 play, and that is the Search Mare. So we were mistaken about the protection from red. It actually can be blocked by green creatures, and it's an 0/5, and he really values that 0/5 body to keep the ground gummed up while he attacks back with his flyers.
Is that a Skirt Prospector promo? Because I don't see another 1-drop in the list of Kim. So, I don't know. I have actually not seen this one. I like it. But,
It is a Goblin Banneret. It is a Goblin Banneret.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, I can just can't read.
For you, I'll put it up on the screen. It's a 1 mana 1/1 with Mentor, which is strange because you can only mentor onto 0-powered creatures. But the activated ability is very important here. It has not fire breathing, not smoke breathing either, but something else, Goblin breathing.
Yeah, it's comparable to fire breathing, but it just has a bit.
You have to pay 2 mana for the fire breathing.
But this card is really good in limited.
Oh yeah. This is an
So
insane
annoying.
beating in limited. Yeah.
But
I mean, you can just put so much mana into that, and it's a 5-powered attacker if you put 4 mana into it, so you can even mentor your 4-drops. That's just insane.
Yeah, it's very very good. That is a War Chief.
Goblin War Chief.
I would have liked, but that's just me. I'm a fan of the old art. If she would have just brought the old art.
Oh no.
Like old
No.
mountains,
I
old War Chief, old Skirt Prospector.
No, I cannot agree with you on that one. I always like the most recent, nice, clean version. New card art, new frames, new borders. Always like the newest version.
You like the Shocklands, the old ones, the new ones over the old ones?
Yes, always new ones. Oh man, that Steam Fence, that is just gorgeous.
The newest one?
The newest one, yeah. I mean, I know it doesn't portray nor vents nor steam, but it is gorgeous. It embodies Izzet in the perfect way. So yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. It's wrong, but I see where you're coming from.
Okay. I get that. I get that. I get where you come from, but you're wrong and I hate you.
Yeah, exactly.
A Curious Obsession and a Merfolk Trickster. Curious Obsession on the Search Mare, of course, and the Merfolk Trickster are coming Kim's way. He uses 2 mana to activate that Search Mare, giving it +1, -1 to give it an extra point of power to get Kim down. And because the Search Mare itself also has the clause, when it deals damage, you get to draw a card. Alongside the Curious Obsession, that's already 2 cards more.
Yeah, I think the Search Mare is really good. When I think about it more, it's just insane. It's a good blocker.
Yeah.
We already established that. But
Yeah.
this is just a 1/6. What are you going to do? You leave your entire team behind to get rid of this?
Yeah.
That's a tough question to do.
Yeah, and if you do that, I'm going to overpower you with my flyers. If you don't, I'm just going to either attack with my Surge Mare and draw some extra cards and keep the cards flowing for me while you stay back and hold your creatures off.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see this Lightning Strike. If this
Yep.
Curious Obsession would be cast on any other creature,
Yeah,
that
it
Lightning
would've-
Strike
yeah.
would have worked. But on this, it's a 1/6. What are you going to do?
Yeah,
Look
exactly.
angry at it, you're not going to kill it.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but Kim is stuck on 3 lands, it doesn't help. I see a Vanquisher's Banner in her hand, which is a little bit expensive for now to cast because you don't have the mana.
For now it is, yeah. But most importantly, she doesn't really seem to have any interesting threats to deploy, and is leaning on dealing with Renee's board state while he is drawing 3 cards a turn as it stands right now, and that is
more like
even
2.5.
more punishing. 2.5.
Just a discard. It's a loot from the.
Yeah, all right, but I mean, a mono blue deck doesn't really need to have that many lands, so you can see you already discarded a land to it, and an opt is also just a cycler, just a filler card to cycle through my deck and gain more advantage. So here we go.
It's gonna be countered. Limited All-Star. Flametongue Kavu ish.
Yep.
I really like
Only
it.
if you control a goblin, but yeah,
No, it counts itself as well, so it always deals 1.
it always deals 1. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
not
for
always.
sure.
If it dies in response to
Yeah.
the trigger, that has happened to me. That was
Yeah,
quite a
it
beating.
happens. It happens. But yeah, counting the number of goblins, but only to creatures, or does it go to the face as well?
Not only creatures.
Only creatures, yeah. And that's what you see on those cards in most recent set designs, that these kinds of effects always only hit creatures.
Flametongue Kavu also only went to creatures.
It did.
And that card is
Oh,
old.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Almost older than you. Not that old, but
Yeah,
pretty old.
I didn't play Magic in the Flametongue cover, but I've played it in
You have
many
missed.
battle boxes.
You have missed quite a bit, sir.
Yeah.
Man, that card in Limited was like better than Chupacabra.
Talk about a good card in Limited. Tempest Djinn, currently a 6/4 flyer for only 3 mana, and a triple blue cost, just like Goblin Chainwhirler in Kim's deck. It's the opposing colors here, as a Lava Coil is going to try to take down that Tempest Djinn, but that is going to throw an answer from Renee, paying full value for that Wizard's Retort, as neither the Djinn nor the Surge Mare are wizards currently. I mean, it's a Djinn, it can do magic, it's not a wizard.
Yeah, true. Could it be a Wizard Chin?
That's kind of redundant, right? Wizard Djinn? No.
I guess. Okay, sure.
As a
sure,
Crater
fine.
Maker is added to the battlefield for Kim.
Yeah, this. I mean, where we're talking about other stuff because this match is
Oof.
just not looking well.
Yeah, and he's putting the nail in the
7,
coffin with
8,
this sleep,
9.
because those 2 goblins aren't going to untap anytime soon, as he draws 2 more cards, discards one of them, and has, well, maybe 7 lands on the next turn to power up that Tempest Djinn, and that should spell lethal. Or is he going to add another copy of Tempest Djinn? That
Nah.
would really seal the deal.
I would wait and hold my counter magic up
Why?
because I like countering stuff.
I know.
You of all people should be able to understand this.
Yeah, alright. I guess.
I mean, is he gonna surprise you with something? I mean,
But I mean,
half
okay.
of the cards you need to read.
I
because
like
you don't
counter
know.
spells, but I also really like 7 powered flyers for 3 mana.
That's the thing.
So-
That is the thing.
So
Sure.
I can't really decide which one I like more. But
But you already
I-
have a 7/4.
I do know I really like Renee's position in this game.
Yeah.
Since the only thing Kim can do is add another Goblin War Chief to the battlefield for only 2 mana due to the other War Chief, and
Tap
he
it.
taps it down with the Merfolk Trickster and swings in for lethal
Stop,
to prone a concession from Kim. So we are going to get a game number 3 out of these 2. Kim is going to be on the play again.
Yeah, and that matters a lot.
That is huge in such an aggressive matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think the hand of Kim was a little bit anemic, a little bit slow here.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to keep.
Which you can do on the draw, right?
Not in this match.
No?
I mean, if Mono Blue does what it does, it's just, there are just 2 ships passing by in the night. You don't have anything to say about the flyers, and the flyers don't care about your ground creatures, and your ground creatures are just more and stronger than your flyers. So Mono Blue can't really block unless you have the 0/5. But
Mhm.
and you can't really and you can't really attack because the goblins just attack quicker. So you need goblins to be a little bit slower than they can be.
Yeah.
And that's why I think Kim should take out the Vanquishers banner.
Yeah.
Cards like that.
Just too slow.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that you're going to draw extra card because you don't need the cards because you're dead.
Yeah.
I mean, the flyer, there is some, sure, you have some removal spells, but playing a 5-drop in hopes of finding a removal spell, it seems a little bit slow.
Yes.
So for me, I'd like to see her go a little bit down in terms of converted mana cost and make sure that you have a little bit more speed into your game and also aggressively mulligan to make sure that you can do that. So that even if there is a Surge Mare, it cannot attack, because if it does, you're going to get it swing back for 6 or 8 or whatever.
And just as an 0-5 blocker, I mean, that is going to gain Rene a lot of life that he would have lost otherwise, or a trade that he would have otherwise need to make with a different kind of creature. But if Kim can just develop a wide board state early, especially with those wannabe Goblin Rebel Masters, she is going to go very, very wide. And we saw that in game 1, that Rene's biggest problem is that he cannot deal with a wide board state.
Yep. Like something like an Exclusion Mage is nice because it stops one thing, but it's a little bit better against something like a big Tempest Djinn, for instance.
Yeah.
Cackling Drake, yes, but bouncing one Legion War Boss while being attacked by 6 goblins is like, yeah, sure, it did something and it looks nice, but
yeah, exactly. Well, Kim doesn't have a 1-drop to show for, but she does have a 2-drop, and this is not a goblin, right?
This is a goblin.
This is a goblin.
This is a Dark Dweller Oracle.
Oh,
and
that's a Dark Dweller Oracle.
We have 3 readers here. The opponent and our tables party. Because like, what with the what now?
Yes, that's a Goblin Dark Dweller. No, not the Dark Dweller.
Dark
Dweller
Dweller
Oracle. Goblin Dark Dweller is also a card, but that was from Out of the Game. Watch.
That was a good card.
Yeah, that was also a good card. But this is the best possible start from Rene. He has the Mistcloaked Herald tacked on a Curious Obsession, or the other way around rather, and has a 1 mana open for some Spell Pierce or Dive Down backup.
Fight with fire.
As she is trying to resolve a fight with fire.
And I like this. Just
Jaya
go
doesn't
for
really
it.
like the Merfolk.
Boom. Just no fear here.
And it works.
You bluff.
And it works.
And I called it.
Oh,
Goodbye.
right. Nice.
Thank you.
Nice one.
I know I should be impartial and stuff like that.
Oh,
unless
man,
it's about Golgari versus Isn't.
I love this.
I love this. Just,
yeah.
I like that Rene just says, well, I'm going to go for it. And I have man open. Be prepared. And she's like, you're sure about that, buddy?
Let it be clear that we don't root for players, we root for plays.
Yes. Oh, I like that. That sounds more impartial than what I said.
We either root for the underdog or we root for the most insane play.
Yes, definitely.
And this was just ballsy, just throwing it down. Jaya doesn't really like the Merfolk. Burn it up, and it worked. Called your bluff.
And now this is where Rene's deck is gonna have to do work. Oh, Advanced Blasting Cannon. Woohoo!
Oh my god. Okay, so I was going to pull up Dark Dweller Oracle, but that is currently just a simple 2/2. But I'll see if I can get Vance's Blasting Cannons up on the screen if I can be quick enough. This is a 4 mana enchantment, and this is just like we said, the red version of the cycle of Search for Askanta and his friends. This is a 4 mana enchantment that says at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. If it's a non-land card, you may cast that card this turn. So that is the kind of a not Howling Mine, because that's drawing an extra card, but we've seen this effect in like Chandra and stuff. It's a very red-like effect
and
to have draw an extra card.
Siege?
Outpost Siege,
That's
indeed.
what always comes to mind for me.
Yeah, from Fate Reforged. Yeah. So this is the red draw an extra card effect, and whenever you cast your 3rd spell, which goblins can easily manage, it transforms into the Spitfire Bastion, and the Spitfire Bastion is a land that taps for red, and it says tap 3 mana and this one to have it deal 3 damage to target creature or player, and that is a insane finisher.
Yeah, if that flips, there are 2 creatures in Rene's deck that survive the flip,
Tempest
and the
Djinns,
rest is just game over almost.
Well, now he has some more in the form of Surge Mare, but
yeah.
he can never pump them.
And it's really a beating, this Blasting Cannon.
Oh yeah. Oh, and here's a 1-drop already.
I'll
so
cast that,
draw
no
my
worries.
card.
Yeah, that's the banner. That's
the
a
Vanquish
little bit
banner.
expensive.
Okay.
But I like that the Dark Dweller Oracle does a similar thing as the Blasting Cannons, by the way. Ooh, that's a shame. But I like Kim's position here. Definitely. But what I like, the Dark Elder Oracle is also, you can sacrifice a creature for 1 colorless mana through the Oracle, and then you flip the top card, exile it, and you can cast it similarly to the Blasting Cannon.
Yes.
So, and it's a 2/2 Goblin on top, so that's just
yeah.
a value engine in Goblin.
Uh-huh.
And even though Goblins, people are always like, yeah, that's not really a deck, but there are. It has a lot of potential. I'm sure it's not the top tier deck. You will not see it played as the most played deck in the Pro Tour. But then again, remember zombies from Shadows of Innistrad.
Oh yeah.
Everyone was like, yeah, zombies. Yeah, that's the same tribal
your
nonsense.
tribal flavor of the month.
Yeah, but that doesn't work. It's never good enough. And then it was, and this is a little bit below that. It's not good enough, but man, is it a lot of fun to do.
Oh yeah. I mean, people always love tribal decks nonetheless.
Yes, and this could be
my god.
a
So
big.
she just flipped a volley veteran, which is going to take care of that Tempest Djinn if she can add 1 more goblin to the battlefield.
And if not, it's not like this game is over. I mean, sure that Tempest Djinn needs to be answered, 100%.
Yeah, sure.
But no,
She's going to pump the banner.
She's going to deal some damage.
Oh yeah. So don't forget. Oh okay. Don't forget the mentor trigger onto the Dark Elder Oracle.
If René doesn't have a counter spell, he cannot possibly block here.
No,
because that volley veteran is just looming in the distance.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So this is a nice play by her. She is happy to trade 1 creature off with the Tempest Djinn if she can then trade it off with the or finish it with the volley veteran afterwards.
Or even you could also pump the goblin depending on if he blocks the top one.
Yeah, sure, depending on what he blocks.
And even the Search Mare can't really block because if you can kill the Search, it's already good value. And that René is thinking so long makes me believe that he does not have a counter spell in hand. Because otherwise I would slam it because I'm really happy to get that volley veteran off the table.
No, he takes it. He says no blocks. I'll have it all.
Well, you can get it. I would still just jam that volley veteran.
Oh yes, you would.
That's a 4/2 that was free to cast.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it didn't cost me a card.
No, exactly. I mean, this is just 3 cards are the best cards.
That's gonna take 3 damage. That doesn't matter, but it's still got 3. But this is close to lethal from Kim on board, by the way, because the goblin is a 1, the Dark Elder Oracle is 3, and the volley is 4, so that's 7.
Yeah.
Or 8. 8. Counting is hard. Math is hard. But you can
it's
double pump
8
the
as
goblin.
it stands, but she can triple pump the goblin even.
Yeah, but double would already be enough. So that shows how careful René needs to be about this navigating this game, because he's not out of it. But man, he's not favored. He's not like he's gonna win this.
No, he's not attacking, and when he's not attacking as his mono blue aggro deck, he's not winning. So
I don't. He can't wait either. That blasting cannon is just an inevitable clock. There's no way that without attacking you're not gonna win this game.
Yeah, exactly.
But is that a sleep in hand for René?
That would be nice though.
Sleep is good. Sleep is a good card.
Okay, so he already has 6 islands in play, so he can pump the Search Mare once, and he attacks her for 6.
I think René would wait 1 more turn.
Yeah, because she doesn't have lethal just yet.
Yeah, with the Search Mare you can probably take 1 more hit.
Yeah.
And then, because if you sleep now and she can commit 2 more turns of creatures to the board, you cannot take that last hit. But if you can be able to take 1 now, then there's a good chance you will be in it.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Cratermaker is the one that's flipped from the Vance's Blasting Cannons, and let's see if she can manage to add 3 cards to the battlefield this turn, and if she finds a way to deal with that Search Mare.
Ooh, that is another Lord from the Goblins. The Goblin.
Yeah, that's the 4-mana Lord. The Goblin
That's the
Lord.
Trash Master.
Trash
it's a 4
Master,
mana 2/2, I believe. Give your.
Okay. And now I get the card that I was thinking about all this time, but because this one says sacrifice a goblin, destroy target artifact.
That's true. This is the Lord that does.
This is the one, the Goblin.
But this is the
Trash
Lord
Master.
that doesn't because it's in the graveyard.
Oh, okay. Well, Wizard's Retort had something to say about that one.
Oh yeah, this pump doesn't quite work out. Free combat, not necessary, because the other creatures are 3 and 4 power, so there's no real reason to pump because it's not only
she pumped it pre-combat, but that really doesn't do anything for the mentor trigger. So you might as well do it just during combat.
Yeah. Later, or perhaps even not, in case that's the block. But it makes sense to block the volley veteran just to prevent the most damage.
So this is 6 damage coming through. René drops down to 6 alive. She passes the turn back with just 1 single red open. So this is the opportunity for him to cast that sleep and seal it up.
And that will give him 2 turns, because he already gets.
Yes.
He can attack once now, so that would leave Kim at 6.
Yeah.
And then with the sleep, another turn.
Exactly.
So Kim really needs to find a removal spell, which is possible because she gets 2 draws in 1 turn. So it's possible. I mean, a volley veteran would do it if he doesn't have a counter spell. Obviously, he has a dive down.
Or Lava Coil would do
but
it.
he has a dive down in hand. And that gives it hexproof for the rest of the turn as
for
well.
the rest of the turn, yeah. So this is sorcery speed.
Oh, that's 4 mana.
So sorcery speed, 4 damage to the Tempest Djinn. Dive down is going to say no. I have hexproof +0/+3. So any spell you had in hand is not going to work as well. This is the Lord again. And she extends the hand because she knows the jig is up. Renee wins this 2 versus 1. He proceeds to 4-0 with his mono blue deck.
He just can't lose.
Wow, okay, so we have a backup match at the ready and they waited a few moments for us to start. So we are diving right into the action with, I'm very sorry if I'm going to pronounce your name wrong, but I'm going to call you Ike.
I don't know him personally, so I cannot correct you on it. I think Ike is what we're going to go with.
Ike is what we're going to go with. He is playing Boros aggro and he is versus Jens on Jeskai control.
And man, this is looking bad for Jens already.
And interestingly, it's just off screen, but you can see Jens in a Belgic Magic t-shirt. So a large portion of Belgian players and a large portion of German players always travel to our Dutch Open series just because they love the tournament here. And the smallest Banefire I've ever seen is taking down a Dauntless Vanguard, trying to keep the creatures clear for that Legion's Landing not to flip.
Yeah, but if you're gonna. It's just a removal spell. Was just a ping. I mean, it's fine.
Oh yeah.
But, talk about fine. That is Tajik.
Tajik.
I love that
Tajik.
card.
I mean, that was already a fun card to see in the Dragon's Maze, but it didn't really shine in that one. Now in the new standard format, it is becoming a staple.
Yeah, this card is good. I mean, I'm just always happy to see this card as well. Okay, it's still the way, fine, but it just gives so much value. It's for 3 mana. It already attacks for 3. That's big. It has Mentor, so it pumps another creature. It has a combat ability, and it can get first strike.
Oh yeah, it does it all. And I've already seen it being played in human sideboards as well yesterday during the modern tournament. Yeah,
because that claws that prevent all non-combat damage that would be dealt to other creatures you control.
Look at him.
Mighty fine.
Just glowing armor, ready for battle. He's like, I'm here to bring the pain.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the flames coming out of the sword.
Well, why not?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if you can upgrade your sword with spitting flames, that's just strictly better.
What does it give, like +1 on attack then, or is it just fancy?
Yeah, +1/+0. Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. Fire breathing.
A sword has
fire breathing. Yeah, I like it.
So Rekindling Phoenix from Jens Jacobs, a card we saw in previous standard format very, very often, and he brought it either in from the sideboard or packs it a few copies in his main deck. As we see a history of Benalia on Ike's side of the table. Going to town. I mean, creating tokens. We're gonna have to see a Deafening Clarion soon.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about. This is why Jeskai Control can shine, because it has that Deafening Clarion. But it kind of needs it as well.
Oh yeah.
These decks. This is so much. Next turn, there's 2/4/3 Knights and a 2/2 Vampire Soldier.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's 10. 10 is a lot.
Yeah.
Then the Adanto flips, so the Legion's Landing flips to the Adanto, the first fort. And Ike still has a lot of cards in it. I mean, there's so much going on. I mean, you have to just be scared of this already, right? I mean, if you have the Deafening Clarion, things are looking good. Without it, not so much.
Without either the Cleansing Nova or the Deafening Clarion, this is a big problem. And we see this is insane for Ike, because a Lava Coil just hit half of a history of Benalia. That is just insane.
Yeah, that is just value. If you can get your opponent to do that, that's just great. I mean, then you're happy. I'm like, okay, you traded a card for half my card, and I still get a 4/3 Knight out of the deal. I mean, that's big. And the only downside is that Phoenix is just an absolute powerhouse.
Oh yeah.
There's a reason that card was played in the old red before the rotation, when there were still so many more cards, and this was still the most powerful card. This is just an absolute
exactly.
powerhouse.
So now there's only 2 creatures left on Ike's side of the battlefield, but Jens Jacobs is already down to 12. He does have that Rekindling Phoenix, and History Benalia has triggered this turn. So let's see what Ike can do to push through more damage, since he already has his opponent pretty low.
This is a Horde Master or something? No.
This gives a creature +2/+0 when it enters the battlefield, I believe. Or +0/+1.
I'm drawing an
can't
absolute
really
blank.
remember.
It costs 2 mana to cast, and it looks to be from Core 19, or what's it called? So jeez, we're seeing some cards here. It doesn't happen often that I'm not sure, but this I definitely have no idea.
We've seen some draft comments in on the battlefield throughout the entire tournament. It's a Cavalry Drill Master, so it is 2/1, and just like I said, it gives +2/+0 to a creature and first strike when it enters the battlefield. Yeah, I've played a lot of M19 Limited.
Now that we pull it up, I'm like, that card, it's a good card. And man, another history. Usually, if you have 2 histories, there's a recipe for success. That's a recipe for winning the game.
Yeah, it's just like Siege Rhinos back in the old days, just chaining multiple copies of History of Benalia usually seals the deal. But no more history to be told for Ike, since Ixalan's Binding is going to exile that and prevent any new histories from being cast.
Bound to happen.
Yep.
Alright, so what can... Ike is on 27, so he's not dead yet.
No.
But how can he push through? Oh, never mind.
That's how he pushes through.
Alright.
The Conclave Tribunal, for full 4 mana. You can also convoke it, but there's no reason to do so if you want your creatures to be attacking. And this also flips the Adanto the first fort, so from next turn on I can start chaining creatures together, and his Seal Away is taking care of the Lifelinker one, so this is an attack for 4 damage.
Yeah, and this is lethal on board, so Jens needs to draw something, and even if he does, that stream of 1/1 Lifelinkers is not gonna stop him. He's dead on board. I don't think Ike is gonna miss this. He made quick work of Jens. He tried. Draws 2. Sure, he has shock.
Draw 2.
Okay, he got me there. You got me. I thought you were dead, but you were not.
Draw a shock?
Now you are.
No, I don't draw a shock. I draw 2 extra lands, and there we have it. Ike with Boros Aggro takes the game over Jeskai Control. So we do see different types of decks versus different types of decks, and we see both of them winning on other ends of the spectrum. This format seems to be wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. I got our great producing staff. They're taking a look through to the decks that are being featured at the top tables.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a little bit, obviously it's still early in the round. It was round 3. And what currently ahead is a few Boros Aggro. So we're seeing quite a bit of that. Obviously Goblins was at the top tables.
Yeah, sure, we saw that one.
Was the only Goblin player in the room, I think.
Mono Blue we've seen.
Fine. Several Mono Blues. There are 2 Mono Blue were at 3-0 actually.
Right.
Niels Warden also on Mono Blue, and he's doing great.
Yeah.
We're seeing only 3 Jeskai decks in the top 12, 14. So that is not as much as you might expect, because that is still almost 20%. So it's close, but Boros Aggro is coming out in force so far at least.
Okay.
1 Celestial Token, 2 Golgari, and are my eyes deceiving me?
Golgari?
I wanted to show you viewers, but that's a little bit hard to read. But where is it? Is it not here?
No, it's represented inside Jeskai.
It's represented in 1/2 territory, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So Golgari is still in it. Is it not in the top tables just yet? But they might come back. Who knows?
That might change around. Yeah, of course, because the tournament is 7 rounds long, and we've only covered 4 of them right now. We do have our. I can't remember. Did Goblins win? Goblins didn't win. Sleep was victorious. But we also already had an interview with the winner of that match, Renee. But we have Kim lined up for an interview. So we are going to take a 2-minute break and have Kim in the booth and tell her story of her Goblins. We'll be right back.
For you for half my life. sun. It was cold and felt so long. Now we're driving right back home. In your arms I do belong. All the time, I work real hard, baby, day and night. Thinking about you with all my mind. I've been looking for you for half my life. All the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. I need to spend some time by myself, checking these lights, flickering closer and closer, and go and give me something real, something that I can relate to, like branches breaking beneath my feet, and run deep into the night, ignite my soul in flames, and go deeper, always deeper, and yet deeper, and I'll try to stay true to what I find and remain in the light of all.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dutch Open series. My name is Bas, and as promised I've invited Kim here in our booth, and she just unfortunately lost to Mono Blue, but she did win the previous 4 rounds already?
3 rounds.
3 rounds already. Alright, so with Mono Red Goblins.
Yes.
An archetype we don't see a lot on the floor today, but you are very fond of your goblins, aren't you?
Yes, I'm absolutely in love with the goblins. I started playing in Legacy 3 years or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
I started playing the deck, and ever since it's tribe all the way.
Yeah, Goblin
Yes.
Tribal all the way.
Yes.
Fell in love with
Yes,
the goblins.
I just fell in love with them, and I was really happy that with the new series I could start playing them in standard.
Yeah,
too.
because a
Yeah.
lot of Goblin Tribal synergies came out
Yes.
with the most recent sets.
Yes,
M19
awesome.
was full of them, and now with Guilds of Ravnica we have the Boros tribe, which also features goblins. So yeah,
Yes.
that's a
Yes.
set after your heart.
Yes.
You mentioned you started playing goblins in Legacy about 3 or 4 years ago. We had a chat pre-live that you played Magic since 3 or 4 years, so you just dove right into Legacy from the start.
Yes, yes.
Wow.
My boyfriend plays Legacy,
Yeah.
and when we moved in together, he introduced me to the game. So I fell in love with Magic
All right.
instantly. We
Yeah.
played all afternoon, all
Yeah.
evening, and then he started doing competitions with
Yeah.
Charbelcher.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's also a, sort of a goblins
Yeah,
deck.
Goblin Charbelcher, yes.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to join him.
Yeah.
And he went looking through his old staples, and then he found
Goblins, yeah. And that's when you fell in love.
Yeah, and then he gave it to me, and I played with him, and it was so much fun.
Been
And
playing goblins ever since.
Yeah, been playing
All right.
goblins ever since.
You were talking about the tournaments that you play in together. Your shirt says Magic Masters
Yeah.
Mall. It's our also sponsored by Goat Enterprise,
Yeah.
which is also our main sponsor alongside Ultra Pro. That's a great tournament series to be in as well.
Yes, we have 4 different weekends a year, and then the last one this year is the 1st and the 2nd
Of December.
of December.
Yeah.
And I think it's on Saturday we play Modern, and
Yeah.
then on Sunday it's Vintage, Old School, and Legacy.
Vintage, Old School, and Legacy.
Yes.
Right.
So it's quite
Yeah,
a variation.
That's very diverse. I mean,
Yeah.
no standard represented, but I know the mall community really
a
loves their
legacy, yeah.
eternal formats, but
Yeah.
even vintage and
Even
stuff.
vintage,
Wow.
yes.
And old school.
And old school.
Yeah, there's some cars worth of
Yeah.
cards on tables
Yeah,
over there.
If you go there, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's insane,
It's
insane.
really insane.
Flipping through binders, you don't find any draft rares or commons.
No. It's
just
alpha,
full on powers
alpha,
and
beta, power, all the
insane.
way.
That's insane to see. All right, but you traveled over here with a group of Belgian people.
Yeah.
to the Dutch Open Series. How are you liking the tournament so far?
I'm really loving it, actually. I think it's really fun that it's in the Spellenspektakel.
Yeah, in the gaming
It's-
convention,
yeah.
yeah.
It's really fun, but also the people, the judges, they're all so nice.
Yeah.
It's a fun
Well,
tournament
we
to
select
play.
them on being nice.
You're doing a great job then. It's really, everyone's really nice.
Yeah.
All good competitive players. It's
Yeah.
fun. It's a challenge, but it's a good one.
Well, it's nice to hear that there's a good balance between competitiveness and
And fun.
and having
Yeah,
fun. Yeah,
really,
that's exactly what we're aiming for at the Dutch Open Series. So, in January we also have our new main event. That's a new kind. Unfortunately, we don't have a gaming convention going on during our tournament every time, but there's also a Players Championship going on. Are you looking to qualify for that one?
Hopefully today I'm gonna try my best to keep winning or start winning again after the last
Running
loss.
them goblins
Yeah.
to victory and
Hopefully we'll
hope to
try.
claim that seat at the Players
Yeah.
Championship. All right, so time is being called in the round 4 standard, so we will continue with round number 5 for standard in just a few moments time. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Kim. Have a
Was
lot
it-
of fun. Keep on winning, because
Yeah.
I personally really want to see goblins in the top 8 of our tournament. So
Let's
good
hope
luck
so.
to you,
Thank
and we'll
you.
be back after these messages.
Do I have the sun come out for us? Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stand behind you. I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stand behind you. I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Here I stand behind you. I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you. I have the sunshine out on us. Can we wait until the end of this day? Can I finally just find my way back? I would like to, and I know you will. So can we wait until the end of this day? Move a little closer, fall a little deeper, lean a little forward, talk a little slower. Shall we dance beyond the lines? I need someone to lean on. Spend a little time. I need someone to see me through. Move
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dutch Open series. My name is Bas and this here is Golgari aficionado Brent. You must be rejoicing.
Always. I'm always having fun, but now even more because Golgari is climbing through the ranks.
Yes.
Rising up from the ashes like Golgari.
Well, not the ashes, right?
No, more like the
from
bodies, the corpses.
From
Yeah.
the
It's a bit
rotting,
nasty.
stinking guilt that it is.
It's a bit nasty business, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Well, we are going to feature Golgari on our backup table next round, and we will select a Selesnya deck, which we haven't really featured up until now. We saw some brief moments on our backup table, so we're going to pull that into our main feature match for this upcoming round. But first, we'd like to have a look at your bestie, your pet deck, Golgari mid-range. So this is an example deck that we pulled up for you guys to talk about, to see what this deck is all about. We've seen some cards already being played here, a package of some mana accelerants in the form of Llanowar Elves, then the whole Explore package with the Wild Growth Walkers and the Merfolk to go along with it. Of course, Chupacabra, Carnage Tyrant, which luckily we haven't seen just yet.
Aww.
Some fine finalities, Vivian Reed we've already seen. So what is Golgari mid-range about?
Yeah, if you look at the deck, there's 3 types of cards, 4 if you count remove spells. But you have Accelerants, way to get you into the mid game with the Rejuvenator and the Llanowar Elves. You have big spells, so you want to be able to cast them.
Yes.
Then you have Velocity, the Branch Walkers, the Jade Light Rangers, but also cards like Vivian Reed, the Fine Finality. Those are cards that just make sure that you stay in a game. Like if you remove all my creatures, sure, because my card quality has not quality but quantity has been higher.
Okay.
Because my lands are in my hand because I get them from the Explorer. The cards that I don't want are in my graveyard, and the cards that I do want, they are in my hand.
Yes.
So my card quantity is higher than you if you don't cast cards like Chemistry Insight or whatever actual draw.
Yeah, exactly.
Vivian Reed also makes sure that happens with the Fine Brokers and the Fine Finality. You can get those creatures back, so that makes sure that you have so many cards to choose from and to keep on going. Normally a mid-range deck, at some point your cards are very good, but you don't get to see a lot of them. You just go, okay, this Tarmogoyf is good, you kill it. Sure, this Liliana is good, you kill it.
Yeah.
The Goyf, you can't kill it, okay, then you're dead because this is so good. This deck is a little bit different because it just says Branch Walker, I draw a better card than you because I get to choose it.
Yes.
Then Jade Light Ranger, I get to choose a better card. Fine Broker, I do it all again.
Yeah.
And that is just great. That difference is really good. But then what the deck is really all about is the Haymakers.
Oh yeah.
Because an unanswered Vivian Reed, an unanswered Carnage Tyrant, well, it's pretty hard to answer. It's so difficult to beat.
That's what I was going to ask. I mean, you're building up to this, and the top row is all about building up, selecting cards, and try to stem the bleeding in the early game and trying to gain some advantage. But then the middle row of the cards, that's all pure power Haymakers, Golgari, Vraska, the Golgari Queen, your Fine Finalities just gain so much card advantage or are a board sweeper in the process. And you talked about Vivian Reed. I mean, does this deck need to work its way to a finisher, more like of a control deck? Because I'm starting to get the idea that Golgari just puts up this velocity of good bodies, all the while removing its opponent's creatures, so does it really need a card to finish like Carnage Tyrant or Vraska Golgari Queen?
Well, if there weren't so many mirrors and so many control decks, it wouldn't.
Okay.
This is more like a pre-boarded versus some decks. That feels a bit weird because Carnage Tyrant isn't that good against all the aggro decks. So this has developed. It started without the Carnage Tyrant, and it has incorporated just because it's so good. But indeed, most matches, this is also pretty heavy on the Carnage Tyrant list. Usually the 2 is a little bit more common, but it really depends. There are so many flavors.
Yeah, it's just tuning the deck however you please.
And what you expect, exactly. So, but you win with Branch Walkers and Jade Light Rangers more often than not.
Yeah.
Just because the hits keep on coming.
Yes,
with a Jade Light Ranger, I'm gonna draw more lands than you, sure. Yeah. But I'm gonna also draw more other cards.
Yeah, so if I'm going to ignore that 3 Carnage Tyrant, 3 Vivian Reed, and that Vraska, there's just a clear package of value creatures and rebuying those value creatures that can gain you so much advantage in the mid game, and that's of course why it's called Golgari mid-range. So the mana base is pretty straightforward. You play your 4 Overgrown Tomb, you play your 4 Verdant Catacombs, some Memorial to Follies, just to gain that extra recurring theme going, get more value out of your creatures.
Yeah, and what I really like about this deck and what makes it so good, I think, is normally you have to play like a package of Fatal Push, or, well, that's not in the format, but you have to play a lot of removal spells.
Yes.
If you look at this list, there's only one card that's not good against every deck.
Cast down.
Yeah, I mean, Carnage Tyrant is not great against red-white because it's expensive, but like the cast down is if my opponent doesn't play creatures, then it's not that good. But the fine finalities, I mean, fine, it's not a sweeper today. It only gets back a fine broker and a Jadelight Ranger.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I mean, Ravenous Chupacabra, it isn't great if there's not a creature, but most decks play some incidental ones. And if it's a 2/2, that's a little bit embarrassing.
It still does something at least.
If you have a Midnight Reaper accompanying with it, that's great. It can be a body just to block, to protect your Vivian Reed.
Exactly.
Or incidentally kill a Cackling Drake or Electromouse. Or
Yeah, that's
you
fine.
name it.
That's fine too.
Everything has a purpose, and it's not without it. It's not like you go like, okay, well, I have these 3 dead cards in my hand, and just wait till you play a creature, sir.
It doesn't really matter which type of matchup you're in. This deck always uses every part of the buffalo.
Yeah. No, I like it. I like it.
Alright, so let's have a quick peek at the sideboard because our players are getting seeded in their feature matches. So we're about to start round number 5.
I'll keep it a little bit short then. Yeah.
And the sideboard, there's some interesting choices. You see a package of Duress, which is most of the time always a anti-control, but you also see some anti-aggro cards. Is that clearly the mix that they're going for here?
Yeah, it is semi-pre-boarded to a lot of things.
Yes.
Because it has the Carnage Tyrant to get for the control, and it has some Wildgrowth Walkers for the aggro deck, so it's mid-range with a little bit of pre-board.
Yes.
And then you can decide which part of that pre-board you take out and put in the actual both board.
Yeah.
So the Duresses are great against control, and then you can take out things like Chupacabra, the Wildgrowth Walker, which aren't that great.
The cast down.
But you have some Wildgrowth Walkers, so sometimes game 1 you just wreck an aggro player. But post board, you almost guaranteed, well, not guaranteed, but there's a good chance you have one of those Wildgrowth Walkers. That's great.
Exactly.
Deathguard Scavengers, gaining some life, putting a body, Playcrafter, can get rid of Teferi, but also can get rid of a big creature if that's necessary. And so very diverse cards, but in the sideboard it's a little bit more specific towards certain decks because you can afford it. The main deck you want to be good against everything. Post board you want to be. It's okay to be good against one thing.
And funnily enough, that Plague Walker, that's kind of your what's the previous version of
Flashback Marauder.
Flashback Marauder. Yes, that's what I was talking about.
And there's another one, the Executioner.
Yeah, indeed. But this one also takes down Planeswalkers, and that's a very important part because I believe this card is more often sided in versus control decks rather than heavy creature decks, right?
It does more than only Planeswalker. It has the discard clause as well.
Oh yeah, right.
And that's what makes it, for me, incredibly good. And I'm a little bit surprised. I understand why it's not so popular in the format, but for me, this card, when I saw this card, I was like, okay, this is not a Flashback Marauder.
No.
It looks like it.
No.
It smells like it. But it doesn't taste like it. It's different. This is not a Flashback. Yeah, I tasted the flash. Yes. I'm into Golgari, man. What can I say?
Have you seen the art?
Yes, I love it. I mean, sometimes, everybody has his own preferences. You can't blame me. Don't judge me, man. No, but Playground is an amazing card, and I expect it to show up some way
in this tournament.
I can tell you, it's in my battle box, and I don't think it will ever leave it.
No. So you see also the 2 Golden Demises, a card I have seen very many of in these Golgari sideboards, just to stem the bleeding versus those tokens and mono white or Boros aggro decks. So yeah, that's a few cards. A spicy one, Eldest Reborn. Hopefully we'll get to talk about that one later on in the tournament, because that is a card, a draft all-star as well. Has seen some previous play, but for now our players are ready in the feature match area and have drawn their opening hands and ready to start for us. We have Ike, who we saw last round on Boros aggro, versus Joep Langlet on Golgari. So another Golgari versus a Boros aggro matchup here. I don't know who's on the play, but I can imagine that Ike really wants to be. As we saw in the Anna Vavat versus Golgari matchup as well.
Yeah, and we should ask our coverage team to see if we can make sure that we pronounce his name correctly, because somewhere along the line that would be nice.
Yes.
Because I hate it if you just do that for an entire tournament, just butcher someone's name.
And then when he wins the finals, we have him over for an interview, and he's like, "Yeah, I am Ajik."
Yeah, and there we go, and you just look at yourself like, "Oh, well, that makes me look silly."
Indeed.
Yeah. So it's I could taking a mulligan. It happens. It's okay. I mean, you can take the first one. I can always accept. The second one, it does a little bit more pain to me.
Right.
But the first one, like, okay, sure, it's good to be diligent.
And luckily for us, we have been pronouncing his name correctly. Yes, it's just Ike.
Great.
He's not up against Dina, but he is called Ike.
Oh,
Yes, I did.
yes, you did.
So a keep on 6 and a scry to the top as he opens up with a Sacred Foundry.
I love that art.
Oh, yes.
It's the second best Sacred Foundry art. I've ranked all the Shocklands.
Okay. You know there are only just 3, right?
No, there are 30 Shocklands.
Yeah.
Well, technically 25, but the other arts have been spoiled already. There are 3 Sacred Foundries.
Yes.
I have ranked every Shockland.
Alright, you've ranked all 25 of them.
No, the other 5 arts are already known, so I
Okay, so
went
you've
ahead.
ranked all 30 of them.
Yeah, I
Not
did.
just within their respective colors.
No, I stay within one line, because otherwise I do also did that, but it's more.
And why did you? Just for yourself?
This is a long story, but for the battle box, obviously, because there are 20 shocks in there,
Of
so I need
course.
to make sure that I have the correct art. Because I don't want
Yes.
multiples, I don't want the same art, although it's the best art.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's good to have a little bit of variation in the
Alright.
kitchen,
Yeah.
as they say it here in the Netherlands. And but I still want the most pretty art.
All right,
obviously.
some small slip-ups here as a woodland cemetery tried to come into play untapped, but that Memorial to Folly is no swamp, so Ike has the opportunity to attack with his Undato Vanguard and the token from Legion's Landing for a full amount of 4
I think you
damage.
missed a pretty good pun here.
Why?
Memorial to Folly, and you're just missing that. It was a folly of him to think that it was a swap. No? Alright.
Nope. We
Man.
are going with History of Benalia, and now that Wild Growth Walker is coming into play, but this might be a turn too late for the Wild Growth Walker, because he is being overrun by the Boros Legion.
Yeah, and that Woodland Cemetery, if that would have been an overgrown tomb, that would have made a world of difference. Because now, the Wild Growth Walker is just, if that would have come down last turn, and then
Yeah.
you can now Jade Light Ranger, for instance, you have a
Oh,
4-3
yes.
and a 3-5, and you gained 6 life, that's a whole different story. Now, if I just says Conclave Tribunal,
Ooh, this is a nice
Cavalry
one.
Drill
yeah.
Master. Now
Cavalry
we
Drill
know it.
Master. Yes, it gives +2/+02. Something?
yeah, target creature.
Yes, but which one did he target?
I think the 1/1,
I think so too.
because that feel no, the Knight's better.
Makes it well. The 1/1 makes it able to attack through the Wild Growth Walker as well.
I would have attacked anyway.
Otherwise, you would have kept the 1/1 back, right?
No, because then I can flip my Adanto. I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, you want to flip your Adanto anyway. Okay,
I mean,
so
it dies or it doesn't die, but it's attacking.
Yeah, of course. He follows it up with a Knight of Grace that has pseudo protection from black. And as long as Joop has a black, anyone has a black permanent, it gets +1/+0 and first strike. So these are 2 Wild Growth Walkers, and I hope there's no Explore creature coming.
Oh boy.
Wow! So revealing a land, that's fine, but these 2 Wild Growth Walkers both gain a +1/+1 counter, and Joop goes back up to 13 life.
Yeah, but
that
this
is a big swing, but still, Ike is now on History of Benalia ultimate territory and has a huge attack force going for him. If he can follow this up with the heroic reinforcements,
I
then
think he
then
doesn't
it's
even
game.
need to. This is close to lethal already. I mean, if unless Yupa is gonna jump
Yeah.
block
So
stuff.
the left 3 creatures have +2/+1, so that's 4,
3.
8, 12.
Yeah.
So
4-3.
yeah, there's the Adanto Vanguard, which does 3 damage. With the token, that's 4, and with the the Cavalry Drill Master is also a human knight,
Dang.
so that also has +2/+1.
Alright, so that's 16
Wow.
plus 4 is 20 damage. He can block 12 of it because he can block 3 4-powered creatures.
Yeah.
So no, he's not dead. But blocking a 4-powered creature is.
he's throwing away his entire board state here.
Oh, you mean you?
Joop,
Yeah, sure.
Joop.
I thought
Yeah,
you meant
no,
Ike.
no. Joop.
I would have snap attacked with that 1/1, by the way.
Oh,
I was
yes.
like, sure, buddy. If you want to go after my 1/1, you got it.
If you want to block with your Wild Growth Walker on my 1/1 and give me the opportunity to push 4 more damage through, I mean, what is that 1/1 doing?
You do you, man. You do you.
Yeah.
But this
Alright,
is
so he goes for the trade on the Cavalry Drill Master, wise choice. He goes for the damage prevention on the Adento Vanguard. 1 point of damage in. Well, yeah, he's passing 1 point of damage through here, and the Knight is going to eat up the other Wild Growth Walker because it gets +2/+1 from the History of Manalia.
Can I just say, this is without him casting a spell this turn, so there's a possibility that he just puts 2 more creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah, easily. At least one, as it stands right now.
Worst case, he can just put an extra vampire into play, but
and that's
we
worst
can do
case.
better. But yeah, I really would have liked that 1/1 attacking.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a need to be careful with that.
So
Just go for it.
of course Ike is paying 4 mana for his Adento Vanguard to keep that one in play, and Joop only gets to untap with a single Wild Growth Walker, as there we go, another Adento Vanguard and a Dauntless Bodyguard to protect one of his creatures.
Ritual of Sooth wouldn't even do it here. Because he has 3 creatures that he can save from the ritual.
Yeah, he can sacrifice a Dauntless Vanguard to protect 1 and then pay 8 life to protect 2 more. Wow, okay.
That's a bodyguard.
Yes.
You've been that's
sorry,
been a
that's
thing
a
for the entire
bodyguard,
day
yeah.
already. And I was like, he's going to get it right the next time.
Well, yeah, thank you very much for letting me pronounce that wrong 10 times. Well, we do have a backup feature match going strong. We have seen him multiple times already, but as promised, we are going to feature some more Celestia tokens as well in the hands of Cor Hartogs, as he has a Banalish Marshal and Allegiance Landing. I also see a veteran, no, not veteran, venerated Loxodon and some. You're gonna have to help me here. Flourish, yeah.
This is
flower flourish. So either flowers or flourishes. As René puts a Warkite Marauder onto the battlefield. 16-12. How do we like this board state, Brent?
Mono blue, heavily favored.
Yeah.
He has the combo.
He does. He
has it on like. Yeah.
Well,
alright. Okay. This changes things because now the ways possibly open, and if it really depends on what core is actually playing, because there are a lot of versions of Celestia tokens. That is a very broad spectrum to grab from.
Okay.
But something like a Buffling End on that Siren Storm Tamer would stem the bleeding quite a bit. I mean, sure, you're only attacking for 3, or my opponent is attacking for 6.
Yeah.
But Celestia has a way to get stuff done.
Alright, so here we see another copy of Venerated Loxodon entering the battlefield. That Banalish Marshal tapped for a Convoke mana, so it gets an extra +1/+1 counter as soon as this Venerated Loxodon is resolved.
It's an interesting choice to use that. I think he has another 2-drop to cast. If that's the Baffling End I thought I saw, that would be great. But then I really would have liked the different sequencing.
This is a Baffling End.
Oh, you can't. Yeah. So I did see correctly.
Alright, and he is
But
going
now
to target that one.
Spell
Alright, no, this is a dive down, but either way, it's a
No, but he could have played
protection
around Spell Pierce, I think.
He could have played around Spell Piece, yes, he could have.
Oh, and it's actually in play, so if you would destroy the Baffling End now,
You get a 3/3 dino.
3/3 dino.
Well, I don't think Blue has any way to destroy an enchantment already in play.
Did you bring
but
3/3
yeah,
dinos
sure.
in our token container?
We'll see.
I don't
We'll
think.
see.
Come on, Renee,
I mean,
just bounce that.
You test me. I invite you to test me.
It's in there. You're pretty sure about that.
Alright, so full swing attack from René, as he is still on a comfortable 16 life, and Core has only 8 power in play as it stands right now. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. That Venerated Loxodon, well, it loses flying, but yeah, that's not really doing anything.
Trust.
Rats.
Yeah. But this is almost certainly game over.
Oh yeah, I mean he's at 2 already. There are 2 Mistcloaked Heralds in play, so yes. Unless there is something really special coming off the top of his deck, this is a victory for René.
This is a nail in the coffin, but something which would give both his creatures lifelink would be a start. But
oh yes.
Yeah.
Well, there he goes. He scoops them up. René already up a game, and he is currently at 4-0. One of the few undefeated players left in the tournament.
This man just can't lose.
As well as Core Hartogs on Celestia tokens. So let's see if he can salvage it back to a 2-1 as we bring you back to our main feature match, because those players are about ready to start their game number 2. Let's have a quick peek at the sideboards for these 2 guys and start with Joop, since he is down a game. We'll see what he is packing. Well, it's a clear example of what we've seen in our deck tech slide, but he has his Carnage Tyrants mostly in the sideboard.
And this is a decision. If you think, all right, I'm going to see less control. Obviously, that seems in this meta, but he didn't know that, of course. But he thought he was going to see more aggression, I think, and that's why he chose to put the Carnage Tyrant inside. But looking at his list, he has plays a few more Vraska Golgari Queens. He plays the big Vraska, the Relic Seeker. Some Doom Whisperers main, so he has a little bit of a spicy list, but he still has the package of Wild Growth Walkers. He has 3 in the main. That's why you don't see a fourth or a package in the side, because he has both main already. But the 3 Rituals of Suit, that's what it's all about. Getting that to go is gonna be absolutely.
Yes. Yes, those are so important in this aggro matchup. Well, they are already on the way for their game number 2. Do you have any ideas on how Ike is going to bring some more cards in?
Yeah, I like the Experimental Frenzies I just saw.
Okay.
I could go for some removal if you want to get rid of a Wild Growth Walker. So he has some Baffling Hands. I would use those.
Okay.
He has Deafening Clarion, but that's mostly to kill your own creatures. Doesn't seem like the best idea.
Or give them lifelink.
Yeah, you never know when it's necessary. But no, I think he doesn't need to board too much, because he's just a straight up aggro deck.
He's Boros
He's
aggro.
attacking for 4 turn 2.
Yep.
Sometimes you just need to do that and nothing else.
Oh yes, I mean it does, and the important part on that Cavalry Drill Master is that it also gives first strike, and that is an important reason why that Seeker Swire didn't feel confident enough to block, as just like you mentioned, Baffling Hand takes care of that Midnight Reaper and exiling it indefinitely.
Can I say that I like that almost everyone tries to put his creature under the Baffling Hand as if it comes back.
As if it's coming back, yeah.
Because you have Vanisher Priest,
yeah,
we have
that's
the
exactly
Fiend
how
Hunter,
you're used to.
we have the new one, the
Conclave
Dwarf
Tribunal.
Priest, the Dwarven Priest in
yeah.
Kaladesh as well. We have the Journey to Nowhere, we have the Oblivion Rig, the Tensions, all of it. This says no, so everyone is just so automatically bound to put it under.
No, you get a dino.
Yeah.
As Merfolk Branchwalker reveals his bigger friend Jadelight Ranger for an extra counter Memorial to Folly, enter the battlefield tapped and pass it back to Ike. And that Cavalry Drill Master can still attack if he wants to, a second copy of Baffling Hand. But I see a more important card in his hand.
A Red Source.
Big ol' and a Red Source that he was hiding from us.
Yeah, he didn't have that before this, so
that's why the Red Source.
Yeah, so
right.
this was really important. He had a good hand because he had a lot of white cards with no red mana. So I think that was a good keep, but he really needed a Red Source. However, Tajik is not the best suitor now, because it doesn't match up too well. You want the second Red Source, then it's great.
Yeah.
So I think I would like what he's doing now and just deploy.
Yeah, because it doesn't have first strike of its own, so it would be trading with that Merfolk Branchwalk, and that's not what you want to.
No, I'm not the biggest fan of this. I mean, he has. Yeah.
He also has Baffling and Adento Vanguard, which he could have played, and the Banefire, yeah.
I think I would have liked to cost the Adento Vanguard and the Baffling Hand.
Alright.
To get some more velocity going.
Because then you have 2 creatures, you already have that Banefire in hand, you know there was a Jadelight Ranger on the way, but ooh, this is nice! The hidden mode on Vivian Reed is that she can -2 destroy an enchantment. And okay, now I'm tested.
What are you tested on?
Oh, we're having a dinosaur.
Oh, we have a dino. Oh, yeah.
Do we have a dinosaur?
We always do. We have everything.
I mean,
but last time we had you didn't. What was it?
I don't know.
Like a poison counter or something like that.
Yeah, but you don't use tokens as poison counters.
No, the card which has the fraction symbol on it.
Yeah.
It doesn't not correct.
No, you don't use those. Poison is a resource that you have to track on paper. Yeah, but which we also track on screen for you guys. So you don't use a poison counter, so you don't need the token. But
I feel you're biased. Can I say that?
No. I'm very strict about how this should work. But
all right,
a lot of things are going on the board stage.
Yeah. So to talk about what happened, another Baffling Hand to take care of the dinosaur that came out of the Baffling Hand. The Tajik killed the Vivian Reed as it should, and then I could play another 2-drop, and he decided against it.
Yes.
He looked scared of a board wipe, and he says, "Okay, I'm just gonna be reasonable about this and not fall into this trap."
Yeah.
But it is pretty nice really because there's almost no blocker in Youp's deck that can deal with the Tajik on top.
I mean, you can just attack with it and use the first strike ability as you please, and then still drop another threat alongside of it. And if he chose to play Adento Vanguard as his threat, that was going to survive a board swipe anyway.
Yeah, I think I would have liked... Also, you don't want to wait too long. I mean, Golgari is good in waiting.
Yeah.
I mean, any day, baby. I mean,
You favor Golgari in the long run.
Yeah, so I understand that you don't want to commit to a sweeper, but I mean, for that Banefire to be relevant, they need to be low. 14 is going to take a while, you know? So I think I really would have liked it last turn. Now I think this would be a sweeper. This will be a fine finality. Yeah, get rid of it.
All right, so that is a sweeper that Adento Vanguard does die to, but yeah. So you can pay 4 life to make it indestructible, but -4/-4 still says nope.
Ike says reload.
Yep, History of Benalia into Skymarch Aspirant. So that's from 4 permanents, 5 permanents into play, straight away up to 8. So
next turn with the token 9, so there's a good chance he's going to
hit the Flying City's Blessing.
And that's not the most relevant thing, but it's nice. Hello.
Oh.
That also has a destroy enchantment mode. But he doesn't do it.
Yes,
do you know you can destroy your own enchantments with Fresca?
That is a very relevant point, and it has been for you in the past, hasn't it?
Yes. My teammate destroyed his own Howling Mine. Well, what's it called? Kumena's Awakening.
Kumena's Awakening,
to not deck himself in the finals of a PTQ. Yeah, so that was good.
That was a delight to watch. I'm very sad that we never covered that or recorded that, because that match was insane. But this one is going to...
It took like 40 minutes for game 1.
Yeah. But this one is going on for a little while longer as well, because that Vraska is looking to stabilize a little bit, and the Pirate can trade with every creature on the board that Ike has currently, and currently his creatures don't match up against Vraska all that great.
Nope, City's Blessing.
City's Blessing is very important, and giving that Skymarch Aspirant +4/+0, being able to get rid of that Vraska this turn.
Oh, I'm not gonna go for Vraska.
You're gonna go for face?
Face, baby. And I would attack with those knights, I think, as well.
He's gonna go for Vraska, and
that's only 6.
Only Vraska. Okay, so this is a small attack. Might this be a setup for heroic reinforcements later down the line?
No. The history has 4 knights. So
yeah, sure.
But I don't care about that. I mean, with this knight, I would deal 6+2. That's 8 damage. So you would go to 6. I have a Banefire in hand. I mean, if you don't gain life, you're going to be dead in a few turns, because either I draw lands and the Banefire is bigger, or I don't draw lands and then I don't draw lands, and that's pretty good. So for me, I would have liked an attack to the face, but that's also because I like attacking face. That does help a lot.
Yes.
So yeah, this I can understand it, because that Fresco is big, and you know it has quite a good ultimate.
Yeah,
you need to be wary of it.
Importantly, he did get it down to 2, so he cannot use the destroy enchantment mode on it. So that History of Benalia is staying in play. Although Ritual of Suit has something to say about that. Now the tables have turned.
Yeah, and now this game is over.
Yes.
If you would be at 6. Sure, you got rid of my... You have to minus to kill my history.
I'll just draw lands and set up my Banefire.
Yeah, I mean, either I draw creatures, it's problematic for you, or I draw lands, it's problematic for you.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that you can do is have like something like a duress. Well, I'm fine with that, because duress is not being brought into boss aggro. So for me personally, I would have liked the aggression to the face.
Yeah.
And then there was even something to say about pumping your knights to make sure that they survive. But personally, I feel the sweeper coming. The sweeper is the only way to lose. Let's make sure that we play as much around the sweeper.
Yeah,
and that's why I didn't care about losing my knight.
No, exactly. And if you're going to count into that sweeper, you really want that Vraska off the table for a next turn.
Yeah, if you're scared of if you want to get rid of the sweeper, if you're going to attack the Vraska, then make sure you kill it.
Yes.
Kill it dead.
Yes.
And now this game is over.
Because now you've spent just 3 resources against a Vraska that didn't die and is still on the battlefield and is now victorious over Boros aggro in this game number 2. So yeah, fortunately for us, the backup match just started their game number 2. So Mono Blue versus Celestia Tokens. Both on 4-0, 2 undefeated players in a tournament. One of them, our sealed champion from yesterday, brought his Rivals of Excellent draft deck to the table to try and ride that one to victory in the Standard Open as well.
His lands are better than Chorus though.
Yes.
I mean, okay, now with the Temple Garden, Chorus better again, to be honest?
Yes.
But, yeah.
Alright, so a lieutenant for Cor Hartogs A 2/3, a really nice body for only 2 mana, but that Mistcloaked Herald is unblockable, and he does have the Curious Obsession in hand, but he chooses not to go for it this turn, might not be able to protect it, or set up a Merfolk Trickster later on.
I think he wants to keep a counter spell open with it. I think now it's something like an Essence Scatter, I think, and then he wants to go for a counter spell together with casting the Curious Obsession, just to be, because otherwise you kind of fall to a baffling end. That's pretty. And talk about pretty horrible. Man, you cannot Essence Scatter this.
Nope. There's only Spell Pierce or Negate that deals with this one, and it resolves. So a knight enters the battlefield for core.
History of Banana is just so good.
Oh yeah, that card is so good. Okay, so it was the Merfolk Trickster that he was representing, but yeah, tapping a knight down half of a card. I mean, History of Benalia, it's not a planeswalker you can take down. It's not like it's on 1 loyalty and you can attack it with your Mistcloaked Herald. That thing is here to stay.
Is the Merfolk Trickster, is that a May? And can you target your own creature?
I would assume it's a May, otherwise you always have to target your own creature. No, tap target creature an opponent controls.
But May or must?
No, must.
So if he would have cast another Thornless Tenant, he would have to give him a creature or not cast a Trickster.
Yeah, exactly.
You had no idea I was going for this,
No,
right?
I had no idea what you were setting up. But
I'm looking for a decent direction. Like, where you go, really? Oh crap!
Yeah,
do I need to do that? Then they go read their own card like, drat.
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
And by then it's already on the battlefield, so no takesies backsies. As we see a flower fetching up either a forest or a plains for a core Hartog side of the table.
I once did it with a Chain to the Rocks. I played a creature on 3. My opponent played a Thassa on 3.
Yeah.
But Thassa was not a creature.
No.
So I cast Chain to the Rocks, trigger, target Thassa. That's an illegal target.
Yeah.
You need to choose a new target. And I was looking at the board and like, well, I have one
I'm
choice.
the only one.
My own.
All right.
I scooped that game. I went. Okay, goodbye.
Yeah. Okay.
This good enough. I'm going to go home.
Bye bye.
This is.
Well, with an active Thassa on the battlefield, it's already that was lights out.
No, that was not
anytime.
active. It was just a Thassa. That was the only thing he had.
Okay. Well,
But otherwise, I could chain to the rocks.
You
it
could
was
chain
just,
it. Yeah,
it was
you
just
could,
an
you could have
enchantment.
chained it. Yeah, sure.
But talk about missing things.
He missed the History of Benalia trigger. Yeah. So
costly.
Yeah, very costly.
Because
so,
against the tempo deck, having tempo is pretty good.
And I believe since the players are moving on in this game, this is. Oh no, the judges are still resolving this issue.
Yeah, it was just okay. We can shuffle because this is happening already. I mean, might as well continue shuffling.
Might as well continue. So, are we going to back this up? Do you believe? Is this a trigger he can even miss?
He gained no information by not doing it.
No.
I believe he cannot miss it, but this is something really about the rules.
Yeah.
It is a beneficial trigger. I think we can all agree on that.
Yes, it is.
But some triggers you simply cannot miss.
Okay.
So it really depends on what the standard ruling is.
Okay, so we can
we
can reverse this because the flower was cast. That was in his hand. We knew he fetched up a plains, and he never put it in his hand. He always kept it showing. Yeah. So this was easy to reverse. So we're going back to the upkeep, or back to the draw step rather, where the saga trigger.
I must say that this is the most painful, no, not painful, but ridiculous backup ever.
Oh yeah, because the exact same thing is going to happen right now. But I mean, this is how it works. This is exactly how you should resolve it.
Well,
and although in this situation it seems kind of silly, it's very important to handle these things perfectly fine.
Yeah, this is just, and sometimes it feels a bit silly, but for judges they just say, okay, we're going to do it according to the rules, and we're going to follow the rule book because. We are the judges, and this is the rules.
These are the rules, no exceptions.
There's no there is interpretation for some rules, but some are very clear. And the players actually were having a laugh about it as well because it feels a little bit silly.
This is going
it's fine. If I were core, I would not have shuffled my deck. By the way, I would just look at it and just say,
grab the planes.
Really, you're gonna make me shuffle this?
Like make me fetch my planes again?
Yeah.
And the judge is gonna be like, yes.
I would just look at him and go, really? Am I really now? Because then I have to randomize. I have to present to my opponent.
He's going to have to cut. Yeah.
And then we get 3 minutes extra time for just the shuffling. Thank you.
Oh yes.
Okay,
but he
back to the pitch.
Did get a token out of the deal, and that is very important as he is going to attack for 4 points of damage here, unless Renee can follow this up with another Merfolk Trickster. But it looks like He is going to take it. Not quite sure where we are at.
We're at the
moment.
main phase of.
We're still in the
Korf.
main phase?
Yeah. So he still didn't attack. So his first main phase.
So attack! Come on!
Yes.
Get on with it! What are you waiting for?
With attack with the
Hoppa.
2-3 as well. Get in there.
Yes!
This
Let's
is not
go!
this is a race.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
we go. Now you get it. Those creatures are made for attacking.
If no, not for walking.
Not
but
for walking.
attacking.
No, that's Merfolk Branchwalker. That one's made for walking.
Okay.
Painful silence. Oh, and this is
All
a nice,
right.
this is a nice interaction as well. The tokens from History of Benalia have Vigilance, and Vigilance pairs so well with Convoke.
Yeah, absolutely. And but does he have? He has a March of Multitudes.
No, he has the Conclave Tribunal, so the exile
Yeah, but he
enchantment.
passed the turn. I would, if I'm. I hope he has an instant speed interaction, because for me, playing against a tempo deck, sure, things get countered. You can, like, preferably things that you don't mind being countered, but make sure that you use your mana, because it's not going to get any better if you wait. Certainly if they draw more cards than you per turn.
Exactly.
This
is
good timing.
nice. Yeah, this is great timing. That History of Benalia is going to trigger chapter number 3, but those creatures are tapped and are not going to untap during course main phase. So that last trigger from History of Benalia is going to do stone cold nothing.
This
But
I like. If it was a Baffling End, I really did not like this.
Oh yeah, of
But
course.
this is good, because
Of course.
the seal away is like, sure, if you counter it, but then you, for next turn cycle, you don't have more mana. So I can then cast a creature and then use the Tribunal with the Convoke, because you have quite a bit of mana available with your creatures.
Yeah.
With Sleep they don't untap, that's sure, so one turn you don't have it. But it's really good to have the, to act in your opponent's turn. So,
Yes.
Preferably in there before their draw step, because then they have to make a tough decision.
Yeah.
Well, with Seal Away that's a little bit difficult, so I prefer to do it at combat.
And that's what you see when you are playing against control decks very, very often. That decks that try to gain some momentum against a control deck, trying to play around counter spells, trying to free up their own main phase. They always play their interaction spells in the upkeep or the draw step from the control player, so that they are forced to tap out into their own turn instead of maybe their end step or wherever.
And you do it in their upkeep, so they don't know what they're going to draw. So otherwise they have more options.
More informations, and more information is always worse.
Yeah, because then they know, okay, I want to prioritize this or not. Because if they draw another counterspell, then they know, okay, my counterspell is less valuable because I have another one.
Yeah.
While if they draw a land, then they value their counterspell, going to save it for something bigger.
Exactly,
perhaps.
exactly.
So not giving them options is always great, and doing it in their turn constricts their mana. If they're tapped out, jam it. Because then they cannot counter.
Sure.
But if they have mana open and they're not going to use it, then it's a waste to let them untap with the mana they just choose, because then they have more mana available.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really important.
Well, I'm really liking Core's side of the table here. He has 2 Knight tokens and that Lieutenant, and Rene only has his Siren Stormtamer. He does have a second copy of Merfolk Trickster in his hand and a Wizard's Retort.
And an Essence Scatter, is that, or is that spell?
That's an Essence Scatter, yeah. That's a newer version of Essence Scatter. So that one is going to get tapped. Now you can go to attacks.
I'm not a big fan of that Tribunal on the 2/2. I don't think that's a high priority target.
Yeah, what I believe Core's line of thinking is you really want to keep the board state clear on Rene's side of the table.
I like this, but he made a small error. But what he did, okay, he cast a Baffling Hand.
Yes.
But the Baffling Hand needs to come into play, and only then you can target something.
Yes.
So he did a little bit out of sequence, but nothing major is going to happen from that.
Nothing too important.
I believe. But what is relevant is that the Baffling Hand, he could choose either creature with it. And the Trickster is more high valuable because it can block the Knight, or at least to push through damage. I think that targeting the Trickster, it would be better. But the Storm Tamer has the option to counter that ability.
Yeah.
Yeah. So by choosing the Storm Tamer, you make sure that René doesn't have a choice.
Yes.
And leaving your opponent with choice is almost always worse, because if it's the same, if he would do it anyway, then it doesn't matter that you target which one you target. And otherwise, he might, because of his hand or the way he feels the matchup would be, it could be that it's disastrous that you pick the wrong target, and you don't know that for certain.
Okay.
So you can say, okay, but maybe my opponent will make the mistake and forget it or something.
and the small misstep that was made is we're still in combat. You can't cast a baffling end in combat.
Oh, that's a thing.
So before blocks, he was trying to cast a baffling end, and he was baffled by the result of his opponent calling a judge. Because that's not an option you can take. And now we see Wizards retort.
I'm happy about that.
Only paying two mana because of that Siren Storm Tamer, and another lieutenant entering the battlefield on the core side of the table.
I would sign up for this.
Oh yeah, and again, I mean, he has 3 2-powered attackers against Renee's 1/1, who is only left with an Essence Scatter and a basic island in his hand.
I think you're forgetting the ability of Thor Lieutenant.
Oh, if it gets targeted?
No.
Oh no! You can activate it!
Yep.
It's like, what's it called? The other 2/3 Vigilance from Oath of the Gatewatch.
Yeah, it's similar to that one, but let's stick with this one.
You have to sink mana into it.
6 mana, and then you get +4/+4.
Yeah.
So this race, I mean, Renee is not gonna win this race on board. I mean, anything that card draws is good, because either he draws action or he draws a land, which gives him that magical 6 mana threshold, and that's
yeah, exactly.
bonkers.
That 6th land drop is really, really important for these 2 Thorn Lieutenants to be able to activate. So. Not right now, he is missing his 6th land drop, which is not a bad place to be in. I mean, that means you're drawing more gas, and more gas is also very, very good.
It's such a bad spot, because if you're Renee, you're like, okay, my opponent needs to only draw lands, and then I have a shot at this game. And then you look at Thorn Lieutenant and go, he can't really draw lands either.
Nope.
He needs to draw, I don't know, blank pieces of cardboard. But
lands?
How many do you have of those in your deck, Core? 0 maybe?
Yeah.
Sleep is a good card.
Probably.
But it doesn't.
It doesn't progress, and this is the downside of sleep. Sleep is so good when you're slightly ahead, or maybe in a parity situation. But sleep is so bad when you're behind.
Yeah, no, it's okay if you're behind but have a board. It's the thing about sleep is there needs to be a board.
Yes.
And obviously, if you're ahead, it's way better, because if your opponent is at 20 life, then sleep is sometimes can do 20 damage indirectly, but sometimes it doesn't. But if you just have 1/1/1, it's 1/1/1. Then it's not exactly great.
Okay, so we're going to skip over to our main feature match as Core ties this up as a 1-1. So we are going to have a game 3 out of these gentlemen as we proceed with our Golgari versus Boros aggro. These players are currently tied up in games, and Joep is on the draw here versus Ike's Boros aggro. Ike being on the play again. Not a turn 1 play, because he wanted to play that Clifftop Retreat, but then he has deployed a Dauntless Bodyguard and a Sky March Aspirant.
Can I just say it seemed like a small play, perhaps not so relevant, because he had 2 mountains and a Clifftop Retreat, so he could just play a mountain and next turn have the Clifftop Retreat available.
Yes, but then not have the option to draw himself into a plains.
Exactly, and it seems small. And sure, now that you say it, it obviously makes sense, and we all would do it, and everyone at home on the couch obviously would have done it that way anyway, sure thing. But sometimes you forget these little things where you go, okay, but what if I draw a plains?
Yeah.
And what if? That matters so much. Look at this. Boom.
Because now he already has 3 creatures by turn 3, and that Merfolk Branchwalker is obliged to jump in front of that Dauntless Bodyguard, leaving him with a Cavalry Drill Master and a Sky March Aspirant.
Yep, so Joep was already at 16. And it was an interesting choice, which he could block, because he could give his opponent again a choice without the Drill Master. With the Drill Master, it was an easy choice, obviously. But Ike had that same choice: which card is better?
Yeah.
And obviously, the Sky Marcher is better after. After the
Bodyguard, so exactly. And this is interesting. He played a Jadelight Ranger and he explored twice. He revealed a Seeker Squire off the first flip. If you keep that on top, you're guaranteed to have a 4/3 body, which blocks those 2 really, really nicely. But he chose to take the risk and put the Seeker Squire, which is also a 1/2 body, at least trades with the 2/1, to put that into the graveyard. And luckily reveal another spell, so it was a 4/3, but that's risky.
I assume he needs land. If you have a Chupacabra in the waiting line in the queue, ready to be deployed, but you need that 4th land, I would also go, okay, worst case, I had okay, it's a 3/2 and it trades, or it's a 4/3 and I'm closer to my land.
Okay.
So either way, I think it's good to do that.
Okay.
And that's Tajik going down, sadly.
Oh yeah,
man, Tajik is a good card.
Oh yeah, man, 3/2 Haster, mentoring on that Sky March Aspirant. It doesn't matter if you're a vampire, a knight, or a soldier. Tajik will mentor you all the way.
He did have the 4th land already. Okay, then makes
less sense.
The reasoning makes a little bit less sense, because if he has the 4th land, I think a 4/3. I would have liked to keep it 4/3, and the Squire is a good card.
Yeah, especially, but not because if it were a Merfolk Branchwalker, I would revisit that decision. But because it's a Seeker Squire, and if that one hits, it's a 2/3, which lines up perfectly against Knight of Grace, History of Benalia, Cavalry Drillmaster, Sky March Aspirant, Dauntless Bodyguard, every single card in Ayuk's deck.
Yeah, although Knight of Grace is the one exception, and also the history can give the nice plus. But I agree. But let's just be honest. Boros Aggro is no slouch. That deck has a lot of play to it. So a lot of options and a lot of possibilities.
Exactly, and a nice little 2-for-1 with the ritual of shoot, taking down 2 creatures and keeping that Chupacabra in play. But this Knight of Grace, it is now a 3-powered first striker.
Yeah, but looking at this,
looking at this.
But without this already, this game is Joop's to lose. Let's just say that, because Joop is at 11, which is a healthy life total. Yes, that knight can attack, and yes, that can deal damage. But Joop being black green and having a lot of green creatures, it's different from when Knight of Grace was really good against blue black, where you just get this creature is unblockable and untargetable. That's pretty good. Yeah. But now this is, sure, the Chupacabra can't do much right now. But that Vivian Reed is not going anywhere. He has a Branchwalker in the lining.
For sure.
He can deal with that. That knight is killable,
sure.
Let's just say that.
And History of Benalias are going to be a 1-for-1 in this board state, because that Vivian Reed is certainly here to stay.
Does he have a history in hand?
No, but
potential.
That Vivian Reed. If I'm thinking about cards that would pose another problem for Joop here to deal with, the cards that offer 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s on Ike's side of the table are really what he's trying to draw here. Yeah. And the Baffling Hand can't even take care of that Ravenous Chupacabra. So
something like an Aurelia would be really great. I like Tashik. I would really be happy. Heroic Reinforcements, things that. The big spells, obviously, that's always good in the mid-range. But the big spells are really good, but there's a lot of blanks from each side.
Yeah, exactly.
Boom.
Ooh, another Choopy Choop.
Does he have a land? Because if he does, then...
oh yeah, that is insane.
His lollipops are going to bring Ike down.
Cannot be targeted, it cannot kill the Knight of Grace, but it can kill that Cavalry Drillmaster. But he goes for the Merfolk Branchwalker, revealing a cast down. Nice card. Also can't kill the Knight of Grace, so... Yeah.
That's why I don't want it. I'm like, okay, sure, that's good. The Wildgrowth Walker is a good method with the Knight of Grace. In case you kill my Wildgrowth Walker, sure, then I'll just block with the Branchwalker and make sure that my Vivian stays alive, because I just want velocity.
Exactly.
Late game's mine.
Yeah, I'm drawing an extra creature every turn, so yeah, you can go after him. I'll happily trade one to keep plussing my Vivian Reed to prolong this game even further. And
I like not attacking with the Chupacabra here. Otherwise, with a removal spell, your Vivian Reed would die regardless. And now, I'm fine with trading my Chupacabra.
No, you're playing for the long game.
Yep. Every turn you wait with a Planeswalker in play, you're gonna win.
Yes.
I think you're gonna win without the Planeswalker in play. But if you take that out, then
well,
that's good.
If he doesn't have the Planeswalker, he's really dependent on the top of his library. And sure, he does have a grip full of cards to play with still. But being dependent on that top card, that can be a real pain if you just draw 2 or 3 lands in a row. And now, if he draws 2 or 3 lands in a row, he just activates Vivian and draw a creature anyway.
I believe he has a Vraska Golgari Queen in hand, is that correct? Oh boy, this is going to be brutal.
Yeah, cast down on the Cavalry Drillmaster.
Draw a card, plus the Vivian Reed.
Oh yeah, that is a Golgari, and I believe it's a new
the new
Vraska, sorry, and I believe it's a new Vraska.
And it's a land, I think, then. I'm actually not unhappy about a land. I mean, with the Vivian Reed, you're going to draw so many cards. And actually interesting is that he can use the Vraska to kill the Baffling End to get a dinosaur to be able to once again block the Knight of Grace if you want that. And you can use it. You can do so much. I like this deck so much. Look at all the options.
Yeah, the options are plentiful. As we see, Vraska Golgari Queen, a first timer on the Dutch Open Series. 2 black, green, 4 loyalty. You may sacrifice another permanent. If you do, gain life, draw a card. Gain life, also an important class versus Boros Aggro, but also destroy target non-land permanent with CMC 3 or less. Now, both of those creatures aren't going to be killed, but that Baffling End is, and that gives him a dinosaur token, which I brought, and that ultimate is just game ending, but most Planeswalker Ultimates are, so that's nothing new.
No, but the fact that it ticks up for +2 is really irrelevant. And,
Yes.
That means that next turn you're going to draw an extra card because you can sacrifice a land.
Yeah.
You usually do. That's why with Vivian Reed you can find an extra land and then sacrifice and draw an extra card. So if in case Vivian Reed doesn't hit anything better, there's so much. Oh, and I'm a fan.
Ooh,
This is
nice block.
People tend to forget that double blocking is his thing. This costs Ike 4 life. He loses both. He loses Knight.
Yeah.
And Yoop only loses 2 creatures. But
Yeah,
I'm fine with
that
that.
thing has first strike, but one of those creatures is going to survive the first strike phase. And
I think I just kind of forgot about it. For me, I see that happen. That people go, "Oh yeah, double blocking is a thing." Like that.
Yeah, it slips your mind, and you're thinking, "Well, yeah, I've got first strike, and I'm representing 2 cards with 4 open mana, and well, maybe he doesn't.
He's scared
dare,
of me.
Yeah, maybe doesn't dare to go for it, but yeah, he.
I tried, but you called it.
Yeah.
And that's
another
Ritual
copy
Suit.
Is that
Ritual of Suit, I believe.
all right? So Vivian.
Oh,
take-
this is cool. What he can do is he can attack with the Branchwalker,
Yeah.
and then if Ike doesn't block, he goes to 11.
Yeah.
Then he can use the Ritual of Sooth to deal 8 to Ike, and
Yeah.
then Chupacabra. Then it already has indestructible. Too bad. Okay,
Yes.
so that doesn't
Too
work
bad,
in one
too
turn.
bad.
That doesn't work in one turn. But you can attack and then plus your Vraska to kill your Branchwalker because he would die to the Ritual Suit anyway. Let Ike take 8, and then obviously this is probably not the best. Man, is it fun? Here,
All right.
take
so
4.
there,
Come on, take 4.
Yes.
Flame Tongue Kava to the face.
He does take 4, yeah. So
It's
that
one
Ritual
ugly
of
fun
Suit
one.
is going to represent 8 more damage if Ike tries to go for it. But yeah, I
next
mean,
turn.
you gotta have to let him go at some point because going down to 2, that's really dangerous territory.
Yep, because there's a Chupacabra in the waiting line if you want.
And this is also so nice if you have this many cards, drawing extra cards every turn. You have spare lands to play, and wow, a Llanowar Elves alongside a Wild Growth Walker really creating an immense board state for himself.
I'm gonna give you some expert insight here. That's why I'm hired for. Planeswalkers that live for like 6 turns, they're good.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
No, that's
yes.
it.
No, I'm very happy with this new information that you're sharing.
This was
with
your
us.
public service announcement.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
If you need any other obvious stuff, just let me know. I'll just happy to throw that out.
Okay. No, sure.
That's just who I am.
And I can only pass the turn over to Joop, who is firmly in control of this game. Plussing Vivian Reed for 4 more cards. I mean, this is over. This is over.
All right, so Golgari is looking to take another one down. Like, okay,
Yep.
I've got all these
I
cards.
gotta give it to you, man. That Golgari deck, it's. I'm not going to say it's sweet because
You can attack with everything. And
personally,
it's-
I'm not a fan of the playstyle of this deck, but it does look really strong in this game.
I like that you avoid using some words. I would have attacked with everything here, I think. Because that's 7 damage if he doesn't block.
He
If-
can still, right? I mean, we're still in the main phase.
but I want to do something else. I want to attack and then cast a ritual.
He passes the turn, too bad.
Like if you attack with everything and he does,
Yeah.
All right,
it's alright. He's going to attack with everything at some point in the game, but we had our backup feature match waiting for a... Oh, no, we don't have a backup feature match waiting. They were playing, but that was a really quick game. So Joop turns it up for 2 versus 1 versus Ike. And Golgari is victorious as you try to stick a token to your forehead. There you go. Golgari is victorious
Once more
over Boros aggro. I mean, we haven't seen Izzet lose on camera since you said it, but that's just because we haven't had Izzet on camera because it probably has lost a little bit more.
Have we seen Golgari lose on camera?
I don't
You're just inclined to say yes just because you don't want to give me the
I just want to say yes. Okay, so
I like that how this sticks. It's pretty good.
yeah, that's pretty good. So Golgari victorious. There is no more backup feature matches, but we do have our updated player to watch slide from the standings from last round. So let's have a quick look at how our players are doing. And of course, we have seen René van Horen. He was on the backup feature match playing his mono blue deck, and I'm not sure who won that game, but he was 4-0 going into this round and was tying the games up 1 versus 1. So let's find out next round how he is doing. Roald Smet, our Tron top 8 from yesterday, and Team Prometheus player is also at 3-1. Glenn, Eindhoven local, so from around here, he is also currently at 3-1. Rob de Haan, also a Humans top 8 competitor from yesterday modern, also at 3-1. So we have some real powerhouses going strong here. Terrence, Players Champion, unfortunately on 2-2. Stefan, who we saw earlier, also unfortunately on 2-2. And Anna is kind of out of the tournament. And Thijs van der Meer unfortunately dropped at 0-2.
And what did Thijs play again? Do you know?
He played Is It Drakes.
Oh yeah, I like that you're saying it strongly. Like,
yes. He played Is It
His deck
Drakes.
sucked.
Yes.
No, but if you look at it, everyone except for Anna and Thijs are still in for good money because there's some good prizes
I mean,
over
an XN2 record could even get you into the top 8, but getting those losses so early in the tournament might take you out on tiebreakers. But yeah, we pay out even through top 16, top 32 even maybe. So
definitely, and that's really good. And all the other 3-1 and the 4-0s, obviously 4-0s, but the 3-1s are in good contention to make top 8.
Yeah,
if you 4-0, if you win 5-0 with 2 draws, you're almost you're guaranteed for the top 8. Let's just cut to the chase.
Sure.
With 3-1, you need to win 2 more, so 5-1 and 1.
We could say that either Celestia tokens or Mono Blue is pretty much locked for top 8 now already.
Not pretty much, they're locked.
They're locked.
The winner is locked.
Alright.
So I really want to find out, because if that is René again, then he just went 5-0, double draw. 5-0, double draw.
I'll root for Redless Is It.
That is some...
Bending the rules.
Bending
the rules in my favor as we speak.
Holy. That's not fair. You cannot do. Okay. Green black without green black white or red. That's what I'm going for. You cannot do that. No. There's no is it in blue.
Can I switch over to Boros then? I mean, last minute change.
Do you have a pin? If you have a Boros pin,
I don't.
Can. Then you cannot.
Okay.
Find a Boros pin and we'll talk about it.
Unfortunately. Well, do we have a little bit of a view on the winners metagame as it stands right now?
Yeah, we do. We have our amazing coverage team making sure that we are well supplied with information and food, by the way.
And food.
More importantly, to be honest. But yeah, but this is also nice. No, so we have in the last round we had 4 people who were 4-0.
Yes.
We had Ike, who we saw with Boros. We saw Cor Hartos with Celestia, Joep Lenglet, Gogari, and
René on
René van Oort. Yeah, so we know those 4. Those were the only 4 of those. So now we have a bunch of 9. There's 17 people on 9 points, so there's still a lot to go.
Yeah.
But looking at it, we have another Mono Blue is 3-1. Jeskai 3-1, Boros, Mono Blue again. Jeez, that deck is going off.
We're getting to it. We're getting to the good part.
There are 2 Goblin decks in still 3-1.
That's not the good part.
There's not 1 Goblin deck, but there are 2 Goblin decks here.
That's not the good part. That's not the good part.
Oh, you saw Is It one? Yeah, there's 2 insets.
I saw
actually.
2 Izzet decks in the winners metagame currently.
There are also only 2 Gogari, so we're actually pretty close.
So we're tied.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's more Jeskai still, so there's 3 Jeskai, 2 Izzet, 2 Gogari, 3 Mono Blue. So Mono Blue is coming out in storms.
Wow.
We still there's a few 9 pointers which we're not sure about what they play. I believe Raymond Veen is also a 9 pointer. He plays Turbo Fog.
Oh yeah.
Glenn, if he's not playing green and red, I'm gonna
red green monsters, obviously.
Something green and red. You'll find out soon.
Dinosaurs.
Mark Hoogstraat, I'm not sure. Robert Mulder, Rob de Haan, and that's it. Those are 9 and up.
Alright,
so that's quite a bit.
Very interesting to see how this plays out as we are gearing up for round number 6. Time has been called in round number 5, so we are going to take a 5-minute break, get the last result slips in, get some new players into our feature match area, and get some more magic action going. Don't go anywhere. Stay here for round number 6.
One day you would dance for me. Now look at you go. The reasons in our mind align. In fact, I fear the only way is up. Fading in the words that came, been waiting in the backseat of our minds. Dream so far with all the heart. so the only way is up. Took my time and waited in line to find that now it's also love I trust. In places undecided, we've created things that shouldn't be around. We'll figure out a way to shape a world so that we're close to being right. So keep close track of things we like to try and feel the changes in our lives. Let's iron out the creases in our hearts. Create new tools, break the rules, and see for us the only way is up. And it's true that I keep on guessing, right here waiting for it, where I follow the motions of disconnecting loops, where we stood together right before the start, where I tried to capture all that's in front of us, and I keep on wasting time without you by my side.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Dutch Open series. My name is Bas and this is my, how do we call it, friendly rival, Brent. Welcome back.
Howdy.
So, we are ready to start round number 6. The round timer for the rest of the field has already started. Of course, our players in the feature match area are on a bit of a delay and they're taking their seats right now. But we do have an update on our round 5 standings.
Yeah,
so, what does it look like?
They've given me food and they've given me more information.
Standings.
I mean,
So,
I'm happy.
yeah?
So, looking at it, 2 people on 5-0.
Mhm.
We have René,
Yeah.
Menu, and Joep.
Okay.
So they double draw.
Yes.
So you, René van Hoorn now, over the course of this weekend, is going to play 14 rounds in the Swiss, and he has not lost one of them. He's going 10-0-2.
Wow.
10-0-4, and there's 4 ideas.
Wow.
So this guy is on a roll.
Yeah, that is
and
insane.
over the weekend so far, he's 13-0-4.
Wow.
So that's in 17
Wow.
rounds, although 4 he could idea. He has not lost one round.
He hasn't lost a single match yet.
Yeah, if he goes back to back, he's going to go 20 rounds without losing. That is a streak that
Would be an insane accomplishment.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's
Yes,
talk about the rest
yes,
as well.
of course.
So, Cor Hartogs, he was 4-0, he lost, so that's 3-1. The
Okay.
same with Boros from Ike.
Okay.
He's 3-1,
Yeah,
understandable.
sure.
And then we have Jens Jacobs and Nick Bressel, Jeskai, also 4-1.
Okay.
2 more Boros players in Bjorn de Groot and Ramon Allaar.
Okay.
Golgari, good. 2 more Jeskai players. Mono Red, Izzet, Goblins, Mono Black, Jeskai.
Okay.
So, the last 3 there are 9 pointers. So there's 13 players with 4-1 records or better.
Yeah.
And they're all heavily in contention.
Okay.
And it's going to be interesting to see who can have a draw, an intentional draw further on the line, because we're not there yet.
No, and we see like 5 or 6 different archetypes among these top 16 players. So yeah,
Definitely.
that's a pretty nice diverse field we have going on right here. And for this feature match, we have selected someone who we haven't featured in Standard today, but we have featured in Modern yesterday, Roald Smet from Team Prometheus. He was playing Monogreen Tron yesterday, up to either a quarter or a semi-final finish, and today he is playing Jeskai. Okay, so one of the prey upon decks that he has in his modern choice, he is playing right now in his standard portion.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it seems like a good choice looking at what's left right now. I think that's good. It's still pretty diverse, so it can go either way. But I think Jeskai is a pretty good choice. And certainly if you know the deck and if you know the sequences,
I mean,
things go so smoothly.
I would be afraid to face something like Mono Blue as a Jeskai player, but the rest of the field looks pretty okay. Boros can get ahead of me, but I'd love to play against Golgari, I think.
Carnage Tyrant is an absolute
Yeah,
powerhouse.
okay.
Like
Except for Carnage Tyrant.
Yeah, but if they play 2 or 3 main, it doesn't matter how cute the rest of your deck
No,
looks.
that's-
You do you,
that's
but here's
okay.
6 in the face. Try
Yeah.
it. Maybe next turn you can do better. No, you still don't have an answer because
Yeah.
it's not in your main deck. What a shame.
Yes. Okay.
I like it. I like it.
Okay.
But maybe I'm biased.
If you are looking at this metagame, this winners metagame currently, who would you like to be? I mean, obviously you would like to be the 5-0 player double drawing in,
Yeah.
but which archetype would you like to be?
Well, this is actually really simple because play Golgari is 5-0 and he's going to double draw in.
Okay.
So I'm going to be honest with you. That's a no-brainer.
That's the best one.
Second one, I want to be René van Hoorn's shoes, but that's
Yeah.
just because I'm.
That's what I'm rooting for.
10-0 and 4. So
Yeah.
I was 13-0 and 4. I mean, that guy. I don't know. He prayed to the gods and they answered in kind. So
Yeah.
that's.
Well,
I don't know.
we'll see how it plays out because our main feature match is seeded. They are drawing their opening hand, so let's have a look at their mulligan decisions before we start round number 6 in this Modern Open. Jeskai Control versus Golgari. Now, I know you favor Golgari, but I really like Jeskai Control, especially in the hands of Roald Smet because he's a really accomplished player. How do you think this matchup is going to play out between these two?
With mulligans. But it's interesting to see what kind of deck Vincent plays because that deck can go all kinds of directions. If he doesn't play any Carnage Tyrant in his main deck, which some people do, then the advantage bar would immediately go towards Roald, just because that is so important. If he does play 3, then I'm pretty liking Vincent's chances here. But it depends. There are so many versions, and I mean. It's difficult to say, but mulliganing, it's only 6, so he still has a good shot.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's on the draw, if I read the player's body language correctly, but it's pretty hard to see. I don't know. I'm rooting for Vincent, not only because he's not only because it's Golgari,
Okay.
but because I find it very difficult to navigate Golgari against control. It's very interesting on when to time what and what to play around.
So from a technical play kind of perspective, you would like to see him be victorious because that would mean that he eked out every inch of advantage that he could against Jeskai Control, because Jeskai Control is just going to be like, I'm going to sit here, lean back, and let you pull the trigger first every single time and just answer everything you're going to try to do.
Yeah, at first you say, okay, it's harder to choose which answers to have against which questions you ask, and questions being threats and answers being removal spells and counters. And that is definitely true. But if you go, well, not next level, I'm not saying that is only for next level, but if you think beyond that, then choosing which threats to present, knowing what answers could be coming, is very relevant, because what card do you favor how highly? Is it important for you to save your haymakers until they're tapped out, or should you proactive jam it to make sure that they don't have time to set up their draw spells? Are there critical mana turns? For instance, 5 is an obvious one for Teferi, but you also, back in the standards before this, there was no 3-drop spell for the control deck that they wanted to cast. There was Supreme Will, but before Supreme Will there was nothing. So you didn't need to have to ask a question on turn 3, because they were going to counter it anyway, because they had nothing else to do. But turn 4 there was a Glimmer turn, so you really wanted to make sure that you do something on turn 3. But something small, like a Branchwalker is good on turn 3, but a Jade Light Ranger would be preferably on turn 4 perhaps, or a Planeswalker or whatever. So if you had the option, you would wait one turn to make sure that they don't get to go counter into Glimmer.
But then again, you're setting yourself actually back a turn or half a turn against someone who was going to preferably go later than you in this game.
Yes, but I didn't say you're going to do nothing. It's just important that you choose to do the right thing.
Pick your questions and make your opponent answer them with the things they
don't want to do.
Don't want to do, actually.
That is, so you want to make sure that they're unhappy about the choices that they have to make, because you are asking the right questions.
Well, I know something you are going to be very happy about, because look at those gorgeous Golgari basics that Vincent brought to this tournament.
Yeah, those are just great. I like them. I think they're best if you're playing Golgari. But everything is best when you're playing Golgari, because you're playing Golgari, you're doing things well. So I cannot blame Vincent for anything.
No, exactly. No, I mean I can approve of these this choice of basics, and I really like how this is a spin on the classic land station basic arc, as Roald has dealt with a Wild Growth Walker with his Fight with Fire, and now is cleaning up the entire board state with Deafening Clarion. But very important, Vincent is going to lose 2 life in the process, but he gets 2 cards in return.
So this is
actually
huge, in favor of Vincent. I'm happy. So this is favorable.
This is actually a 2-for-1 in his favor.
Well, and now he makes the choice. He thinks, okay, now I need to go for this. And this is a choice you make. Whether this is right or not, it really depends on his hand, what he feels Roald is going to have. But it matters a lot that he chose to go for the Doomwhisperer, because he knows that Syncopate is an option. You could wait with your haymakers, but you need to be presenting something. And now, for instance, because he did something last turn, then now the Chupacabra becomes live. He could have cast just the Chupacabra to get something on the board.
Yes, you could.
I'm not entirely certain that it would be a good idea, but now the Chupacabra comes live, so that's good. But it could have gone completely different. If that Doomwhisperer would have resolved, then we would have looked silly if he didn't cast it. So for us, it's really easy. Well, maybe for the viewers at home, for us everything is hard. Come on, hit a counterspell. How can you not play around that? But what if he didn't? Then you would, not win the game.
Then you have a 6/6 Flample in play.
With an ability.
I'm forgetting about the ability.
Surveil 2 for 2 life. That's why the Flample is good.
Pay 2 life, Surveil 2, So
that's huge, because that means that you set up which 2 cards you want to draw. If you want, it costs a bit of life, but
Well, I'm starting to really like the position Roald is in, because he answered that Flample creature with a Syncopate, and then Vincent tried to follow it up with a Ravenous Chupacabra, taking down the Cackling Drake, but Ionize had something to say about that, so Vincent is already down to 19, and is now taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage more from that Cackling Drake.
And what is shame is that the Doomwhisperer got syncopated, so he cannot get it back with the
that's exiled. That's gone forever.
Because Vincent is pretty threat light. He doesn't have a lot going. What he can do is he can sacrifice his Memorial to Folly, get back to Chupa and cast the Chupa. But then his opponent has a lot of mana. So we talked about this last round. When do you present your threats? And I think it would be good to wait until my opponent's turn to do this.
Okay.
Because I'm almost certain that I'm going to use my more Earl to volley to get my creature back. So then perhaps it's better to do it in the upkeep. But now he's 7 open mana. If my opponent would pull the trigger on anything, I would make sure that I give that. Then I can always respond with the contempt.
Exactly.
And if he doesn't do anything, then at least I would waste his mana on his turn, on my terms when I choose to do so, instead of the other way around.
Yeah, exactly. So now he asked the question of how important is that Cackling Drake for you, and Roald says, well, not that important. I'll let you have that Vraska's Contempt, and I'll find a new threat along the way as I pay 7 mana here for an explosion.
Yep.
Dealing 4 damage to, well, maybe Vincent even? No, he's going after the Llanowar Elves, drawing 4 fresh new cards. 3 fresh. Oh, sorry, I was miscounting. Yeah, it's 4 to cast and the next. So that's 3 damage to the Llanowar Elf and 3 fresh cards off the top, drawing a new Cackling Drake. Ooh, nice one.
Yeah, and this is similar to Blue-White from when he cast the Sphinx Revelation.
Yes.
Like, you think, okay, this game is over. But what if Roald now drew 3 lands into 1 land for his draw step? Then he is not advantaged at all. Well, he didn't, so now he's good.
No.
But people often, when there's a Sphinx Revelation being cast for 3 or 4, they're like, okay, I'm dead.
This is over. No, it's a long way from over.
It isn't. If there are 3 lands and 1 counter, that's reasonably expected because they play so many lands.
I mean, this is again another threat that really needs a good answer from Roald. Otherwise, that one is also going to draw him an extra card. And if Vincent can find an answer to that rather big Cackling Drake that's on the battlefield right now, I mean, that's maybe a 2-turn clock. Oh. Now for sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't. Okay, so that's a 3-turn clock actually.
Yeah, he can live with having more than that. All right. So I think it's. Well, I think this is really good for Roald. There's almost no way. Well, almost no. It's a bit overstated, but now I would say this game is close.
Yeah.
And you saw the shrug from Vincent. Well, yeah, sure. If you have that as well, you know, we all know that the feeling. Of,
if you're gonna add insult to injury.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, sure. You got it, buddy.
And he keeps drawing a few lands off the top, and there he scoops them up, and we get to have some more action in our backup feature match, because that one is still going on, and we see Celestia tokens versus. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. I spoke to him in the hallway here. This is Glenn.
Glennon, is it?
Yes.
Oh my God, he's not playing red-green.
Yeah,
Thank you, Glenn.
He regrets his decision.
My savior.
He told me that he thoroughly regrets his decision.
Yeah. Oh, come on. No, he didn't say that.
Want to bet? We cannot bet. So no, I was figuring.
We can bet on matches, but we can bet on whether he regrets it. Well, let's not try and go there. Right? Either way.
Let's just err on the side of caution here. But I just spoke to him and he said, well, I wish I would play red-green. He said, I'm missing my Cinderglade, which is the running joke because he always plays Cinderglade. And can you just look at those basic lands? Like, okay, sure, you're playing full arts, you're playing mismatch full arts because there's some Zendikar, there's some Donhaven full art. And then look in his hand, that's a mountain from the land station. Or was it foil?
Well, he's not used to playing blue, so I can give him this one. But that the mountains are mismatched, that's just. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that he borrowed this deck. This man does not own a card outside of red-green if he has to.
Well, 2 Arlike Phoenixes triggered from the graveyard back into the battlefield when that opt was resolved, and now they are on blocking duty indeed.
And the new card being played, this is gonna be big for Carlos, because those Argyle Phoenixes, it's nice to have them on blocking duty, but yeah, this Trostani Discordant, it's called.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's just great. It gives its entire team, except for himself, +1/+1.
Yeah. It's a big card, and there's a lot of text, so let's put this one up on the screen for you and read along. This is a 5 mana 1/4. That's not all too great, but it gives all your other creatures +1/+1, so it is an anthem effect. When it comes into the battlefield, you create 2 1/1 white soldiers, so that's 5 power for 5 mana. That sounds a little bit better. And at the beginning of your end step, which is sometimes relevant because Entrancing Melody is a card that's being played in sideboards right now, you gain control of all creatures that you own. So a big one to have is entire board being pumped up in a full swing. Oh no, Venerated Loxodon even as a follow-up to that.
No, the Loxodon attacked.
Oh, that one. Oh, okay, that one attacked.
Yeah. So you use the 4 tokens on the right to use
for the Conclave Tribunal. Yeah, now I see it.
And then he attacked with 1 token and the
So, well, I have an idea. Let's draw a card.
Radical.
Oh dear
So,
God.
but looking at this, there's almost no way for Glenn to get back in
No.
this. I don't think it's possible.
He's not going to salvage a win out of
What I
this
just
one.
want to say about that discordant, if I looked at that card, I thought like, okay, this is a good commander card. I like it. Sure. I mean, it has some with with the getting back to creatures. That's relevant in commander.
but it's really only a shell like this for that card to even be played, right?
Yeah,
Because
it's
on its
very
its
specific.
own, it's just not really. If it gets answered, it's a 5 mana creature and it's easily answered as a 1 for itself. So leaving behind 2 1/1 creatures, that's not enough for your 5 mana mythic multicolored creature in standard.
Yeah, but if you look at it, it's a 5 mana 3/6.
Yes. No.
But it gives +1/+1, so it would be a 5/8.
Yeah.
A 5 mana 5/8 with an additional ability, of which 4 is lifelink, 4 has lifelink. That's quite a bit, and then you also give you the rest of your team. So
Yeah,
if
true.
you put it in a vacuum, it's a lot. If the creature dies, you're for 5 mana you've got 2 1/1s.
True.
Not too impressive,
Okay.
but it is impressive if you can alpha swing, and they're going to need to answer the creatures that are attacking rather than discard.
Well, what's not really impressive is an Arclight Phoenix on blocking duty because he just spent 2 copies of, 2 parts of Jumpstart and a shock to get that one back in play. But all Carlos has to do is just turn him sideways and swing fully. And let's head back down to our main match because this one is going to the sideboard. And talking about sideboards, let's have a quick look at Roald's and Vincent's because they are still shuffling up for game number 2. So, Golgari, we see obviously the Forgeress. That seems like a solid choice for most Golgari decks being played. He's up against Jeskai Control, so those 4 dresses are coming in.
Yep.
The full 4.
Yeah, that's what they're in for.
Yeah, what are they in for otherwise? An Arguel's Bloodfast. Now we have the black version of the cycle. We're only missing green. We still need to see it in play though.
It's going to be difficult because
Yeah.
Glenn is not playing green, and if he's not, then
Nope.
there's no little chance.
Yeah, a small chance.
But I like the Bloodfast.
But I really like it, to come in from the sideboard. A nice ongoing card advantage for him
Yeah,
to
it's really
have.
good, and even though there's a lot of velocity, if there's some counters from World, it's possible that Vincent runs out of cards like he did in game 1, so this is really good.
A card I really like as well, the Elders Reborn.
Yeah, happy about that as well.
Yeah, so extra wild growth walkers, I don't really see that. An Assassin's Trophy might come in versus some Niv Mizzet or Teferi shenanigans.
Yeah, but it can also kill like a seal away or it's very versatile. And that's
Yeah,
why
it
it's
can do
good.
anything. A search for a Scanta, even flipped. So yeah, might as
Very
well come in.
relevant,
And what do we see on the Roald side of the table?
I like Ixalan's Binding to take care of some creatures or some planeswalkers that you just don't want to see again. If you get a Vivian Reed with it, for instance, that's really good. The Invoke the Divine, I don't believe there's a lot of other artifacts or creatures or enchantments or creatures that he want.
Okay.
Well, artifacts and enchantments.
Artifacts
this
and
is difficult.
enchantments.
This
Yes,
is difficult.
yes.
There's not a
It's
whole
okay.
lot that I want to target. Obviously the Bloodfast, but he doesn't know that it's necessarily in there.
Do we like the Disdainful Strokes though?
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Haymakers, if you can stop Haymakers, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Perhaps another Planeswalker because of those duresses. You can are expected to have a little bit more threat density, and you don't need something like a shock or some early.
Interesting sideboard choice, Shalai, Voice of Plenty. I mean, he's never going to activate that double green ability, but what is that in for? I mean, the hexproof to you, or to creatures you control. In which matchup does that one come in?
I must say that I'm not entirely sure. It could just be that it's good that you can't be Banefired, for instance, so that it gives you some edge there. So I can see that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was also wondering in what matchup you really want a 3/4 flying angel, but yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
well,
he's
in every matchup, but it's
Well,
a good card.
At least he is happy about his 6 rise to the top, and Vincent opens up this game down a game on a Llanowar Elves. Alright, so a quick start from Vincent here. Llanowar Elves into Kaching.
And this is really
fast.
good. That card on the table is problematic for Roald.
Oh,
He
yeah.
almost has no answers when it's on the battle.
No,
when
this
it's on
was
the
exactly the same with the blue-white control mirrors. The one who resolves that search for a Scanta first and early has a very good chance of winning the later game. And this one, while not exactly the same, does provide the same problem for Roald.
What is interesting though, I'm not sure if Roald still has him in it, but he plays 2 Cleansing Novas main.
Yes.
And they kill artifacts and enchantments, I believe, right?
Cleansing Novas, yeah, you can either choose or creatures or artifacts and enchantments.
So it is an out. He also has a blink of an eye, so he could bounce it and and then counter it perhaps, and obviously has the fairy. But all in all, that Bloodfast is really good, and I like that Vincent is already gearing up to make sure that he uses that early and often. So even if Roald would kill it, then he already had some value out of it.
So we've seen a Jeskai version in the hands of Terrence, who was really a Jeskai mid-range, splashing everything backed up with counterspells. But this list by Roald, this is more clean blue-white control, splashing a little bit of red for some powerhouses like Iron Eyes, Cackling Drake, and 2 copies of Expulsion.
Yeah, it's interesting because he actually plays more red cards than Terrence did. Because 4 Iron Eyes, 4 Deafening Clarions, 1 Fight with Fire and 2 Lava Coils, and 3 Cackling Drakes.
Yeah, but it's,
and 2 Expansion Explosion.
Still I feel that this is a little bit of a safer splash, not go so heavy on all the double colored cards.
Yeah, I can understand what you say, and I think.
But I'm wrong.
No, it's more like it's very similar. I think it's almost the same.
Okay.
I like this list a little bit more because it is. The Lava Coils I think are really good to answer specific cards because it exiles, it's relevant against Phoenix, relevant against other Phoenix, right? So Rekindling Phoenix and the
Arclight
Phoenix. Thank you. But also against the Midnight Reaper and some other cards, it's relevant. So I think it's very good to have some Lava Coils, and it's not like your mana base can't support it, so why not include them?
Yeah, sure.
But he only has 1 settle in his side, and I like the settles in tournament range. So it's always, you like some things you don't like some other things. That's why I'm not playing that deck, because if I would play it, I would play something else, and I would not be 4-1 probably. Because if you look at my record yesterday, let's not talk about that.
Let's not talk about that one. So Jadelight Ranger resolves, revealing a memorial to Folly. That goes to hand, and a Vraska. Ooh, would you like to keep that one on top?
Yes, sir, I do.
Ooh, alright.
I mean, he's going to look at discarding to hand size.
Is he? As the Kolkari player versus Jeskai control, you are the one that's going to discard the hand size?
With the Explore.
Oh no, he has the exact 7. He has the exact 7.
No, he has 6 now. But if he uses the Bloodfast, then he would. But, so then, it's very interesting to see. Like, objectively, the Bloodfast activation probably was better than the Elf, but because you have so much mana and so much things to do, it's better to play the Elf, so you have more mana next turn, and so you don't have to discard later on.
Yeah.
So, but
really nice.
And Roald notices, okay, well, he has a Vraska from the top that cannot resolve, so I'm gonna leave 3 mana open.
Yeah.
And I like this from Vincent, because what you can do now, you can resolve anything which costs like 2 mana. You can snap resolve.
Oh yeah.
But almost anything, like if Roald uses a counter to it, the only thing you're just keeping that card, and then like at some point you're gonna have to tap out because I'm gonna commit several things per turn.
This is going to resolve later down the line, and here's a little threat you're going to have to answer. Here's a little threat you're going to have to answer. I draw a new card from Aggro's Bloodfast. I draw another card from Aggro's Bloodfast. Oh, shields are down now? Here's my powerhouse.
Oh,
he decides otherwise.
I love that you said, here's the powerhouse, and he slammed it down.
Slammed it on the table, and Roald slammed down his Iron Eyes. And I can see the reasoning. I mean, this also protects the board state you have currently, because Roald is was forced to keep open that counterspell. But then again, I mean, what if you just play a 2-drop? Assuming he has one. What if you just play a 2-drop, attack for 3? What's Roland going to do?
Yeah, but the issue is that Vincent is Threadlight.
Oh yeah, I mean
he has a second Argyll's Bloodfast.
He has 2 copies of Fine Finality.
And that doesn't do anything because he has nothing in his.
And Vraska's contempt. So he was forced to play this one.
No, he was. I think he could have activated the Bloodfast a few times.
Yeah,
like 1 or 2 times in his main phase and then cast something. I think that Vraska was just a powerhouse. But I also like just jamming stuff into counterspells. At some point, Roald's gonna run out of counterspells. You don't want to give him a chance to set up and sit behind a counter wall.
Yeah, exactly.
But here, this is gonna snap. I think I would have even preferred to, instead of unresponsive.
In response, fire off the Vraska's contempt.
Don't give him options. But I hope he counters this. That's for Vincent. I hope he counters it.
Oh yeah, I mean that means shields down.
Yeah. Although it's scary because Vincent is not at a high life total. He's gonna if this gets countered, and then Vincent activates his thing. This is 8. I mean, with the Cackling Drake and some Iron Eyes, we're getting close to lethal.
Oh yeah.
And if that Bloodfast flips, perhaps Roald would even be happy about that.
But that Cackling Drake is only a 2/4 right now.
Yeah, but with a counter it would be a 3/4. With the Iron Eyes you would go down to 8. With the Bloodfast you would go down to 6. That's the 2-turn clock already. It was a little bit quick math. I'm not sure if it was a little bit too quick, maybe, but in my head it made sense at least. And I think I counted correctly as well, so that helps.
Okay.
So now he goes to 12, goes back to 10 because of the blood fast.
And
Another
finds another find.
Yeah, it's not so fine.
Yeah, and they're pretty redundant since there's only a Vraska in the graveyard.
Ooh.
And now we found the card that
That's one
this
Carny
deck
boy.
is all about. Our first time Carnage Tyrant being drawn, and it does have haste, right? No, it doesn't have haste?
It only has hexproof and
Oh, okay. Only
And can't be
hexproof and
countered,
trample.
don't forget that.
And can't be countered, of course. Okay, so sorry. I missed one piece of the ability soup that is Carnage Tyrant. And this is going to resolve, right?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing to do about it. So this is...
Again, like, insubordinate, what's it called? Unsubstantiated?
unsubstantiate?
Is that still legal?
No.
Ah, drat.
Nope.
Commit to memory isn't legal either anymore.
No, so I believe Carnage Tyrant is going to resolve every single time it's being cast in this standard format as it stands right now. Maybe Azorius has something to say about that coming into the newest Ravnica set in January, but for now, this boy is staying on the table.
And you know what the worst part is for your road? If you just... Okay.
It's Cleansing Nova or Bust. That's the worst part.
Do absolutely nothing. Because next turn he just goes finality, get back,
Get it
Carnage
back,
Tyrant,
cast
and
it
random
again.
stuff, and another one, and
Yeah.
another one. Like he said,
Indeed.
3 in hand, so he just goes, another one bites the dust.
Yeah, another one bites the dust. Well, he bites the dust on this game, tying it up 1 versus 1 as we switch over to Glenn versus Carlos. Izzet versus Celestia. We have a true battle of the guilds going on here in the Dutch Open Series while he plays his Goblin Electromancer. Modern All-Star.
Standard All-Star.
Yes.
When that card was spoiled, I was like, yeah, baby.
Oh yeah, this is going to see play at some point, and I'm going to love the deck it's going to be played in.
Yeah, I loved it in draft already. Like, I opened my pre-release pool and I had 3 of this, baby.
yeah.
I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
okay,
Let's go.
I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it's gonna be good.
But these boys are getting in. Well, do you know what I liked in draft? Sapling Migration.
That's also a great card.
So this is a draft all-star matchup again.
I just realized I played Izzet in the pre-release.
You did?
I opened the Raza Wreck and the Nif Mission.
And then 3
And
Goblin
3
Electromancers.
Electromancers.
Okay. So you were forced to.
Yeah, it was a good.
Good
7-0.
pre-release?
Yeah,
So you went 7-0 in the pre-release?
yeah, I was arena pre-release. I had no time on the actual pre-release, so I had to make my own pre-release.
Make my own party. And I'll cry
Well,
if
I didn't
want
have to wear any pants, so that was pretty good.
If you don't have to wear any pants, it's a party nonetheless.
It's a party. Anywho,
Yeah.
talk about a party. That's a 5-drop being cast on turn 3.
Yep, and
That's-
those Sapling Migrations are not attacking, though they are paying for the mana cost for the Venerated Loxodon and gaining 2 counters in the process. So those Saplings are now 2/2s as Venerated Loxodon is thanked for its service.
I
And-
like it, Glenn. Get there. Get in business.
Oh yeah, I
You're
mean
not gonna trade anyway.
he's up on life, so I mean Carlos is now down to 14.
Well,
So yeah, let's
with,
do
with
it.
a life link from the Celestial tokens, he can prove quite troublesome to actually
Yeah.
try to raise.
Might as well get your damage in now.
He's not gonna block.
No.
If you're not gonna block and you can attack, then attack.
Exactly.
I mean, they can stay back and look angry, but the Separolings are gonna trade with.
Yeah. Alright, so
Ooh.
in this deck it makes a little bit more sense to have Shalai, Voice of Plenty. So now Carlos gains Hexproof as well as those 2 Sapling tokens. And that activated ability along the line is going to be very, very troublesome for Glenn as Carlos is going to build his board state even further. So Seville 2,
Phoenix.
that's going into the graveyard, right? Depending on his hand a little bit.
I think he can even get it in play this turn, but it
Alright,
looks
so-
awfully silly against that
so
Shalai.
so this is 1. He draws a card. Ooh, he finds another one. Okay, so this is most certainly coming into play. Let's see if he can find a second one.
That would be good. No,
Too bad, 2 lands.
Since he binned the first land, I think you. No, he doesn't have a land in
No.
hand. But I think you will bin him.
See, come on, Glenn, don't keep us waiting. Thank you
you.
very much.
As I
Draw a
think
card.
he will draw enough more cards. He will draw more cards. And then
Chart
it's
of
good.
course. Really, really nice. But oh, wow. He stepped out of blue now, but unfortunately he has plenty
So-
red spells to play.
Yeah, what he can do,
one of them
he
at
can
least is
attack
short.
with both Electromancers. I don't think Carlos will block. And then you can, if he does, then you're in business, because then you can shock the Shalai and then get your Phoenix back for blocking duty, and he will attack later on. But if it doesn't, then it's fine. You have he has another Phoenix, so with the Charter Course he will get that back as well. But that's only next turn he can do something. Oh, the one attack.
The one attack, yeah.
Just to, that's a little bit spicy, but Carlos is having none of it.
Bait it.
So I think I like the Shalai though. Shalai is really, really a good card to have here.
Yeah, Shalai is a very, very good card. I mean, it's a great defensive card, especially versus Arclight Phoenix. And along the line, this is going to be one of the more potent cards that Carlos can produce.
It was an interesting decision for Glenn to choose whether or not he wanted to shock a Seproling to get the Phoenix back.
Yeah.
And why he didn't do it was because he knew he was going to chart a course next turn.
Putting the other Arclight Phoenix in the bin and
back.
then get them both back indeed. And now Carlos is attacking with the Shalai, which opens up the attack for the Arclight Phoenixes to come through at least a turn.
Yeah, but if Carlos would have attacked with both the Seprolings, that would have been an attack for 7.
Oh yeah, that's why he kept the one Goblin Electromancer back.
Yeah, but if you trade, that's fine. If I'm Carlos, I'm going to sign up for that. Another Arclight Phoenix.
Of course.
Oh,
okay, so now you can
This
pay
is business.
1 mana to cast a Charter Course. Unfortunately, you can't discard 2 cards to Charter Course.
But if he has something like a Tormenting Voice...
Ooh, and an Enigma Drake as well. That's a great blocker for Shalai. That's bigger than Shalai.
True, but does the Shalai pump other creatures or also itself?
Everyone, I believe.
Then it would... Oh, he didn't
And he needs 6 mana.
Yeah,
6.
I thought he misses land drop.
Yeah, he missed his 6 land drop already.
But I'm curious because I thought Carlos had a Conclave Tribunal in hand, and it looks like with the Tournament Attendant, it looks like he's representing something. And if that is a March of the Multitudes, then he's in. Then Glenn is in big trouble.
Yeah, then Glenn is in big trouble because that is a wide board state. But this
is going to be backbreaking.
This is Fire Cannonade. That deals 2 damage.
Oh, I made a silly mistake. He couldn't shock one of the Separonings because of Shalai. It's also
Hex
creatures.
Okay, but
so then he would just have to waste the shock on Shalai. But now he can do it properly. Get back 2 Phoenixes.
And with the double Goblin Electromancer that Fiery Cannonade only costed 1 mana, giving him the opportunity to cast both Charter Course, Fiery Cannonade and Shock, taking care of the 2 tokens, taking care of Shalai, getting back 2 Arclight Phoenixes, swinging in for 6 damage, and now the board state really favors Glenn all of a sudden.
Yes, but he also killed 2 of his own Electromancers.
True.
It's a little bit of a suicide mission.
He also has a 3rd copy of Arclight Phoenix in hand, so that is lethal, even if Carlos can prevent one of those 2 coming true.
Yeah, I gotta give it to it. Fine, it did something useful this round, so far.
Okay.
That's new.
So, a Conclave Tribunal taking care of one of the Phoenixes, but I think we're going to get a game number 3 out of this one, and he's showing the Arclight Phoenix, and that is the trigger for Carlos to scoop him up. Make sure to get that one into your library as well as we switch it over back to our main feature match area for game number 3 versus Roald versus Vincent.
One thing I want to say about the last turn.
Yeah.
He had the March of the Multitudes in hand.
Yeah.
But because of the Fury Cannonade,
he
could have cast it, but that was like, okay, I'm going to suicide these cards. So
take the rest with me.
That would, if that was not a Fury Cannonade, that would have been such a bust.
And that's the sad thing about Convoke. Usually you can float your mana and then after it's resolved, cast it, but you can't do that with Convoke. So
I hate that with Court of Calling in Modern. Every time I'm like, okay, Sweeper's fine, then I'm going to cast Court of Calling for 0 because I don't have any creatures left. Trash.
So a great start from Vincent and Elanor Elves into a Wild Growth Walker, and Roald of course says draw go for the first 2 turns.
Right? Such fun.
Yeah, draw go.
You're not drawing enough. Going too much. I want to do stuff.
Not drawing enough and going too much. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to go. So, I want to get some Branchwalker action going early.
As an overgrown tomb is being shocked onto the battlefield, casting a Merfolk Branch Walker, which is going to also trigger the Wild Growth Walker, revealing another Explore creature, Jade Light Ranger. Golgari is firing on all cylinders.
And if he has now a Seeker Squire, although I think he boarded that out, but another Branch Walker would be so massive, because that the Wild Growth Walker would be out of range of burn, anything. The Seal Away would still work, but, stuff's gonna stuff.
I mean, he's just going to attack.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Play around Shield Away for the rest of the game? That's difficult.
I like the branding from Roald. Every time he's changing his life total, he slides his Prometheus life pad into screen, showing that For Your Games logo. partner of the Dutch Open Series, of course.
We'll allow it.
To change his life total. A proud member of Prometheus, but Deafening Clarion takes care of, and this we've come back to this a few times, everything but that Wild Growth Walker. So
But
that
this
one,
is huge.
yeah, I mean, he's going to explore twice, 2 triggers, 2 counters, 6 life, 4-3 on the battlefield, and a Seeker Squire coming the next turn, doing it all again.
Yep, and this is such huge difference. But it could also have been something like a Vraska or something, because the shields had to go down because he had the early aggression, and that is
Interestingly, though,
misland.
he missed a land drop, but he did keep a Seeker Squire on top. So either he has a very small converted mana cost hand, or he's like, I've got my pressure going on, and I need to keep on putting up that pressure to be able to win this game.
Under pressure. And interestingly, if the Jade Light Ranger would go to 4, I would definitely understand, for instance, keeping the Seeker Squire on top.
Yeah.
But now, I'm a fan, because I want that Seeker Squire to hit a land. Like, if you do that, then
Yeah.
it's great. But
Yeah, you do.
I kind of want to hit a land anyway.
Especially since I saw also a copy of Assassin's Trophy in Vincent's hand already, so being able to represent that to, for example, deal with the Teferi.
And this makes sense, but this is not great for Rold. I mean, he's just sacrificing his Teferi to gain life.
That Jade Line Ranger is just going to make short work of that one.
Yeah. Or if he wants, he can even go for face, but I think Rold is on a 2-eye life total to do that.
So
Let's
let's
land,
hope
land.
that was a land.
Oh,
Bam!
he's very lucky about that, because if that was not the case, then next card is that Wild Growth
Jade
Walker
Light Ranger.
again. No, the
Wild Growth Walker, yeah.
So that would be an absolute horrendous situation to be in. So
Yeah, then he's going to miss his land drop 2 turns down the line. So
Yep.
yeah.
So, but now I would definitely kill the Teferi, and in case, like, if I'm rolled and I have the second Teferi, I'm gonna go like, jam it, you
Yeah.
know. And then you go, okay, Assassin's Trophy that away.
Oh,
you don't,
yeah.
you don't get to untap 2 lands to counter this. You don't pass start, and you don't get 200.
I
bucks.
don't
Goodbye.
really know what the English word for the Dutch equivalent is, but that is smullen.
Yeah, that's one tasty treat.
Yeah.
So that's the closest I got, I think. I don't think there's that word translates into English well.
Nope, it doesn't.
But it's a good word.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it's a little bit nasty actually, but yeah,
it's the filthy kind of tasty.
It's the filthy kind of tasty, yeah.
Oh, I like this. That should be a quote.
Oh, and
he's
going face.
That is aggressive.
Okay, interesting.
I like both our line. Like, well, we're like, okay, what can he come up with? They were both
Now,
like, okay,
and now
that's
it's upkeep Assassin's Trophy, and interesting, but I mean.
But Assassin's Trophy gets the land
Untapped,
right?
Yeah, it gets it untapped. But I mean, this is what you talked about earlier. You play your spells in your opponent's upkeep because then they have to tap out on their own turn. But this is a line. He was tapped out, yeah. So this is a line. He could have gotten rid of that Teferi 100%. If you were going to Assassin's Trophy it, you might as well make sure that you guarantee to get that Teferi off the table. Because now it's going to plus, draw an extra card, untap 2 more lands, and then Roland has a full grip of cards, every possible piece of interaction that he wants to.
Yeah, if Roald does something like a Seal Away or Lava Coil,
Yeah.
this game is getting out of hand.
Yeah, I wouldn't say over because Vincent's still at 27. He already has rolled down to 8. Vincent also has a full grip of cards. None of them are lands, we know that. Even the card he drew off the top right now. So there's still a longer game to be played. But yeah, I mean, that's spiraling.
This is interesting though from Roald. That can mean a lot of things. But looking at his hand, I believe I saw an island and I saw a red-blue land.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's nothing to play. Oh man.
Cackling Drake, right?
Yeah, Cackling Drake is a good card, but Vincent has the answer in Vraska's Contempt.
Yes.
But yeah, then he casts a Wild Growth Rocket. This was a moment to resolve something. Like, okay, sure, if you let your Teferi die, then you perhaps have a counter. But come on, you are gonna have to show me something.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, my creatures are gonna run rampant.
Yeah.
So having only that Wild Growth Walker is a little bit anemic. But yeah, I can also understand not running a threat into a lot of open mana, because at some point Roald's gonna have to tap out because this is 6 damage coming in.
Yeah.
He's on 7. It's not my math is perhaps incorrect, but that's almost dead.
It's a lot.
Yeah, 6.
However you put it, it's a lot.
Yeah. But if you kill that Jade Lion Ranger, sure it's 2, but that's still a 4-turn clock. It's actually It's quite important to get a control player low and be aggressive, because late game
Yeah.
you can get a few chips in perhaps.
Yeah.
Certainly with cards like Wild Growth
Yeah.
Walker, you're not going to counter those cards necessarily, but they're going to need to be answered at some point.
Yeah, it's okay to trade resources back and forth, but as long as you have some kind of board representation to keep chipping in, trading resources actually favors you in the long run, while Roald is playing the 1-for-1 game.
Ooh, that's a Vraska. I like that card.
Which one?
The 4-mana one.
The 4-mana one.
The castable one for
the,
Vincent.
the one he can play.
So, but right, and he also has a Vivian Reed.
Yeah,
He has
I
a
see a
Vraska's
Vivian Reed.
Contempt, and one thing that he's shuffling fiercely. I think it's another Wild Growth Walker, if my eyes don't deceive me. But if that were the case,
So yeah, here he really wants to make the road clear for his attack force to come through. So I can see him casting a Vraska's Contempt.
this I like, because you don't want to wait. This is not going to get any better. And sure,
No.
this is going to get countered. And now he's going to
Oh,
copy.
he's gonna copy it. Okay, this is kinda okay.
Sweet.
Kinda okay. I mean, Roald goes back up to 9. You chip him down for 2 damage, back down to 7, and that was a perfectly fine 1-for-1 interaction.
Yeah,
And-
but having to do this, because the explode side of this, explosion side
yeah.
for Roald would have been so much better. And next turn he would have 7 mana to do that, but he would be 4 life lower, or 6 actually.
I
Because
like
he
that
also
it's a
gained 2.
split card that's called Explosion, and the better half of it is Explosion, because every time
expansion explosion, right?
we want to say that is the explosive side of the card.
I'm happy they didn't do the other way
Yeah,
around.
exactly. So a Rel is that a Viceroy enters the battlefield. It deals a couple points of damage to the Wild Growth Walker, and staying back on 2 loyalty for later turns of the game.
Yeah, but this. Oh, okay. This makes it from meh to good.
Okay.
He double spelled, and that's very important because he needs to make
Yeah.
sure keep up that velocity, because you don't give him any breathing room. Just keep on jamming, get him,
Exactly.
get him dead.
Yeah, kill him
And-
dead and kill him dead fast.
But now
Well,
the 5th land, very important. He got that, so the branch walk is only a 2. That's okay. But get
That's
it
fine,
for,
that's
for the
fine.
Vivian Reed. Make
Yeah.
sure that the Vraska can get some. You want to just make sure that
Yeah.
you keep up the pressure. So Roald is going to have to tap out for silly planeswalkers,
Yeah.
and then you can jam your real planeswalkers, the
Exactly.
green ones and the black ones.
And Vincent's going to ignore it, saying, yeah, that Rel is going to stay on the battlefield no matter what, so I'd rather have my chip damage in on your face instead of setting up that Rel kill later on, because he still has Assassin's Trophies, what's it called, Vraska's Contempt, to get rid of Rel is at Viceroy, and a bigger board state to have a multiple creature attack to take it down later down the line.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting decision. I'm not sure, because leaving a planeswalker unanswered or letting it live while you had the choice to get it close to death, because it's being on 3 or 2 is very different, because he has 2 power creatures and he knows what he's going to play next turn. That's the Vivian Reed.
Yeah.
So the Wild Growth Walker is not going to get bigger. So I think it's very relevant to have that Rosrek on 2, so you can kill it with one of your creatures.
Okay.
And now with being on 3, then you need your Seeker Squire as well. You might as well just first attack the Rosrek and then the face, because 7 or 6 is not a big difference, because he is on with
Okay.
5 power. It's
And
not 6.
This is a bigger problem, because now Teferi is also coming down, untapping 2 lands, leaving Roald with 5 untapped lands. Oh, wait a second, he's going to send back the Wild Growth Walker, the biggest attacker, leaving him... Oh!
Brutal.
Oh! Wow!
A deafening silence from my side, because this is not good.
Oh yeah, man. Wow.
Oh, talk about
And
good.
All of it. Nice. The Eldest Reborn. Now, this
Remember when I said, oh, he knows what he's going to play next turn? I was wrong.
the card that came off the top.
Yep.
So the Eldest Reborn, I mean, we have seen this before, but let's have a look at it again, because it's a complicated card. It's one of those enchantment sagas, 5 mana. It says, when it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker, then they discard a card, and then you put target planeswalker card from a graveyard onto the battlefield. And I'm ignoring the creature part, because of course he's getting a planeswalker back from his graveyard.
Not from, well, from Roald's graveyard.
Yes!
Alright,
Yes!
alright. Perhaps sometimes you just feel like you need a Branchwalker or a Seeker Squire.
Yeah, none of there's the
Not-
fairies
not-
in the
not
opposing
today though.
graveyard. No.
Oh, I love to get a Teferi from my opponent. It just
Yeah.
feels so satisfactory.
And tiny detail, that's Nicol Bolas in that picture.
Yeah, true.
Where did Nicol Bolas go?
What do you mean? Where did he go?
Yeah, Where did he go?
You mean the card or in the lore or
the card?
Oh yeah, okay. I don't know. There are options here. I don't know. Perhaps do you want to know where he lived, like his street name? I'm like, okay, you never know.
Did he take a new job? Or?
Yeah, it was like, oh man, I'm tired of all the killing planes, wrecking planeswalkers. I'll just go and make some ice cream at Dairy Queen.
Yeah, he retreated back on Amonkhet, I believe, because we haven't seen him for a little while.
He's scheming.
Yeah, scheming. Of course.
No, he is scheming. Okay. Sorry if you have to listen to this, but you're gonna. Vraska is a lackey of Nicol Bolas.
Okay.
So is Liliana now. So
yes.
And it looks. Sorry, spoilers perhaps, but it looks like Dovin Baan is also coming to Azorius for the next set, and Azorius together with Golgari and. I'm forgetting the
something
third one.
rather.
Those are the three guilds that are gonna put up the fight. They're the baddies, and then Ajani comes in, and more other people come in. So this is gonna be climactic because this is what Nicol Bolas has been setting up.
Okay.
Did you know?
No.
Okay, he made the army on Amonkhet because he wants to take over Ravnica. That's what he's aiming for. So next set is gonna be a huge climactic event, or not? Because I actually don't know. I'm not part of Wizards. I have no idea. But I read this on the internet, and everything you read on the internet
I've read
is true.
something on the internet. Well, there we go. The draw step for the third chapter of The Eldest Reborn. Hopefully getting back some spicy Planeswalker. But now he has the choice between his own Vraska or the what's it called? Teferi from Roald's side of the
You know what's
table.
interesting? If Roald has a blink of an eye,
Oh yes. Oh, I would love to see that.
that would be the absolute sweetest thing of
Remember
today.
how we root for plays, not players?
Yes.
Oh man.
Even I am rooting
This
for this
is a play that I can
in
get
the draw
behind.
step, bounce my own. The Teferi you control, but I own.
Yeah,
back
because
to
you
my
can
hand.
stay in the draw step.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a priority exchange still in the draw step once the Teferi hits the battlefield, so no opportunity for Vincent to activate it, but he doesn't have it, so it's a nice idea, but he doesn't have it.
A man can dream, you know. A man can dream.
Yeah, sure we can.
So
we can.
now he has a choice, and I like this. Make him have it, make him deal with two planeswalkers rather than one. If you now commit slowly, then you give Royalty a chance to use his mana.
Commit isn't legal anymore.
Okay. Oh, you. No, but I think it's really good to have now two planeswalkers because Roald will have trouble dealing with one. He can have something like an explosion to deal with one, but Vivian Reed also demands an answer. Because creatures being indestructible is kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, that's like
I mean, if the Llanowar Elf is a 3/3 indestructible.
Holy smokes! I'm gonna stop you right there, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that is a star of extinction.
You are not sorry to interrupt me at all.
That is a star of extinction.
Nor should
taking
you.
down two planeswalker, a creature, and a land. Vincent is down to 5 lands. Future Vraska can't be cast anymore. There is a Wild Growth Walker, and I believe that was a Ravenous Chupacabra in hand.
Oh, there was a one-off from the sideboard.
Blowout. Wow.
With not that card, and life would have been so difficult for the world.
And now Roald just wants to keep the board clear. Lava Coil on the Wild Growth Walker, get rid of that thing. I want to draw more cards and stay in this game for as long as possible and tie this up with a 2-1 and probably seal my seat into the top 8 as Rel now came off the top of the library that was tucked away with his own Teferi that Vincent stole with the Eldest Reborn. Oh my god.
And the best part about that is that his own Ral didn't die to the Star of Extinction because it was stuck.
Because it was tucked away. So actually Vincent set this up perfectly for Roald and another Teferi off the top of the library. I mean, this is just insane.
If I was Vincent, I would be like,
oh
well,
my god.
yeah, it's just one of those days, you know.
Untap counter spell mana. You can go. He does have the Iron Eyes in hand even. So everything Vincent is going to try to resolve by now is going to get countered. And I mean, he is on 32 life, but
Can I just say that Vincent played this really well?
Yes,
like,
he did.
Regardless of outcome and regardless of course, should you play around Star of Extinction?
Yes.
That's questionable, debatable, and I can answer that with a solid and resounding no. You should not play around it.
Exactly.
Come on, this was a very good play, a very good sequence. Sure, the Eldest Reborn came off the top, but he waited very long with his Planeswalkers and he was doing really well. In the end, it didn't even matter. Linkin Park was right all along 20 years ago, but they knew this moment was coming. It was fated to be. And sorry, Vincent, but if Linkin Park predicts it, then you have
it
not.
must be true.
Yeah.
You have no chance.
Yeah,
you have no chance.
I'm not sure actually what Oh, it's a duress.
it's a
I was
duress.
like, that's not a chupacabra, but I couldn't figure out what it was.
That's a Dragons of Tarkir duress,
Take
and
that.
that is going to demand an Ionize from a Vincent. And interestingly, that Rel is already up to 7 loyalty. Its ultimate is -8, and then every time he casts an instant or sorcery, is going to deal 4 damage. How do you call that? 4 damage in...
No, you can target.
Ins Gesicht,
No,
right?
you can target.
You
It's even
can
better.
target, but come on, man. You gotta finish that game up.
No, if you have an emblem, the rule is that you have to stretch it out as long as you can.
Well, they
Make
only
your
have...
opponent go through all the misery
Yeah.
that you can come up with. Go, just wreck it. Like, okay, you can cast it. Oh, it died. Oh, what a shame.
What a shame. Well, he does have a copy of Explosion in hand as well, so if Vincent isn't going to pose any threat, I know what's going to happen in his end step. He's going to refill with 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards.
7, 2, 5,
7 or 8?
11, 7. Yep, 7.
Yeah, 7 cards.
Alright. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
And that the Teferi is up to 7 as well, so...
Yeah, I like that Vincent is just truckling along. Like, okay, guys, I give you something to
yeah.
do on coverage. But
Oh,
to be
1
honest,
for 1 Deafening Clarion. You know the jig is up when your opponent is going to 1 for 1 you with sweepers.
well, good card.
He knew that was on top.
Yeah, he left it with the Jailer Ranger.
And that is also an Ionize, so bye-bye Golgari, Find Broker. You are neither finding nor broking anything in this matchup. And I'm going to resolve some ultimates on my Planeswalkers.
Only one. The Fairy takes another turn, right? Just do it in sequences.
Yeah, but I mean...
Oh, he's counting
Soon.
the decks. He's counting his deck. Like, I
Okay.
don't want to draw too much with the explosion. Would be a
You
waste.
might as well show the explosion in hand right now if you're starting to count your library.
No, but, sure, but you know, I like Vincent. Just keep on going.
Oh, wait a minute. This is interesting. That Rel also makes you draw 2 cards.
Yeah. So every time you cast something, you have to draw 2 cards. So that it's actually really relevant, and I think it's better to wait with the Teferi alt.
So are we going to see Teferi tucking itself to prevent himself from decking?
Well, you can
in
choose
the
not
long
to
run?
cast an instant or sorcery. So
Yeah, but he needs to get Vincent dead.
yeah, that is important.
That is
I
important.
know. Jeez, I did that on purpose, really. I did.
Uh-oh. I might have failed here.
Oh baby, if this is the this the moment?
This is the moment.
Is there no resurrect token in the? Please
This
let it
is
be.
the moment.
It does not have it, so I can only say that this is just a major. Oh wait, that's okay.
Yes! Okay,
All
it's
right,
not
okay.
an emblem.
I just want to say, who provided this token?
Yeah, you did.
I did, didn't I?
And a Cleansing Nova. What's that Cleansing Nova for?
To draw 2 cards and deal 4 damage to Vincent. Yeah, no,
Nice.
that
Nice. 5 mana, draw 2
style.
cards, deal 4 damage.
But to be honest, if I were Vincent, I'd actually be happy for this turn event. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but this is pretty good.
Yeah, this is fun.
Like, my opponent can make a mistake and deck himself or something silly
Yeah.
like that. I mean, that explosion is looking awfully silly now. That's
Oh,
just,
yeah?
I
Oh,
can
yeah?
copy something, but if I copy something, that's rather odd as well, because then I get to draw 2
Yeah.
more cards.
Yeah, well, and that's why I was talking about that Teferi. I mean, there's a good chance that we will see Teferi. Oh no, that's not even good enough.
No, then he
Because you
cannot
have
cast any instant or sorcery anymore.
Yeah, and you have to draw 2 cards.
Also.
And Teferi is just the one.
Yeah, he can cast 2 Teferis and tuck them both.
Yeah.
So he can do that, but then he still needs to. That's
Okay.
draw 3 cards, or is it not kicked? No, it's not kicked.
It's not kicked. No.
What is his plan? Does he play 1 if miss it? Or he plays 2 if miss it in the side. Perhaps he brought 1 in, but man, this is like maybe a cackling drake. But I don't know. I'm like Vincent is at a healthy 32.
Oh yeah, he's like man.
I know he's at he took 8 damage, so he's at 24.
Yeah, he's at 24, but he's still like, man, you're going to have to win this without decking yourself, and that's all I'm here for. I mean, I'm just staying in this seat
I'm just a
until you
spectator.
actually kill me.
Yeah. But he's gonna cast everything. Like he's gonna cast every silly creature that he has.
We're
Like,
going to see the entire deck from Royal side of the table
Yes,
because
is he-
wow, he needs 5 more instants or sorceries to get Vincent dead, and then he has to draw
no,
6.
6. He's at
24.
24.
Oh, yeah, 24. 6 more cards. So wow. All right. So after the clock has ended, they have 6 more minutes to finish this game because they waited a moment for us to start that game number 3.
Settle
So,
in absolutely nothing.
yes, settle nothing. mood
And
settle.
I assume he counted his cards and it's gonna be all right.
Yeah.
But I'm also a little bit scared.
He
for him.
probably did the math, and it's really exciting to see if he can get there.
Yeah, but what if like Vincent does something that gains him life? Then it's gonna be, I don't know.
I believe I counted 10 cards in his library left. He just counted them again, and I counted with him, and I believe I counted 10 cards.
Yeah, but this
So,
9,
quick,
8.
quick update, the clock you see on screen right now is the
correct.
actual clock that they have to finish this game. So Roald has more time, but does he have more deck time?
Yeah, and if he has something that draws,
Okay,
gives
well-
him life.
One moment, that's a cackling break. So yeah, he has to discard to hand size, discard 3 cards, and that's a cackling break, and
That's a cast
that can make quick.
This is a call sign. If Roald would make a mistake, then it's a good chance that he just dies.
He could.
5, 6,
He
7,
could.
8, 9. That makes sense because you just said 10 minus 1
And
from the Drake.
now he's down to 16. So yeah.
Yeah, with the
that's,
cackling Drake, this is gonna
This
be.
is just a one-shot cackling break.
Yeah, but if he would tap out by mistake, he's like, okay, Vincent doesn't have anything anyway. And he kills the cackling Drake. Then all of a sudden, that's rather problematic. But he's
Yes.
counting the instance first. If he doesn't have,
He has
we
enough.
can assume that Roald
He
does
has
makes no
enough.
mistake. But I'm
No.
always rooting for the underdog. I'm
Oh, yeah.
always rooting for getting a cast out of nothing. Oh, it's too late.
he just has a land. You were thinking of the F&M promo
Yeah,
of
it
a cast
does.
down that also has the dark art, and he's like, yeah, I can't really cast these cards because I can't draw anymore. So that was an insane performance by both these players.
Absolutely.
I mean, Roald was victorious, and it was a delight to watch. But I mean, yeah, they both played perfectly. I mean,
Yeah, it was a great example
Great
of good
match
magic.
choice.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're not the pro tour, but don't think we don't have some skill
no,
here.
we
So,
have some skilled players at the Dutch Open
Like
Series here.
I would say that I'm really, if I were in the seat of the Golgari player,
Yeah.
I would be really happy to watch my own performance. I'm like, okay,
Yes.
sure, there's always things to comment, and sure you could have perhaps played around X or Y,
Yeah.
but overall, if you play matches like that, you're gonna win stuff. And he was 4-1.
exactly.
He's now 4-2 with 5-2.
He still
starting
has a small
4-1.
chance.
And he can at least be very proud of himself for playing an extraordinary
with
game
a
of
5-2 record, and this match on camera, he can look back at this match and be very, very, very satisfied with himself.
Absolutely, and
Yeah.
sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and even if you're ahead, you can still lose. Even if you're doing all the right
And
things, you can still lose.
I'm counting a small victory for Izzet here, since Ral, the Izzet Viceroy, actually finished this game one up against Golgari. So
He did.
That is our round number 6. We have one more round to go. I guess we're going to see some IDs into top 8. We'll get all the updates on who is in, who is out, who has to play, who hasn't, with our last win and in round for standard. Don't go anywhere for more magic.
all the time, all the time. I need to spend some time by myself checking these lights, flickering closer and closer, and go and give me something real, something that I can relate to, like branches breaking beneath my feet, and run deep into the night, ignite my soul in flames, and go deeper, always deeper, and yet deeper, and I'll try to stay true to what I find and remain in the light of all of these stars moving above me. And ooh, tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. This wave is pushing me up high. I'm in for the free ride, picking up its pace even more, and go look up at me now and where these tunes have brought me, considering where I came from, and run deep into the night, ignite my soul in flames, and go deeper, always deeper, and yet deeper, and I'll try to stay true to what I find and remain in the light of all of these stars moving above me. And ooh, tell me, is this real? 'Cause man, it feels so good. Tell me, is this real? 'Cause it makes me feel so good. Tell always moving, always more to come, never changing, just a different view. But I'll try to learn from you if you let me in your life. Here I stood behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sun shine out on us. Here I stood behind you, I have the sun come out for us. Here I lay beside you, I have the sun shine out on us.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dutch Open series. My name is Bas and this is my friendly rival and partner in crime Brent. A victory for Is It?
Finally.
Yes!
You had to wait a long time.
Yes, I don't know, you know, what did Glenn do?
I believe he fell. But I
Darn.
can look it up.
Otherwise there would have been a double victory for Is It?
He's not.
Okay,
he didn't make it.
unfortunately.
No,
Well,
not unfortunately. We have some Celestia action going on.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
Yes, I love it because we do have some updates on our standings because it's been a long day already. But some people can have a dinner break because some people are already into the top 8.
Not us,
Not us,
sadly.
Well,
I mean, we're here with all the fun.
and we are going to stay for the top 8 after the last round of Swiss.
So-
but you have some standings updates for us.
I do. We have 2 people on 16 points. There's Joep and René. We knew that they could draw
Yes.
last round though as the Mono Blues player versus the
Yeah.
Bulgari player. So
Exactly.
they are going to be our number
In.
1 and number 2 spot.
Yes.
Not only in, we know that.
They are top seeds.
Yes, because there are 8 players that can draw.
Okay, so we have a full package of 8 players that can intentionally draw during this last round of Swiss to lock themselves into the top 8.
Absolutely. It doesn't always happen, but there are very few draws happening over the course of the tournament, and that helps to make sure that we can ID cleanly into the top 8.
yeah.
So nice of them to not draw and make math hard for everybody.
Yes.
The only thing interesting is that René could potentially play because he is second seed.
Okay.
And he says, okay, I wanna play more Magic, and I wanna
Okay.
get first seed. I don't think it's a good idea, but
No.
What actually
We've
is
seen
interesting?
stranger things happen.
Yeah, but if he plays and he loses, then I think he's then he will be third seed probably, perhaps fourth.
Okay.
So he's still in the top end of the bracket, so it wouldn't be out of this world.
Okay.
However, I'm 95%.
I want to lock
sure.
myself in.
No, he is locked in. Even if he plays and loses, he's still in.
Oh, okay.
He's locked in for top 4 even.
Aha.
And he can knock a 15-pointer down to 15
Okay.
points, and then we have a game. But I can
Okay.
tell you, like, that would be good for our tournament. I don't think René will do it, because second seed is just fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But if you, I haven't lost a match all weekend. Do you want to
Yeah.
like
Do you want to risk
play
it?
with
No.
fate?
No.
Why not? I mean, go for it, man. Go for it.
No, karma's gonna get you there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because if you win, you're going to knock someone out of the top 8 who would have been in with an ID. So yeah, that's just bad karma. That's bad karma.
Yeah, but you make the tournament so much more interesting. Now, okay,
That's
fair enough.
that's
It's like the guy that doesn't want to split at top 8. Like
Yes.
top 8 and everyone says split, and one guy says no, we play. You
Yeah.
just know that guy's going to fall out in the
Gonna lose.
quarterfinal every single
Every single
time.
Yeah.
It's worse
Yeah.
if it's you. Then it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
I know this is going to happen, and I'm still going to do it.
Taking my risk here.
Yeah, and then at least I
Right.
can go home early.
So we have some top 16 competitors going on in the feature match area.
Absolutely.
Because we are a great tournament series. a tremendous, amazing tournament series.
And we're absolutely not patting ourselves on the back at all.
No, we're not. And we pay out all the way at least down to top 16 and maybe even down to top 32. I don't have the exact prize payout for the amount of players, because always that scales with the amount of players. So every step along the way we enlarge in the prize pool.
And like a quarter of the players, a little bit less than a quarter of the players gets to get money. Okay.
Yes,
and
exactly.
that's just good.
Exactly. So these players are still in the run for a top 16 seed, which pays out a really nice amount of prizes. Of course, the finalists also get the extra sponsored goodie package provided by Ultra Pro, but everybody in the top 16 at least gets prizes to spend on the on new cards, new stuff, booster product, anything. I mean, a big amount of cash. So these players playing for top 16. Let's not linger too long and head down to the feature match area, because we have 2 players seeded for you, which is Niels Kok versus Ramon Allar on Boros Aggro, and Niels is on Mono Blue.
All right, I like it. I like Ramon. He's a personal favorite of mine. I'm always rooting for him, even though he's not playing Golgari. Because this man, he's been playing Magic for a long time.
Yes.
You can already
he's
see
a great guy.
You can see the hairline receding, so that's a very, very, very long time. He's not gonna forgive me for that one, by the way.
Oh my god.
And he used to always play Bruce. You know, he would go. He had like the Gitrog monster in his deck, and you know, he would always despise. He would bring it. And at some point, every time I told him, man, you can play great Magic, why don't you just play a real deck? And every time he's like, yeah, I'm playing a real deck.
I don't want to.
Or a real shit deck or whatever. And every time he just decided not to.
Okay.
And then at some point he made the switch and he started playing actual decks, and
he started actually winning.
Yeah, and he's been doing great ever since. It's like, okay, he had so much potential, and now every time we just see him, like, he's now almost, this is barely out of top 8 contention.
Yeah, this would have been a top 8 possibility in any other tournament.
Yeah, but sadly they could all draw. And I think this is good mulligan as well. He had 1 land on the play, I believe, because he made the decision first. I had 2 1-drops, so he has some things, but with the double history, he already had some slow cards. I think it was a good chance to draw 2 mulligan.
Right, so he is taking a mulligan indeed, and Niels is happy with his opening 7 on mono blue, and we'll find out soon enough who is on the play, because keeping a 7 against a mulliganing opponent as a mono blue aggro player, that is a comfortable position to be in, especially versus something like Boros Aggro, which can flood the board just as good as you can. Alright, so if Niels is on the play here, I really like his position. If Ramon is on the play here, I gotta favor the Boros Aggro players, even on a mulligan to 6.
I'm gonna say if he doesn't mulligan to 5, although this looks like a not a good.
It could be a keep, because he has a 2 1-drops and 1 land in hand.
It's a tap land.
It is a tap land,
and he's on the play. Try. Huh? Does that go? No, that was not a go. Oh, you can play.
Yeah, you can go ahead. On draw, yeah.
Alright, so that's good. That makes it better. Because if this is just an untapped land, then he's in business. It was not.
It was not.
But if he draws here an untapped land, he's in a good spot, I think.
Yeah,
It's not great,
he sure
but
is.
it's not like he's out of it just yet.
And the mono blue player opens up with the 1-drop off-choice Mistcloaked Herald, the unblockable one, which is a pesky little threat for Ramon to deal with. And
no
he's
follow-up just yet.
Keeping up maybe a Milfolk Trickster, which he shuffles to the front for us to see, as a Healer's Hawk is the 1-drop that Ramon deploys
and
first.
Actually, it's a very inconspicuous card, but pretty relevant. That it has lifelink. It is like a 1/1 flyer. It's like a flying man, but with lifelink, and the lifelink part actually matters.
Oh yeah, it matters very much, especially in an aggro versus aggro matchup. Lifelink is a very important piece of your road to victory, as the Merfolk Trickster came in the end step, tapping down the Healer's Hawk, and a Siren Storm Tamer alongside a Curious Obsession on the Herald, Mistcloaked Herald, is the play for Niels, drawing him some extra cards.
Alright, and missing another land drop, it makes this a quick
yeah, that is very rough.
He's not out of it, and I like the attack here.
Yeah, sure.
Although there's a good argument for blocking as well, because you just want to preserve your life total.
Yeah.
But he has a few cards that matter, that you have more creatures in play. But I think I would have preferred not to see an attack here.
No. and he deploys his Leonin Vanguard onto the battlefield. That's a small 1/1 as well, and he's playing the very lean version of Boros aggro here with the Healer's Hawk and the Leonin Vanguards alongside Sky March Aspirant. So he's playing the full 1-drop package here.
And with that he plays the Vanguard, that makes it. Then I like attacking.
Yes.
He's saying, okay, I don't care what you're gonna do, but I'm gonna race you. I'm gonna draw another land that's on the top of my deck. I'm gonna draw an untapped planes. I'm gonna play 2/2/1s. I'm gonna attack you again, and I'm just gonna. We're gonna go. This is a land. Boom.
Great. No,
it's not. Okay, then you
and
can concede.
he probably can, but I really like the Leonin Vanguards in his deck as well, because at the beginning of combat, if you control 3 creatures, which is very easy to do, even with, well, as I'm saying that, of course it gets countered, but even with only 1 mana, you see him deploying a creature every single turn, so getting that Healer's Hawk lifelink and getting that Leonin Vanguard lifelink on is really important. But now the Merfolk Trickster, it removes all the abilities from the Healer's Hawk, so no more flying, no more lifelink, eat it up with my 2/2, and that is just insult to injury.
Yeah, it's like we're back on Amonkhet again.
Back on Amonkhet.